Good afternoon. It's September 14th, and we're starting the Montgomery County Planning Board hearing. Our first, serving with me today are Vice Chair Pedowim and Commissioners Hedrick and Linden. Our first item is with preliminary matters. Item number 1C, it's a corrected resolution for 12710 Twin Brook Parkway, Site Plan 820220010, where we've reviewed the record of this proceeding and recommend approval. Do I have a motion for approval?
Move that we approve the corrected resolution, Twin Brook Parkway Site Plan 8/2022-0010.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it. Our second item with respect to two plats that we're approving today. One for subdivision plat number 2202 to 0140 for Rosedale Park, and subdivision plat number 2202-3 0560 and 2202-3 0580 Creekside at Cabin Branch. Do I have a motion for approval?
I move to approve subdivision plat number 2202-20140 Rosedale Park, and subdivision plat number 2202-30560 and 2202-30580 at Creekside at Cabin Branch.
Is there a second?
I second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it. We're moving to item number 4, where we have the roundtable discussion for the Planning Director's report. With Tanya Stern, we'll give that report. We also have the photo contest winners announcement we're all waiting for, and Paul Mortensen will do that. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Tanya Stern, Acting Planning Director. And for today's Planning Director's report, as you just noted, it's a two-parter. So I will actually give some highlights from a really great trip that I took for my summer vacation, and some really interesting things that I've observed that I think will be of interest to the work that we do here at the Planning Department and the Board. And then Paul Mortensen from the Director's Office will lead us through the announcement of our photo contest winners. So I went on vacation to South Korea in August and had a fantastic time. And because it was summer vacation, it was not a work trip. I did not go there looking specifically at planning issues, design issues. But while I was there, and oftentimes when I go on personal trips, my planner brain does not shut down. So I did notice a number of things that I took photos of and wanted to share with our staff here as well as with the board, and I thought that you would find very interesting. So this actually was the focus of my trip. I went on a small group tour that was really a foodie tour of South Korea where we crisscrossed the country. I shared a few photos from my trip for my weekly e-newsletter that I sent to staff, that I sent out a couple of weeks ago with a few of these photos as a sort of a preview, and I did not include food photos, and so folks asked me, we'd like to see some of the great things that you ate while you were there. So this is a couple of photos from the amazing meals that I had while I was in Korea. But again, while I was there, I did take some time to walk around and explore and notice some really, really interesting things that, again, I think will be of interest to the Commission and to our departments here. One of the places that I visited is Cheonggyecheon, which is, it was a stream that had been undergrounded a number of decades ago, and an elevated highway was built over it. That highway was torn down, I think, about 10 years or so ago, and it was converted into this wonderful linear park that runs through a part of downtown Seoul. So I walked down Cheonggyecheon for a few blocks, and at the bottom right corner, that's a photo of a map of the entire Cheonggyecheon. It's about, I think, almost 5 miles long, so it's quite lengthy. And it was just a really great way to traverse through that part of downtown Seoul. It's close to the city hall, And as you can see, there's a lot of mostly commercial buildings in that area. It's right below the street level, and so there are these periodic either steps or bridges where you can cross over or go up to the street level. But it was just a really great place to walk around. People would just kind of sit and hang out. A lot of greenery at different areas, and from what I understand, at different times of the year, there's also nighttime activation that happens there as well that draws a lot of folks. So as part of my trip, we went to several different locations throughout Korea. We really kind of crisscrossed the country, but I wanted to highlight in particular Seoul, which is the capital. We also went to Busan, which is all the way to the south, and that's the second largest city in South Korea. And one of the other places that we stopped at is a city called Jeonju. And something that I noticed right away was frequent use of shared streets. Kind of what we like to call, Warner's the shared streets here, like it's sort of a new concept, but it obviously is not. And even in a very large city like Seoul, as well as Busan, which has, very significant, traditional road infrastructure, there are still quite a number of areas where there are restaurants and retail that have these shared streets. Sometimes they're very narrow, sometimes a bit wider. But I definitely saw a lot of activity where there are pedestrians sharing that same spaces with vehicles that will come through. People just move to the side, the vehicle would pass, slowly, and then people just continue to walk through the middle. And so I thought that was really, really interesting to see that was something that was quite prevalent when I was there. I also kept in mind, keep an eye out for different types of transportation infrastructure while I was there. I took a photo of a crosswalk. I think this was in Seoul. And one of the things that I noticed is sort of two things, particularly on these major streets. People definitely will wait until the traffic stops. And when the pedestrians had the right of way, the vehicles, even turning vehicles, they did stop. So that was something that was particularly striking. But in the image in the middle, if you look all the way on the other side of the street, you'll see this sort of hanging canopy. That was in one area of downtown Seoul that occasionally I would see these places where they would have some shading from the sun while people were waiting across the street, which I thought was really great. The image that's on the left is the entrance to one of the subway stations. And another thing that I saw frequently is that subway stations have retail underground malls connected to them, where it's either directly connected to the station or it's sort of part of the station. So that was one particular area that I saw. And we definitely, as part of my group tour, got to take a lot of public transit. We took the subway in Seoul and Busan, even during rush hour traffic. So I got to experience that. We also took the KTX, which is the Korean high-speed intercity rail, and I also took the AirX, which is the airport express train that goes directly to the airport between Seoul Station, which is their main train station in Seoul. And I also saw quite a number of really, really interesting, very striking buildings, some really, really interesting designs. So these are just a few images that of some of the buildings that I saw. Most of these are in Seoul. The one that is on the bottom right is in Busan. Busan, again, it's all the way to the south. It's a port city, so it's right on the coast. And we were going across the bridge, and I took a photo of this really striking high-rise development that's right on the water. That's definitely something you see a lot, both in Seoul and Busan, a lot of high-rise residential development as well as commercial development. The photo that is at the top, that sort of curving building, that is the City Hall building in Seoul. And sort of to the left is another building that was a kind of an older building. And right in front of the two of those was a public plaza. And it was just really striking to see a lot of very modern architecture next to, buildings that may have been built, say, in the mid to latter part of the 20th century, as well as obviously much more historic structures. And the image that's sort of in the middle, there were definitely a number of places where I saw these sort of moments of public art in front of a lot of buildings. So that was just kind of one example that I thought was particularly interesting. And then lastly, I got to visit a really great park called Soul Forest. And it's directly adjacent to a transit station. It has its own subway station. And it is also adjacent to the Han River. So if you look at the map on the left, that's a photo I took of the map of the entire park. I was only in one small section of it, but apparently there are actually 3 different parks within Soul Forest. The section that I was in was much more sort of passive, walking, recreation. But when I was looking at the map more closely, there are definitely more active recreation areas. And one other thing I wanted to note is that this park is also directly adjacent to high-rise residential and commercial development. And again, it also, connects to the river. And so there's, quite a number of different active and passive recreation options for residents, visitors, and others who are in that part of Seoul. So it was quite lovely. And I did pick up a copy of the English language map that I provided and gave to Mike Riley, the director of parks, so that they have sort of an international example of a really great park to take a look at. So that's it for the highlights from my summer vacation, and I will turn it over to Paul Mortensen to announce the the staff photo contest winners.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Paul Mortensen, and thank you for having us today at the board again. As you remember, Chair Harrison and the board, I was here about 2 months ago talking about design excellence. And design excellence, is the review and the quality, talking about the quality of the built environment throughout Montgomery County. But another aspect of design excellence is actually education and also showing off the great talents of our staff here at both Park and Planning. And I mentioned to you a couple of things. One is that our Design Excellence Awards for Architecture and Urbanism will be happening on October 19th here at the Wheaton Headquarters Building, and I hope all of you will be able to make that event. It will be a great event. But another element is our annual staff photo contest. And this year, the theme was Destination Montgomery County. We wanted to talk about what are the best qualities of Montgomery County and what are the places, photos, we wanted photos of the places that if your mom was coming to town, where would you send her? To really get a good shot of what Montgomery County is all about. So So this year, we had the most photos that we've ever had in our staff competition. We had 220 photos. We had 56 different people participate from both parks and planning this year. The jury selected 28 finalists to kind of stew over and look at a little bit more, and then from that we selected 5 winners. The 5 winners will each receive some leave time for their work. Just to let you know, we are going to announce your name. I think it's pretty much a surprise for most of the 5 winners, but Director Stern will hand you their certificate, and then at the end, if we could, we'd like to get you and the board, the winners and the board for a photo. So the photos this year were great. We had a lot of them, and they were very good. And as you can imagine, when you think about Destination Montgomery County, you think about a lot of things. I mean, clearly you think about the landscape. You think about the natural features of our county and what draws people, in the past, what draws people from D.C. to this part of the world. And but also it's about our urban centers as well, and the quality that we have for there. So the finalists, I just wanted to go through very quickly the finalists, and you'll see their names associated with their photo. There was some great shots of the landscape, of different parts. All of these were parts of Montgomery County. Different activation moments, placemaking, some of the beautiful museums, the art, the public art that we have in the county. You can see a lot of landscape, urban and rural, historic monuments, and references to our past as well as references to our future and our present. Beautiful landscapes and again, the placemaking. And a lot of the images, you know, were just beautiful images for their color, for their composition, but also kind of for the quality of it. And here, even, you know, the baseball diamond here with kind of the eerie feel of it, the light glowing in the background or something. It was all very, very nice. There were several shots of the Glenstone Museum, and Glenstone Museum was one of our Design Excellence winners, I believe about 2 competitions ago, and internationally recognized facility, which I hope you all are able to go and enjoy. Again, some beautiful landscapes, some of the flowers, but also some of the Christmas lights and some of the different images within the county. So, for the winners, we have 5 winners, and I'm going to go through all 5 of them. I think all 5 of them were exceptional for many different reasons. But our first winner is Brian Crane. You know, the people think about the Potomac River and think about, you know, essentially when you're driving into D.C. and seeing this big body of water that clearly separates D.C. from Virginia. But the wild Potomac River is a tremendous destination as well in our county. The elongated photo shows the great energy, topography, and the colors that the river has to offer both the residents and the visitors. So this is really a great shot. Thank you, Brian. Our next winner is, the jury loved this photo by Atul Sharma of the photo is of Pike and Rose, and because it shows many of the best qualities of our county in an urban setting. Unique buildings, landscape, and people enjoying a placemaking event help to make the Montgomery County a great home and make this a very interesting and colorful photo. The next winner is Carl Morgan. And I'll tell you a little bit about this. The Glenstone Museum, with its meadows and unique architecture and modern art, is a huge attraction within Montgomery County. And Carl's view of the split rocker sculpture over the knoll with visitors strolling under white umbrellas was a great composition contrasting the man-made art with the beauty of the natural landscape and our presence in it. Carl, unfortunately, can't be here because he was just returning from Italy last night, so we'll give him a rain check. Our next winner is Ashlyn Thompson's photo of kayaks practicing in Seneca Landing Special Park, and it's a wonderful image of all the beautiful aspects available to the public in our parks. The calm waters, the natural landscape, colorful kayaks pointing in different directions, and the relationship between the foreground and the background all help to make this photo really special. And then last but not least, and I think one of our favorite photos that we have to say from the jury, is from Chris Van Alstyne. This photo is a beautiful collage of the Great Falls Tavern at Chesapeake and Ohio Canal in the C&O Canal Historic Park along the Potomac River. This is one of the best historic sites in Montgomery County, shown with the beautiful colors of the 4 seasons in a singular composition. It was very unique, very well done, and quite the beautiful composition. So with that, thank you all. If the 4 people that are here could come up and if we get the board, and I appreciate your efforts in this. Thank you.
Yeah, this was amazing. Thanks to all the winners, and also Director Stern, thank you for sharing your trips, your photos from your trips. You know, it's always interesting. I would love to have some of that food, and also it's always interesting to visit new places and learn new things. Thank you. Good afternoon. We're on item number 5. We'll have the Fall 2023 Semi-Annual Presentation Outline Briefing by Directors Stern and Riley. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Planning Board. Mike Riley, the Parks Director. We're here today to talk to you about the topics that we would like to present to the County Council at our next fall semi-annual meeting with them, which is on Tuesday, October 17th, tentatively. I think that's pretty certain. Time of day to be confirmed. Where we get to talk to the full County Council about our work programs and anything else that we think they should know about that's going on in our organization. So I'll start with the parks items that we recommend and then turn it over to Tanya to go over the planning items, but feel free to, suggest anything that you think we might have missed or that we should add as we go through this. I always like to start out with something that is really, really good news. So on the park side, we're going to start with our successes on state and federal grants. As you know, we most recently celebrated the award of a RAISE grant that was obtained in partnership with the Prince George's side of our organization and the District of Columbia. It was $25 million in total. Our share is somewhere around between $6 and $7 million for trail projects in Sligo and Northwest Branch. And then also a $7.5 million Safe Streets for All grant that is all 100% to Montgomery Parks. And then what's not listed here that we'll also highlight will be the state's legislative bond initiatives, of which we got several across, geographically spaced across most of the districts in the county. From there, we would move on to just a little bit of a preview of the capital improvements program that they will be coming to you in future work sessions. We've had a strategy session, we had a public hearing, but we will, at that point in time, you will have approved the CIP, and we will highlight some of the driving forces behind it at the semi-annual, of which are listed here. I won't read them off, but they're just some of the themes that are high priorities in our CIP. And then we'll highlight projects that are about to come online, things that are underway that'll be coming online in the near future, the new urban park in South Silver Spring, which is very exciting, where we're going to demolish the old National Tire and Battery building and have a park in a very short period of time, a net zero nature classroom up in Black Hill, and then park refreshers at Columbia Local Park, which is in Burtonsville, and Carol Knowles Local Park, which is just down George Avenue a little bit in Wheaton. And I'm particularly excited to highlight Carol Knowles because Carol Knowles is a park refresher where the main feature we proposed is what's called a pump track or a bike skills track. It's a unique and very action-oriented facility. Sometimes when you propose those in community parks, you get pushback, but in this case, that community came out and really embraced this concept and is all 100% supportive of it. A couple other park refreshers, Hillendale, a great big one that we're going to cut the ribbon on Saturday, November 4th. We'll make sure to get that all on your calendars as soon as possible. And Carroll and Freeland Park in Bethesda, where we just broke ground. Silver Spring Urban Park I already talked about. I guess we feel so good about that, we're highlighting it twice. And then we'll highlight what we call the Long Branch Initiative, which is a little bit of a unique take for us in that we decided in that community to look at all 8 parks in that geography comprehensively at once. And out of those 8, there's action underway on 4 of them already. And we'll just kind of lay out our timeline and what we're thinking about for all those parks and how that comes together to benefit that community as a whole. We'll move on to our very extensive and creative outreach about the 5 skate parks we want to build and how we're trying to get interest and feedback from the skating community. And then highlight special events in our parks, some of which will have taken place already, some which are upcoming. But we did, for the first year, this year we partnered with several groups to put on a Juneteenth festival in partnership with the Scotland community in Montgomery County that was very successful. We're having an after-action review meeting shortly with all of the participants in that to make next year even bigger and better. All the Parks Playhouse and Parks Playhouse Junior events that we've held. The Ale Trail coming up in not this weekend, but the weekend after next. If you're going to try to attend any of these events, that is a marquee one. It's a beautiful hike around the shores of Lake Needwood. We have music and food trucks and local craft beer vendors. Last year, well over 1,500 participants, and we certainly just hope we'll get weather that weekend like we're expected to get this weekend. And then, of course, one-offs like Mudfest, which is not for everybody, but there are people who like to pay money to get down and dirty in the mud, and we try to cater to all interests. A little bit of a nerdy thing, we're going to just have one slide and talk to them about how we're using technology to manage our assets, show them some dashboards and talk about our sophisticated ways that we use iPads and other technology to go out and capture data on our assets in the parks and then load it into a database where it can be analyzed and then used to manage facilities. And then we'll jump to athletic fields, talk about a great project work that's underway at Blair High School, where there were two areas in that campus on Board of Education property that were designed when the school was designed to be athletic fields, but the school really had not maintained them as such. They had kind of digressed into lawn areas that were used maybe for practice sports. We've totally upgraded them, and now you have two better fields for the student athletes at the high school. They can stay on campus for their practices, and then we permit them on the weekends and in the evenings for community sports leagues. So we basically, and you just can't ask for a better location than Blair High School, sandwiched between 495 US 29 and University Boulevard there to have big sports events. Now we have 5 fields at that one campus, so there can be tournaments there for the sports leagues. Hillendale, I already mentioned, has a great big, beautiful green Bermuda grass field, and then talk to them about our quest to continue to finish off taking all the elementary and middle schools at MCPS under our fold through renovating them and then taking them into our maintenance programming. We'll have some great pictures from the Trail Ambassador program and to tell them about that. Talk to them about program access, an award we got from ARC this year for our good work, and some of the adaptive and senior programs we run that get great participation. We'll move on to sustainability. They're very interested in electrification of maintenance equipment, things like leaf blowers, lawnmowers, and we'll show them how we have, both in our northern and southern parks now, we have maintenance trailers where you just bring all the equipment in at the end of the day. You don't have to plug in each battery and each piece of individual equipment. You just plug in the truck and charge everything up, and you go out to work the next day. Highlight the extensive numbers that we get behind our volunteer programs, which are always growing. We always monetize that to just show the value if we had to do the work ourselves, and it's in the millions of dollars. Highlight that our enterprise fund is, even though it just went through a pandemic and suffered attendance and revenues losses, is still healthy, and talk about some of the successes there and camps and other improvements we're doing. Hit our stream restoration and stormwater management work and show them some before and after pictures of how impactful that work is. And then wrap it up with the successful summer internship program we just had and how it's just one of our many efforts to attract young talent, in particular to think about parks as a career and to look at our workforce. I know that was a lot. There was no rhyme or reason really about how I jumped from one item to another, but we have the good problem every year that when I work with my team to identify things, we always end up with more than I could possibly cover with the time allowed. And we whittled it down to this list, and I think it's really a bunch of good stuff.
Thank you very much. Yeah, great work and great programs that we're rooting to get the funding for in this coming year. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, I will go next. Tanya Stern, Acting Planning Director. So for the Planning Department's items for the semi-annual, we first want to start out highlighting several major things that have occurred since the previous semi-annual. The first is Governor Moore's visit to downtown Wheaton, which took place at the end of May, where there was a walking tour of Georgia Avenue that was organized by Councilmember Natalie Fanny Gonzalez, that the Planning Department, the chair, and others helped to support that, and got a lot of attention from the governor and his team on the needs for better pedestrian safety and other resources for Georgia Avenue. We also want to highlight the plans that have been sent to the County Council since April 2023. That was the Rustic Roads Functional Master Plan, the Pedestrian Master Plan, and the Fairlane and Briggs Cheney Master Plans. We also want to give a shout out to the museum exhibition that featured information and data from our Mapping Segregation project, which was really great to see our work displayed outside of our usual environment and shared with the public in a greater way. And then we also want to highlight our Community Equity Index Explorer. That's one of our latest tools that is a part of our equity agenda for planning that shows data on how different parts of the county are advantaged or disadvantaged based off of a number of different metrics. And then, we always show a list of our active master plans and other items that are part of our work program, but this year we wanted to do things a little bit differently and show which ones are countywide, and then which ones, I kind of asked the team, which ones are taking place in the different council districts. I think that helps to sort of ground where a lot of this work is taking place. And the great thing is we have projects that we have either recently completed or have underway in every part of the county. So first, we have our countywide efforts. We've got our plans and plan implementation, noting the Rustic Roads Functional Master Plan, Pedestrian Master Plan, and two of our newer projects, the Thrive Montgomery 2050 Plan Implementation Metrics, and the Master Plan of Highways and Transitways Technical Update. And then under the category of development, we have our incentive zoning update underway and our growth and infrastructure policy update, which is just about to kick off. Under housing, we're doing a number of different things. Our local housing targets effort that we're working on currently with the council, as well as our innovative housing toolkit and attainable housing strategies that we've been working on for some time. And then under the category of transportation, our shared streets guidelines, the phase 2 of the bikeway branding project, and our coordinated data management study. So some of these are current projects, and some of these are new efforts. And then if you look at our work program by council district, under District 1, we're kicking off our Friendship Heights Urban Design Study. Under District 2, we've just recently kicked off the Clarksburg Gateway Sector Plan, and we'll be launching later this fiscal year our Germantown Employment Corridor Check-In. Rustic Roads Functional Master Plan also affected parts of District 2. Under District 3, we've got our Great Seneca Plan underway. For District 4, the Eastern Silver Spring Communities Plan, that's one of our newest master plans that's about to kick off. For District 5, I mentioned earlier, our Fairlane and Briggs Cheney Master Plan, which is going through the County Council process right now. And then for District 6, we've done quite a few things and have some things in the pipeline. Our University Boulevard Corridor Plan, which we launched last fall. We recently completed our Wheaton Downtown study earlier this year, as well as the related streetscape standards update for Wheaton. And then another one of our newer projects for which we got funding in FY24 is our Randolph Road Corridor study. And then for District 7, again, parts of that district was also affected by the Rustic Roads Functional Master Plan update. And then I want to highlight equitable engagement that we have been doing for ongoing plans. Our Great Seneca Plan, University Boulevard, Clarksburg Gateway Sector Plan, and Eastern Silver Spring Communities Plan. So talking about what we've been doing so far in terms of equitable engagement and what's to come for our newer projects. And then we always like to share per area team data and information on regulatory, kind of highlights of regulatory projects that the board has approved, as well as statistics related to our review of these regulatory applications. And then by the anticipated date of the semi-annual, the Development Review Process Work Group will have completed its work in creating recommendations for streamlining the development review process under the chairship of Delegate Leslie Lopez. And so, any brief updates that we can share from that effort, we want to try to incorporate as part of our semi-annual. We will also issue a reminder invitation to the council about our Design Excellence Awards, which will be about 2 days after that on October 19th. And then we always close out with our updated work program chart and, answer any questions or get any feedback from the board on that and, see if there's any new requests from them. So that's it for the planning department.
Yeah, well, thank you so much. Did any of the commissioners have any comments, questions? Well, thank you. Thank you so much for your report. Thank you. So we'll start our next item in just, 1 minute? Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. We're on item number 6 now, the Edna Soapstone Quarry Special Park. This is where staff is recommending approval and adoption of the resolution. Public testimony is accepted. Okay. Yes, we will allow public testimony, but first, Brenda Sandberg will present this project. Thank you.
Good afternoon. For the record, Brenda Sandberg, the Real Estate Management Supervisor in the Park Planning Division of Parks. And also with me is Cassandra Michaud from the Park Planning and Stewardship Division, the Manager of the Cultural Resources Stewardship Section. And together we'll be presenting this to you today. Again, the Edna Soapstone Quarry Special Park, we're very pleased to be bringing this to you. We've been working for many years to try and create this new park. Here's a map just showing the location of the property within the county. It is up in the northeast corner of the county and very close to the Patuxent River and the reservoirs that are in that location. That's quite relevant to our discussion today. The property we're asking to move to acquisition is 1701 Edna Road. It's almost 33 acres, zoned rural cluster. It happens to be located right across from some existing Patuxent River watershed conservation parkland. You can also see that there's some WSSC watershed property right up against the Rocky Gorge Reservoir. And you can see that location in this graphic. A description of the property. Up until now, for the last 30-some plus or more years, I believe since the 1980s, the property has been used as an equestrian facility. There are horse barn sheds, a lot of pastures, an indoor riding ring. There's also streams and some steep stream valleys that drain directly to the Patuxent River and actually directly into the reservoir, Rocky Gorge Reservoir. And most importantly, there's an indigenous soapstone quarry site on the property. And Cassandra will give you more information about that in a couple of minutes. Here's a zoom in on the property. You can see the various pastures and other buildings that are currently on the site. At the bottom of the property in the lower right is where the stream, the Ednor Branch, runs through the property and heads straight into our other parkland, conservation parkland. There's a dotted white line around the Pepco parcel there in the 1950s when that parcel was sold from the current owner, that time owners of the property to Pepco. There were some reserved rights for certain limited uses that the people who sold it could use. We will inherit those reserved rights. For instance, you can see there's a lot of horse pasture under the Pepco power lines and those power lines, and that is one of an allowed use under that agreement. So the policy and planning rationale. So back in the 1990s, the Cloverleaf Master Plan designated this property specifically as something that we would very much want to acquire as this rare soapstone quarry to provide public protection of this important archaeological research. Shortly after that master plan, the Legacy Open Space Functional Master Plan was approved in 2001 with specific criteria to protect all different categories and types of important open space. This property actually meets two of those categories, of those criteria. The first is the conservation of heritage resources. This will specifically meet the legacy open space criteria by both preserving a significant archaeological site and preventing any further damage to that site by removing any development opportunities, but also by providing an appropriate setting for education about the county's indigenous heritage. A key element of the Legacy Open Space Functional Master Plan is not just to protect resources, but to interpret them for the public and to educate the public and give them information. The second legacy open space category that affects this property is that it is within a designated water supply protection site. It's specifically within the Ednor Branch watershed that is named in the Legacy Open Space Plan as especially as one that goes straight into the reservoir. So we can protect our regional water supply through this acquisition by removing the risk of land disturbing development, and also by creating the opportunity for parks to go in and reforest and stabilize the stream valley buffers and steep slopes that are directly upstream of our drinking water reservoir. So I'm now going to hand it over to Cassandra Michaud, who can brief you on what's so important about the soapstone quarry.
Thank you. For the record, Cassandra Michaud, Cultural Resources Supervisor for Montgomery Parks. And I just want to talk a little bit about soapstone and the archaeology at this site and why we think it's so significant. And then I'll talk a little bit about our future potential use of the property as an interpretive park. So soapstone is a naturally forming rock that occurs in very limited areas, and it is present just below or the surface or as part of rock outcroppings along the junction between the coastal plain and the Piedmont, most typically all up and down the East Coast. It became important as a cultural resource, raw material, roughly 5,000 to 6,000 years ago, because of its properties that were both allowed it to be easily shaped and served for cooking, and it provided a durable cooking vessel for the groups that living in this area at the time. It became very important as a daily item for cooking and subsistence, and most likely was used as part of mass production, which is the product of tree fruits and nuts that made up a substantial part of the diet of the Native Americans at this time. The soapstone was formed into many different objects. It could have been used as a cooking vessel. It was often carved into ceremonial objects. And because of its limited location and high desirability, it made it an excellent trade item. And so it was traded widely across the East Coast and into the Ohio River Valley. Those exact trade routes are unknown, and one of the great things about this site in terms of research potential is the ability to be able to help reconstruct how that might have happened. This site in particular is only one of 11 in the county that are known to be an indigenous quarry site, and the only one that not only has survived development, but that is in a location that could potentially be used for research and in public interpretation, making it an incredibly unique opportunity. It is also one of the top 3 cultural resources acquisitions, has been on our list for a long time to acquire, and we're very excited at the opportunity that we have right now. So the future plans for the park serve 2 functions. One, to preserve the site and be good managers of this cultural resource, and also to provide opportunities for interpretation and cultural resource programming, and to invite the public in and have them understand and learn about this really important part of the history of the county that is not currently interpreted systematically at any one of our parks. So this would fill that space programmatically in terms of interpretation of the indigenous period and lifeways. And it would focus on sort of interactive and hands-on demonstrations for cooking and, all kinds of other flint knapping and all kinds of other sort of daily life skills that would have taken place, tours of the quarry, and manufacturing of the quarry material itself. And school groups, school groups would be a really important part of this future park. We see that as an important audience for who would be visiting the park.
All right, I'll wrap it up here with a few other things. And again, in addition to all of those cultural resource protection and education opportunities, the other benefits of this acquisition would be stewardship of our drinking water reservoirs coming directly from the what I mentioned about the legacy open space. Again, we're removing the risk of land during development in a sensitive location near public drinking water. And again, that potential for reforestation of steep slopes directly upstream of the reservoir. There's a photo of the reservoir there. And then also, one of the main things that parks does is public access to the natural environment. There'll be trails for nature-based recreation that include natural and cultural interpretive information throughout this property in itself. There's also the potential in the future to connect new trails across the Pepco property, over which we have limited access rights, to reach existing Patuxent River Watershed Conservation Park. So that's a potential access benefit as well. So the startup costs and operating budget impact, I'll go over this fairly quickly to give you an order of magnitude estimate of what it might cost to move forward with creating the park after the acquisition. Initial site will be demolishing some of the buildings that were part of the equestrian center. There will not be needed for this park. Some site cleanup, need to do initial archaeological surveys, any non-native invasive plant control, afforestation, initial signage and interpretive materials, drainage improvements, et cetera. There's a lot of things we'll do over the first 6 months to a year to 2 years of owning a property, at least to get it ready to be a public park. There are existing funds in the Legacy Open Space PDF within the CIP that are set aside for doing site improvements. And it's and designed to do these sort of post-acquisition, clean the site up, fix it up so it's ready for at least for interim use by the public. As far as operating budget impact for, again, this first phase, the thought is for all the cultural resource tasks, including research and initial interpretive materials, the thought is that would be about 0.5 work years of impact, plus some contract funds for some of the ground penetrating radar or whatever new archaeological technology will be used to do research on the site. Estimate is about $80,000 a year for the first few years for those costs. Regular park maintenance and operations, mowing, inspections, natural resource management tasks, about $20,000 a year. That's about $100,000 a year for operating budget impact during the first few years of ownership. Future park phases, the goal, as Cassandra described, is to do active interpretive park with full programming. So future both capital and operating budget requests will come through the normal budget processes to be developed a more detailed plan for how to create the park, the costs, operating budget, and that will come to you in future years through that process. The initial thought is that it would probably take about 2 work years to staff to really operate this park. And that's just to give you a heads up that something like that might be coming down the road for that. So what we're here to do today is answer any questions you may have and ask for you to take a vote to approve Montgomery County Planning Board Resolution number 23-093 for the acquisition of the Ready Mead Farm Partnership property to create the Ednor Soapstone Quarry Special Park for a negotiated purchase price of $2 million to be funded with county geo bonds appropriated to the Legacy Open Space PDF. And we are here, as well as the park's leadership, to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Sandberg. Do we have any questions or comments from the commission? Okay, please do.
Thank you. Very good presentation. I'm just wondering, do you have any kind of time estimate that when you would be able, I guess that would be something that would be added to the CIP to create the park? And do we have any plan that when it's going to be, you're going to be able to put it in the list of, I do not know, new park or refreshers or however, that you could make it an active park, that it could be coming on board for people to use?
I'll just say, I think there are, again, this is the first phase. We're first step. We need to acquire it. This is one where we'll actually go to closing fairly quickly. We will own the property within a few months of your approval today. Then once there's, Cassandra will be leading the team to come up with the plan for, okay, now what are we going to do moving forward? There may be certain steps that can be done, again, those startup costs using existing fund, but when it comes to adding something as a new project for more significant funding to the CIP, it will have to be mixed in with everything else to get those funds, and I'm not sure if Mike or would prefer to add anything to that, but it's.
No, I'd
timing
just say
depends on the
we're in the
funding.
midst of a current CIP cycle. I think probably we'll acquire the park, we'll stabilize it, and then probably in the next CIP discussion be assigning it its relative priority through recommendation to you.
Yeah, I was just wondering that if there is any kind of, because I know that there is a lot of backlog, and sometimes we purchase the property and we don't have money to bring it on board. I was just wondering that if it is something that you could provide short-term, mid-term, long-term, or what kind of priority we have for it, that we purchase this now, just don't sit there. At least we could start having some benefit of these, that your vision that you're talking about.
Well, and that's why we have these site improvement funds within the acquisition PDFs to help kickstart it. So don't buy a property and just hand it over to the park managers and say, here, have a piece of land, turn it into a park with no funding. So you'll have to do the work to see if with those site improvement funds we have, can you get it to the point where there's actually a park sign and a parking area and a single loop trail? Even if that's all there is, can we make it open to the park in sort of an interim condition? And that is what the team will have to work on.
Right, and I would just add to that is the goal, is that in the interim, it really is about setting it up and making it a safe space and getting it to a place where we can begin to invite the public in, even if it's a very limited, programming. That is a very immediate goal within the next few years. A formal park with a formal facility plan will have to wait until it fits within that priority list.
Yeah, I totally understand. I think it's always helpful that when we have a land acquisition, with that, we bring some vision with some kind of, it's not written on stone. We all know that it can change, but at least with some kind of guided principle that, okay, we're going to purchase this land. This is the investment that we are making now is not going to sit there for another 10 or 20 years. but that investment, the plan is that this is how it comes for the public to enjoy and to see it, at least some kind of plan that comes with it.
Thank you.
Great, good point. Are there any other comments, questions?
Just the comment that I'm really excited about this one. This one's great. When the CIP does come up next year, I will be very happy to support money for making this accessible. And if you need some of those volunteer hours for the CIP, I'll put in some to like mow some grass and do whatever you guys need to do out there. It's a really great site. I really like it. I'm really glad we get a chance to acquire this one and keep it open for the public. I think it's very great. Thanks.
Yeah. Commissioner Linden?
No questions, just, I'll second all of that and say thank you for the presentation and also just all of your efforts in acquiring this. And yeah, I look forward to more details in the coming years about how how parks intend to support and use it. So thank you.
Yeah, and I like to say I really love it that the Parks Department is forward-looking and able to create new public space and preserve these cultural amenities and protecting the waterways. 'Cause that's really important because it's near the near the reservoir there. So it's that's really important. And I like, as I said, looking long term for our kids and future generations. So this is what we have to do now. And then as one of the commissioners said, we will really work to get these next funds in the CIP to demolish buildings, set it up straight, and then also for operating funds so you can go to the next step. So thank you so much for your work.
And what I would do is that they should make sure that our friends in Cloverly, they know that they're getting that. Because a lot of times you see them that they are thinking they're losing, but this is a win-win situation for people in Cloverly. I used to live there, so I know how important this is for them.
Right, and so we're voting on the acquisition, the $2 million acquisition, correct? All right, so if there are no other comments, do I have a motion?
I'd move that we approve the resolution for acquisition of the Edner Snopestone Quarry Special Park.
I second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it. Thank you so much for your hard work.
Thanks.
So we'll take a 5-minute break or 2-minute break, and we'll go on to the next item. Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon. We're on item number 7, public hearing for 7126 Wisconsin Avenue, sketch plan amendment, preliminary plan, site plan, where staff is recommending approval with conditions. Staff will present. Adam Bossi will take the lead, and after he presents, we have one speaker on Teams that will be allowed to speak. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, members of the Planning Board, and thank you. For the record, Adam Bossi, the lead reviewer for this project with the Down County Planning Team. I am happy to be here to present an overview of the redevelopment project that is proposed for 7126 Wisconsin Avenue. As the chair mentioned, we have 3 applications here. Sketch Plan Amendment 320190003A, Preliminary Plan 120230020, and Site Plan 820230020. So the location we're speaking about today is in downtown Bethesda. It's outlined in orange on the aerial image here and denoted by the star on the Bethesda Downtown Sector Plan area image on the right side of the slide. The site occupies the eastern third of the block that's bound by Bethesda Ave to the north, Woodmont Ave to the west, Wisconsin Ave to the east, and Miller Avenue to the south. The site and those surrounding it are in the CR zone and the Bethesda overlay zone, as well as in the Bethesda Downtown Sector Plan area. This location is a unique and highly visible spot in the sector plan area. It's a touch point and a point of transition between the lively retail, restaurant, and street scene of the Bethesda Road district to the west, the bustling Wisconsin Avenue corridor in the middle, where we generally find the tallest building heights in downtown, and the historic Bethesda Farm Women's Cooperative Market site and planned future park spaces on the east side of Wisconsin Ave. We'll look more closely at the site on the next slide. This location is just 1 block south where the new southern entrance of the Bethesda Metro Station is being built, which will have access to the red and purple lines. With this aerial image, we're looking a bit closer at the site, again outlined in orange here. As noted, it is a modest-sized property in downtown with a site area of 0.6 acres. Existing on site today are low-rise commercial buildings and surface parking. These include a vacant bank building and low-rise buildings that were home to Starbucks and Joseph A. Bank for a long time. There's a few businesses that are on site today too, including a deli, package store, and a Thai restaurant. In the center of the site too, which you can see here, is its only tree. This is a specimen tree in poor condition. North of the site is a fairly new 2-way separated bike lane that's on the north side of Bethesda Avenue. The Artery Plaza building and its outdoor plaza space with its really neat decking, landscaping, and outdoor seating do confront the property to the north as well. Those are just beyond the bike lanes. Across the intersection at Wisconsin to the northeast is the Gateway Office Building, and this has a really neat piece of public art made of aluminum and glass out in the front of it called Crystal Willow that's just outside the Panera Bread adjacent to the intersection there. And again, directly across Wisconsin Avenue from the site is the Bethesda Farm Women's Cooperative Market. And just behind or to the east of that are the series of public parking lots I mentioned, the Elm Street Urban Park, and a neighborhood of single-family homes beyond. So again, we have a lot going on in this urban context here. So this is a panorama image I took of our subject site a couple weeks ago, looking at the property from the west. So my back is to the Farm Women's Market. On the far left side of the image is Miller Avenue with the fairly new Solaire apartment building that has a True Foods at the lower level on the ground floor. Just behind that is the Crescent condominium building. We received some correspondence from residents of that building over the past week, which I'll touch on shortly. We have the 7126 Wisconsin Avenue site in the middle of the image with the 15-floor Seasons apartment building behind that. And then on the right side of the image, we see the crosswalk that will take you from the Farm Women's Market to Bethesda Avenue with the Artery Plaza building and Wilson and Elm building beyond that. The 2017 Bethesda Downtown Sector Plan divides downtown into a series of districts, each with a different set of development goals and recommendations. As I mentioned earlier, the site is a transition point. It's split between 2 districts, the Bethesda Road District and the Wisconsin Avenue Corridor. Generally speaking, the sector plan looks for the tallest and most dense development in downtown to occur along Wisconsin Avenue, and then steps back allowable development densities and heights as you move away from Wisconsin Ave. The sector plan recognizes the visual importance of the Wisconsin Ave portion of our subject site in relation to the Farm Women's Market. The sector plan includes the language we see here specifically for our subject site and incentivizes future redevelopment of it with an additional 25 feet of allowable building height along Wisconsin Ave. That would be up to a max of 225 feet if the site redevelops in a manner that benefits the market. The site at 7126 Wisconsin Ave was included, at least in part, in the Planning Board's 2019 approval of the Bethesda Market Sketch Plan. That plan is a public-private partnership between Montgomery County, the town of Chevy Chase, Montgomery Parks Department, and a couple of private developers. The Bethesda Market Sketch Plan is an ambitious concept to preserve and enhance the market, transform abutting parking lots into parks, and redevelop several adjacent private properties with 650,000 plus square feet of mixed-use buildings. Those properties included in this larger concept are highlighted on the aerial image here on the right side of the slide. Most of the previously approved sketch plan involves properties on the east side of Wisconsin. Those include the market property and the abutting public parking lots. The approved sketch plan also included the 7126 Ave Wisconsin Avenue site on the west side of Wisconsin Ave. The sketch plan approval anticipated these east and west side portions of the sketch plan area would seek separate site and preliminary plan approvals. The developer of 7126 Wisconsin Ave, the west side portion of the sketch plan, is no longer part of that joint venture to redevelop the market site. So they've come forward with these applications that we're discussing now to move ahead with the development for that west side portion of the sketch plan only. The market and the surrounding parking lots to Parks proposal will come forward under a separate package of development applications. So, excuse me. The current sketch plan amendment proposes to add the property at 4708 Bethesda Avenue into the sketch plan area. This is the vacant bank property that I mentioned earlier. This adds about 1/3 of an acre to the previously approved sketch plan area and allows for a larger development project and a bigger sketch plan area than was originally contemplated. Adding 4708 Bethesda Avenue into the development program from an urban design standpoint is really a pretty big win. The inclusion of the bank site does allow for a complete redevelopment of this eastern third of the block where the site is located, whereas the prior plan would have left the vacant bank property as is, leaving a segment of low-intensity development with drive-through service and surface parking right in between two high-rise buildings where high-density mixed uses and promotion of multimodal transit options are strongly desired. So not only is the addition of the bank property allowing for a bigger project, it really does allow for a better project overall in this kind of prime location downtown. So the proposed redevelopment project for a subject site is for one building with a maximum height of 225 feet and up to 418,332 square feet of development density. Most of that density is dedicated to multifamily residential uses for up to 330 multifamily units with a lesser amount of commercial area as shown here. Most of the commercial use area will be for ground floor retail, and there are some live-work units proposed as well. 15% of the total 330 residential units, that's 50 units, will be moderately priced dwelling units. Similar to some of the other projects in downtown that have been before the board recently, this application requests to utilize up to 130 of the residential units as short-term rental units. Short-term rentals, which function like an Airbnb, are allowed as a limited use in the CR zone. I'll speak more about the short-term rentals in a moment, but the number of moderately priced dwelling units is not impacted by the short-term rentals, so it's 50 MPDUs. The site plan does request to utilize 280,497 square feet of density from the Bethesda overlay zone and make a corresponding park impact payment of approximately $2.687 million. Those funds are then used by the Parks Department to advance the creation and enhancement of urban parks in the sector plan area. Now, with this proposal's Bethesda overlay zone density request, the total amount of density in the overlay zone will reach the Bethesda downtown sector plan's defined soft cap of 30.4 million square feet. Reaching this mark is really outside the scope of the proposed project, and its topic staff will be briefing the board on in the coming weeks as a separate agenda item. Just briefly jumping back to the short-term rentals. Short-term rentals are an accessory residential use that are allowed in the CR zone as a limited use, subject to conformance with the standards that are listed here. The applicant's proposal requests to use up to 130 of the proposed units in the building for the short-term rental purpose. So if approved at any one time, the applicant could have no short-term rentals or any number between there and 130 short-term rentals. With this building type, stipulations A and B that we see on the screen here will generally limit the use of any single unit for short-term rental purposes to 120 days in a calendar year. Again, the number of units earmarked for potential short-term rental use does not impact the moderately priced dwelling units to be provided. As I previously mentioned, the sector plan allows for the Wisconsin Avenue corridor portion of the site to have a building height of 225 feet if it develops in a manner that benefits the farm women's market. The applicant has proposed two benefits for the market. These are the funding of a National Register of Historic Places application and study. The applicant will coordinate with the Farm Women Market Redevelopment Team and Historic Preservation staff here in the Planning Department on that effort. The second benefit is the commissioning, installation, and maintenance of an art element on the theme of women's history and contributions toward agriculture in the county. And that's to be located at the site's northeast corner directly across the street from the market. Staff does think the art element is a wonderful and creative project enhancement that extends a thematic welcome mat from the Farm Women's Market to the west side of Wisconsin Ave. Now where this site also connects the Bethesda Road District and Wisconsin Ave corridor, having this sidewalk level focal point that's interesting, engaging, and educational, we think is a wonderful idea for that spot. So these benefits are in addition to private financial commitments the applicant is making in support of the redevelopment of the Farm Women's Market as well. Staff believes that the combination of the two benefits for the market are in line with the sector plan's recommendation for the redevelopment of the property to benefit the Farm Women's Market in order to achieve the maximum building height of 225 feet along Wisconsin Avenue. Here we have two views of the proposed building. On the left is a view of the building from the Farm Women's Market site. The top right corner of the building is where it reaches that maximum height of 225 feet. On the right side of the slide is a view of the proposed building looking southward down Wisconsin Avenue. The design we see here was reviewed multiple times by the Bethesda Design Advisory Panel. Once earlier in the sketch plan, they reviewed the sketch plan amendment and that design, and then they reviewed the detailed design twice with the site plan. The panel provided feedback to the applicant, and that was incorporated in the design that we see here. Looking at access and circulation with the image on the left side of the slide, that's the ground floor layout of the proposed building. Along Bethesda Avenue, which is on the top of that image, there's a blue striped arrow, and that shows the entrance to the subsurface parking garage that has 261 spaces. Located here, this garage access point does allow for full movements to the east or west on Bethesda Avenue and allows for cars to turn north-south onto Wisconsin at the signalized intersection that's there. The red-colored area on the floor plan is for retail uses, with a main retail entrance at the northeast corner of the site. An illustrative image of that is in the top right corner of the slide here. This is also the general area where that art element is to be located. At the lower left corner of the image, marked with an orange arrow, is the building's loading and service bay. Other service spaces on the floor plan are shown in a gray tone. To the right of the loading bay, colored in light blue, is a bicycle storage room that has direct access to Miller Avenue, followed by the residential lobby and amenity space, with a main entrance to the site's other highly visible southeast corner, and an illustrative image of that is shown on the bottom right corner of the slide. With this proposal, the applicant is also requesting reduced truncation at the site's corners adjacent to the intersections of Wisconsin Avenue and Bethesda Avenue, as well as the Wisconsin at Miller Avenue. Truncation is essentially the cutting of the corners of the property to allow for visibility for safe vehicle movements. For the site, the combination of the wide proposed sidewalks and building setback further from the roadway does create enough space and visibility to warrant the reduced truncation. MCDOT and planning staff did find that request to be acceptable. As a proposal in the CR zone being made under the optional method of development, the project must be designed in a manner to provide at least 100 public benefit points in 4 categories. The Bethesda overlay zone does increase the points available in certain categories, which is reflected on this table. The proposal will provide slightly more than 100 points in the categories of connectivity and mobility, diversity of uses and activities, quality building and site design, and protection and enhancement of the natural environment. The site plan public benefits package provided is in line with that of the sketch plan amendment. The exceptional design public benefit category is given some extra attention in the Bethesda overlay zone. The overlay zone increases the potential points for exceptional design from 10 to 30 and also requires proposals to achieve at least a minimum of 10 points in this category. As previously noted, this proposal was reviewed by the Design Advisory Panel at 3 of their prior meetings. And during their review, the panel made comments focusing on architectural details, primarily about the base and the tower of the building, which the applicant, again, did incorporate into the final design. The panel did vote in support of the board awarding 20 points for public benefit points for exceptional design for this proposal. As far as community outreach is concerned, the applicant has complied with the community outreach requirements for their proposal, and this included holding a pre-submittal community meeting, sending out written notices, and posting the site with application signage. The applicant has also brought the proposal to the Bethesda Implementation Advisory Committee for discussion, and as I mentioned, it did go to the DAP multiple times. Comments from members of the public were not received by staff until this week after the staff report had published. Those should have been made available to you in your package. The correspondence we received was from 4 community members who identified as residents of a neighboring building. That's the Crescent Building to the south. Let me advance the slide here. So these comments, again, were included in your packets for today's hearing, and staff did offer some responses to those. The concerns received generally focused on the size of the proposed building, potential traffic, and loss of privacy. In responding to those concerns, staff did note that this redevelopment is proposed in an urban environment. It is across the street, across Miller Avenue from the Crescent Building, so the 2 buildings will be a minimum of 50 feet from each other. And the height and size of the overall building are in line with what the zoning ordinance and sector plan have recommended for this location. I do want to point out I did receive another email today from one of the folks who did previously email you, just reiterating their concerns. So with that, members of the board, in conclusion, the 3 applications before you each satisfy the respective applicable requirements of the zoning ordinance and subdivision regulations, as well as substantially conform to the recommendations of the 2017 Bethesda Downtown Sector Plan. So in conclusion, staff is pleased to recommend approval of the sketch plan amendment, preliminary plan, including the request for reduced truncation and a specimen tree variance, and the site plan application. And that's with the conditions as recommended in the staff report. With that, I'll conclude my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bossi. We'll take the one speaker, and then we'll have the applicant here to respond in any way or respond if they'd like to make a presentation. So the one speaker, what is it, Mr. Farhad Mazyad? Is that the? Muayyad. I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead, sir.
Thank you, sir. I think I got 3 minutes, so I'll try to be quick here. I'm a unit owner on Crescent Plaza. It was mentioned. I've studied the plan to best of my knowledge as detailed as possible. I've pictured in my mind standing in the window of my unit. I don't live there, but I rent it, but I care about the quality of life in the neighborhood. I pictured what happens if this building is going to be across the street on Miller Avenue. I walked around like kind of eyeballing where the building's going to be and what impact it has. I basically have like 3 concerns here, and I want to make some recommendations at the end. First of all, this building is pretty tall. Right now, the many units on the Crescent Plaza do get natural lighting. So that's going to disappear with this building. And equally important, I know the previous presentation was saying 50 feet across the street, but it's still relatively close. 50 feet is relatively close. So if at nighttime when people have the lights on, they won't have too much privacy in the units. And I think that's the same thing applies to the new building residents too. So it's not just at the Crescent Plaza. So it's privacy and the blocking of the natural lights. And also, the comment about the additional traffic and the noise and the congestion. And then the third concern I have is, and I know this building's going to need it. I'm not saying don't do it, but there's going to be a loading dock across the street on Miller Avenue, across the street from the Crescent Plaza. Uh, right now I live on a few blocks away. My actual residence, the building across the street does have a loading dock, and garbage trucks are pretty noisy when they come into the neighborhood. So that is another concern, the garbage trucks coming and going. So those are the three concerns. The building is too tall, the light and privacy concerns, and the traffic, and specifically traffic for the garbage trucks on Miller Avenue. What I like to suggest here, and I appreciate this being considered here, is this discussion reminds me of when the Solera building was being built on the other side of the Crescent Plaza. This is the building on northwest corner of Wisconsin and Woodmont Avenue. I'm sorry, I thought I could present stuff, but I didn't send anything in advance. But I do welcome people to take a look at the outcome of that discussion that happened, I don't know when that was, 8-10 years ago, with the Soler building, where similar concerns were raised, and then the builder made the building smaller, created more green space on the ground. I do appreciate 7126 having a.
Yeah, why don't you just take another 30 seconds? What are your final recommendations? So you look at the Solaire, and what else is there?
Yeah, similar to that, kind of a win-win scenario, and the compromise situation is the proposal. What I would like to suggest is the building provide additional 10 yards of space between Crescent Plaza and itself, have a wider sidewalk that will create more space for more green space, and maybe benches on the street. And also, if possible, they can reduce the number of floors that will reduce the traffic in the area by 5 stories. So
Okay.
if possible, move the building by 10 yards.
Yeah.
And take some.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for your comment. I appreciate it. So now we'll have the applicant, any responses, and then we'll have board discussion. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Harris and members of the board. Heather Delapolsky. I'm the land use and zoning attorney with Wire Gill, representing the applicant here. I have Josh Etter with the applicant, Folger Pratt, Andy Chakowski, who is our architect with SK&I, and Matt Polhouse, who is our engineer with Bowler Engineering, and then we have our full range of consultants on virtually. As you heard, this project has been in the works for a very long time. We were laughing before the hearing that it originally went for sketch plan in October 2019, and how the world has changed, and that seems like way more than almost 4 years ago now. So given all of that, and given sort of the history and complexity, we are really excited to be here today. Despite the history and the complexity, we're very happy to say we're in full agreement with staff's presentation and the staff report and all of the proposed conditions of approval. So we don't really have an affirmative presentation. We do have additional project images, probably from almost every angle you could possibly want with us if you'd like to see anything from any angle. But really, we're just happy to answer any questions you may have. And again, we can certainly put up additional images if you'd like to take a look.
Thank you very much. The commissioners, questions or comments? Okay, please do.
Thank you for bringing this project. It's very exciting. I have a question in regard to what Mr. Farhad Moayed said. It looks like that the highest tower, is that right, facing Miller Avenue? Or is it facing the Bethesda Avenue? I can't tell.
Yeah, this is Andy Chakowski with SK&I Architects. So the tallest portion, which encapsulates the elevator core and stairs, that's on the northeast corner, so it's at Bethesda.
Okay,
yes.
so that's good. So that's not on the side of the Miller Avenue.
No.
So although that the height of the building is 225, the section that it's going to be across Crescent apartment how tall that one is? It's not 225, it's less, correct?
Yes, it's 2 stories less, and then it tapers down to 6 stories against the Four Seasons, which the Four Seasons is directly across from the Crescent as well, on the
Okay.
corner.
Okay, so that's a good thing. I couldn't tell exactly from the picture. The other thing is that one of his concern was the pickup trucks and trash and the noise. And I agree that sometimes those noise. Is there any kind of, I know that has to do with the operation of the building, but is there something could be done that the noise at least not to be high or early in the morning or something, or delivery or the trucks? I think there are probably some kind of ordinance for that, isn't it?
Yeah, Heather Delapolsky. We actually, and Adam, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe we have a condition of approval that I think it's prior to certified site plan, we have to actually enter into a loading management plan that would address hours
Okay.
and how operationally it will work. So that's certainly something that staff had on their minds, and us as well, because the loading disturbs residents of our own
Okay,
building too.
so maybe that is something that we could share with the residents for their concern, because they have concern about that. That would be nice if we do that.
And
Thank you.
just Elza Heisel McCoy, Chief Down County Planning, for the record. I think from a trash, trash pickup more than once a week. Do you have an expectation on how often you would have trash pickup? So move-ins happen all the time, but trash.
Yeah, Josh Shutter with Folger Pratt. Thanks, Elsa. That's a good question. So move-ins after the building is completely occupied would, there'd be a handful of move-ins every month, depending on who's coming and going, right? With trash at a building this size, it'd probably be a couple times a week. But I think that goes back to Heather's point about a loading management plan. What's the time of day? What's the circulation? Does the truck come inside the building versus sitting on the street? Again, we have those concerns for our own building, and so we want to make that as seamless as possible as well. So we're happy to engage in those conversations.
That's it, thank you.
Mr. Linden?
Thanks for bringing this to us. It looks like a fantastic project. I don't have any specific question, any recommendation. I think it looks great. I do have one clarifying question about, and I think this is partly just from my own kind of understanding. Can you explain again? And I think you alluded to it before. The short-term rentals were sort of loosely akin to Airbnb, but could you describe to us like your vision for how those would be used? And I think I saw a note in there about it would have to be the person's primary residence. But yeah, could you just provide like a definition of exactly like what that means in this context and how you expect they'll be used?
Yeah, I think we can all understand that we're in this fluctuating economy right now, and what we've found in downtown Bethesda is that there's demand for corporate stays or people that are transient that are only going to be in a location for 30 or 60 or 90 days. And so we're targeting that because for us, we want to make sure the building is occupied, and that's a use that is available in some buildings but isn't available in others. So we think that's a good use to draw additional people to our building and to downtown Bethesda.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, that makes sense. And given the number of course, jobs and corporate locations in that area, that does seem like it makes sense for that reason as well. So, no further questions from me. Yeah, just thanks again.
So I think, just out of curiosity about this truncation, so ideally, you have to get a variance if you don't truncate more? What was it? Tell me about how that goes.
Yeah, hi, Matthew Polhouse, Bowler, civil engineer. So the standard truncation is required basically at any intersection when you establish the right-of-way. Where it's not necessary or there's an additional setback for the building that provides enough space, you can request a waiver from that, so you don't have to do the full truncation.
So somebody did a site distance study?
Correct. So we satisfy the site distance requirements because of the placement of the building and the increased sidewalk and pedestrian space between the curb and where the actual face of the building is going to be. The truncations in this particular circumstance help us create a more usable building square footage. The lot tends to taper as you get closer to Wisconsin Avenue. So it allows us to create the footprint that we need for the building and also an efficient parking garage underground. So that was the reason for the request in the two corners that we have here.
Okay.
On that, I would just add that the rights-of-way are county and state rights-of-way, but the subdivision regulations give the planning board authority to waive that truncation or a portion of that truncation.
Okay, great. I just want to, unless you want to talk about the truncation.
Oh, no.
No, I just want, the thematic art element, so is that is to be designed? Does it have to be a certain size, or what, I mean, like, I know you have to have it as a condition to, for the, was it the height or something? Or, but is there any requirements of that thematic piece?
So I don't believe there are any sort of physical requirements, but it is something that's required to be designed. And this is going to be off the top of my head. I believe that it's the location is to be identified on the certified site plan. And then the applicant will be working with probably a variety of consultants to design it. And then there's a condition related to timing of the installation itself.
Okay.
And staff, and including historic preservation staff, Rebecca Ballo has been very involved in this, so we'll have to review and approve that as well.
Okay, great. Yeah, it's a very exciting project, and so thank you for bringing it to us. And when I asked about, you got 20 design points, which seems like a lot of, but like 20 out of 30, what, just out of curiosity, what does a project have to look like to get 30 design points? I'm just out,
So I think we've had a handful get that many.
Okay.
But, it is, the DAP does their best to make recommendations. Applicants request a certain number of points. I don't remember in this situation if they requested 20 points and were granted 20 points, or.
We were encouraged to strive for 20 points.
There you go.
And we worked hard to get there.
Okay.
We love all of our children.
I love all our children. I've heard that before, yeah. So thank you so much. If no other questions, can I have a motion for approval?
Yeah. Can we approve all three at the same time?
No, I would love it if you would do separate motions.
Oh, all right, separate motions, if our lawyers insist. All right. Move that we approve the sketch plan amendment 2019-003A.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye, the ayes have it.
All right. Move that we approve preliminary plan number 1/2023-0020.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it.
All right. Move that we approve site plan number 8/2023-0020. And can we do the forest conservation also? Do I need a separate forest conservation? I'll do a separate forest conservation. All right. Move that we approve site plan number 8/2023-0020.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it.
All right. And last but not least, preliminary, move that we approve preliminary and final forest conservation plan 8/2023-0020.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it. Congratulations, thank you.
Thank you so much.
We'll just take a 3-minute break and we'll start again. Thank you. Good afternoon. We're on item number 8, the McManus Avenue Neighborhood Greenway briefing, where staff is recommending to transmit comments to the Montgomery County Department of Transportation. And our staff leading this presentation will be Lily Mernon. Yes. Welcome, Lily.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Lily Mernon. I'm a multimodal transportation planner in the countywide planning section, and I work with Dave Ansbacher and Jason Sartori. This is my first planning board item, so I'm very pleased to be here and talk with all of you about the McComas Avenue Neighborhood Greenway, which is a combined bicycle pedestrian project here in the Wheaton area. With me is Angel Chang, who's the project manager from Montgomery County Department of Transportation for this project. We also have Dan Sheridan, who's the design section chief, and their consultant, Matt Strawn. Before I hand it over to Angel to describe the details of the project, I just want to provide some context for this briefing and also background on what a neighborhood greenway is. So MCDOT has been working on this project since December of last year. They had a public meeting in April 2023, and planning staff have been able to provide preliminary comments on the project designs in August. And the MCDOT has provided response to those comments, and they're working to incorporate our comments into future designs. This, in alignment with other MCDOT traffic calming projects, this is not going to go through the mandatory referral process. So the planning board can provide any additional comments at this time during the briefing. So the project runs along McComas Avenue from St. Paul Street, which is the border of the town of Kensington, all the way to Georgia Avenue. And it includes portions of Douglas Avenue and Wyndham Lane at the end near Georgia Avenue. It's in the Wheaton Central Business District and also the Wheaton BIPA area, which is a bicycle and pedestrian priority area designated by MCDOT, areas around the county that are priorities for implementing bicycle and pedestrian safety projects. There are also other nearby bikeway projects like Amherst Avenue, and these together will create a more connected bikeway network here in the Wheaton area. And then along the corridor, there's a neighborhood park, there's an elementary school, and there are also walking connections to the Wheaton Mall. So what is a neighborhood greenway? It's actually defined in our bicycle master plan as a street with low motorized traffic volumes and speeds, and it's designated to give walking and bicycling priority on the roadway. And it uses signs, pavement markings, speed and volume management measures to really discourage through trips by motor vehicles and create safer, more convenient crossings at busy streets. So you can kind of think about it as an environment where you'd be comfortable allowing young children to ride their bikes accompanied by an adult. So some of the features that are used on neighborhood greenways include roadway markings that really just indicate the priority that bikeways have on the roadway because it is a shared lane. So there's no designated bike lane on these roads. And then we have things that we call vertical traffic calming, which includes speed humps, raised crosswalks, raised intersections, and you'll see those used throughout this project. There's also horizontal traffic calming features, which really just narrow the roadway and force cars to go a bit slower. So some examples of these are roundabouts or chicanes, which create more of a weaving pattern of the roadway that just forces cars to drive slower. There's also curb extensions, which you'll see throughout the project as well, and those create just shorter crossings for pedestrians, especially at intersections. They can also be used mid-block, and the curb extensions can also be used to kind of straighten some challenging geometry at intersections. So those are just some examples here. There's also traffic diversions. Diagonal diverters just create force the traffic to go in one direction. There's also partial and full closures of the road as well, which could allow maybe cars to come out one way and then bikes to go in both directions. There's also enhanced crossings with pedestrian hybrid beacons like hawk signals you may have heard of before. There's push buttons, and in this example, there's an upper one and a lower one, which actually the lower one can be used by bicyclists by hitting it with their foot. So there's some creative ways to make it easier for bikes there. And just ways to make queue bikes up properly to cross more safely. So you'll see the bike boxes with the lead-in bike lane at Georgia Avenue in this project. And then finally, just lower posted speeds, 20 miles per hour, branded signage throughout the corridor and public art as well. So this project is a good example of applying many of these treatments. So I will hand it over now to Angel to brief us on the project.
Thank you, Lily. For the record, my name is Angel Chang. I'm a capital project manager from Montgomery County Department of Transportation, Division of Transportation Engineering. I'm here today to talk a little bit about the McComas Avenue Neighborhood Greenway project. Next slide. Again, the project location is located on McComas Avenue in Wheaton. The project limit is from St. Paul Street, which is the edge of the town limit of the town of Kensington, all the way to Georgia Avenue to the east. Next slide. Like many of our projects, we'd like to involve the community as part of our implementation projects during the implementation phase. Excuse me. And so we have conducted a community survey at the very beginning of our project, and we have total of 225 responses. The survey started at the beginning of our project, which is in December. The survey was closed in January. And so we would like to know how the community is currently using McComas Avenue. So when asked on average, how often do you walk a bike along McComas Avenue currently? And we have over 90% of community members that currently walk a bike on McComas Avenue at least once a week. And when asked, if additional improvement are installed, how often do you think you walk a bike along McComas Avenue? And we have over 95% of the survey response indicate that they would like to walk and bike more on McComas Avenue.
So you just surveyed the people that they are along Comcast Avenue, along the road, correct?
Yeah, so it's not just along McComas Avenue, it's the neighborhood around it. So for this particular project, we have sent out mailing notices around 1 mile radius within the project limit.
So do you know how many properties you sent? Because the 225, what is the percentage response?
I don't have that number exactly, but I believe we send over 1,000 mailers out.
Yeah, I'm
this
just
particular
wondering from those people that they didn't respond, what they think.
Yeah. Well, we try various avenue to get some sort of input from them, and so at different point of the project, we try to get input and feedback from the community, and so we hope that in the beginning we'll get some responses and get them more excited and more involved in the process, so that throughout the project they're more aware of what we're trying to accomplish.
So maybe we
here.
can say this is like about 15 to 20% of the people that they live within 1 mile responded. I'm just curious because it is important.
Yes.
So I think just by the straight math of it, it's about a quarter. If we sent out 1,000 and 225. Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yep. Next. And we also asked for their degree of support for additional pedestrian and bicycle improvement along McComas Avenue, and they rated it at 4.2 out of 5, which is very good. We also asked them to rate the importance of different features that Lily was describing for a neighborhood greenway, such as having sidewalk, having designated bike lane, or reduced speed limits, or more traffic calming. And largely, we have a lot of good feedback indicating that they would like to see more of those features to be implemented on McComas Avenue. Some of the general concerns that the community members have, including parking, property impacts, accessibility, and safety on McComas Avenue. Next slide. And we also asked them to rate the importance of different features that Lily was describing for a neighborhood greenway, such as having sidewalk, having designated bike lane, or reduced speed limits, or more traffic calming. And largely, we have a lot of good feedback indicating that they would like to see more of those features to be implemented on McComas Avenue. Some of the general concerns that the community members have, including parking, property impacts, accessibility, and safety on McComas Avenue. Next slide. Following the initial community survey, we conducted traffic data collection and traffic analysis to verify these claims. And so our consultant, GMT, have collected data on traffic in terms of speed limits and also volume, as well as pedestrian and bicycle counts along the whole project limits. So we have over 200 counts of pedestrian on this, on McComas Avenue between Wyndham Lane all the way to Drum Avenue. We have over 20 cyclists that uses it on this particular day, which was in early December of 2022. And so there is definitely a need and a presence of pedestrian and cyclists who are currently using this road for commute or for leisure or get to the places that they would like to get to within the Wheaton CBD area. Next slide. This is an overview map of the proposed improvement for the whole project area. We're not going to go through every single little details on this one, but overall, we are proposing to implement curb extensions at various intersections, raised intersection and crosswalk at some of the location, as well as sidewalk and driveway reconstruction to provide a better pedestrian and cyclist experience on this corridor. Next slide.
One quick question. Could you go back to the previous slide? Just, so you have counts on a 24-hour basis, right? Over a 24-hour period for those, at those locations, right? 15, 22, 21, 27. What is considered significant to you? Meaning that, what if there were 5 bicyclists versus 22? I mean, or if there were 40 versus 22? I mean, what do you consider, highly used, or just out of curiosity?
So Dave Ansbacher, I think it's hard to tell. In different contexts, we would expect more cyclists. Certainly on a trail, on a really high-quality trail, we would expect hundreds, if not, sometimes in the thousands. On a residential street like this actually seems like a reasonable number, especially since it's a December.
Right.
But I think, this data is also useful for looking at the impact of the project. So they construct it, maybe 6 months to a year later, we go back and we measure how much it's grown. So it helps us to show how the project has improved things.
Right. And it was just out of curiosity. Thank you.
So you're still gonna have traffic there, two-way traffic there, and just improve it based on all the things? So the traffic still would be there, and then you improve pedestrian based on all of these toolboxes, stuff that you talked about. And then you're gonna go and check it. I agree, December is cold. I think 200 people walking 24 hours in December, that shows that a lot of people are using the road. I'm just thinking, probably it's much more in summer or the weather, when the weather is nicer.
Yeah. And I think we'll see more of the design here, and you can see a better example of that.
Okay, so at this point, I will highlight some of the intersection designs that we're proposing. This is going from west to east. So we're starting at St. Paul Street, which is where the Kensington Heights Neighborhood Park is located. We're proposing a raised crosswalk for better access and better and safer access to the park from the neighborhood. We're also working with the town of Kensington to improve some of the signage as well as pavement markings to better indicate where the crosswalks are, and also adding sharrows throughout the whole neighborhood greenway here. Next slide. This is the intersection at McComas Avenue and Drum Avenue. At this intersection, we are proposing a raised intersection, meaning the whole intersection would be a little bit higher than the rest of the roadway to create a traffic calming effect. There are also traffic calming features leading up to the approach. As you can see, the green area to the left, near Hobson Street, is a kind of like a chicane effect where we're pulling the curb out with a grass area so that, by narrowing down the street, vehicular traffic would tend to slow down at those intersections leading up to the drum intersection.
Can I make a comment as a biker? I hate those race things with the bike. I bike a lot in neighborhood and everywhere, and when they have those speed bumps or anywhere that racy, I hate it. So I do not know how that helps the bicyclist. Just my comment.
Yeah, thank you.
I think one possibility is I think they're designed to be a bit flatter, so they're easier to ride over than just like a general bump.
Thank you. Anything else? Yeah, next slide. All right, and then the next slide, we're highlighting the area near the Stephen Knoll School at St. Margaret's Way, as well as Torrance Drive. Again, at this intersection, we're proposing a raised intersection, as well as restriping the crosswalk. There is a missing link sidewalk here on the south side of McComas, and we're proposing to adding that. Again, that there will be traffic calming from Georgia Avenue to slow down traffic as they enter into this McComas Avenue area, which is a residential area.
Just when you had the stop signs that were lit
Yes.
by solar, is that for just the nighttime or and so all the stop signs will be lit like that, or it's just at that other intersection?
No, so the intersection at Drum Avenue, I think there are we've gotten comments from the public indicating that there are people who frequently run the stop sign, and so we really want to highlight the stop sign at this particular location.
I see.
And it's a four-way stop, and so we just want to highlight that with the light. And so the one at outside of Stephen Knoll School will not be lighted.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Next slide. Okay. And then at the eastern end of our project area, we're proposing to reconstruct curb ramps and adds crosswalk, as well as a bike box at the Georgia Avenue intersection. Okay, next slide.
What is a bike box?
So it's, in the example I provided earlier, it's as an approach an intersection, there's a leading bike lane that brings the cyclists into an area where they can stop in front of cars at a stoplight, and then they have the head start to get in front of cars when they cross through the intersection. So it just creates a waiting zone in front of the stopped cars.
Is that safer for the bikers to be in front of the cars?
I think the idea is it makes them more visible.
Yeah.
Especially when cars are starting to go, they're not necessarily looking to their sides.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And it also helps to facilitate, for example, left turns. If you can imagine, if you're bicycling along a bike lane in the curb and there's a car to your left and you need to make a left turn, it gives you the ability, because the car has to stop behind the bike box, for you to go ahead and to scoot in front of that other car to make the left turn. So you don't have to cut across the lane.
Okay, thank you. I usually don't like a car behind me. I'm sorry, maybe I'm too good. I'd rather to see them rather than put my life in their hands. I don't know, but.
All right. And then I would like to highlight the public workshop that we had in April 2023. It was a hybrid meeting where we were hosting it at the community center at Kensington Heights. We also had a virtual portion at the same time that was streamed. The meeting was streamed at the same time in April. We had over 30 people who attended in person and over 60 people attended virtually. Some of the feedback that we've gotten includes concerns of vehicle speed through the neighborhood, which seems high and it's a safety issue. They would like us to look at traffic calming on Drum Avenue between University Boulevard and McComas Avenue, as well as providing a relocated mid-block pedestrian crossing along Douglas Avenue. Next. So as a result, we are moving forward from this point on. We would like to include additional improvement on Drum Avenue, since a significant number of comments received from the first public meeting indicating the community concerns and desire for traffic calming on Drum Avenue. So we will collect additional speed data on Drum Avenue, and we'll be proposing signing, marking, and speed control, which is traffic calming application, will be evaluated and implemented as part of this project also. And last slide. And this is the current project timeline. Again, we began our project back in December 2022. Currently, we're in September 2023. We are planning to host another public meeting after we go back and refine our design and including Drum Avenue as part of the project. And we're hoping to have the final recommendation mid-2024 and begin construction late 2024. That's the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thanks, Angel. So now I just want to briefly describe how this project aligns with our master plans and best practices. McComas Avenue was designated as a neighborhood greenway in our bicycle master plan. So this project is really implementing that vision from the bicycle master plan. And this project also advances elements of Thrive 2050 with the Complete Streets Design Guide, Complete Streets Design Principles, eliminating traffic fatalities, supporting walking, bicycling, and micro-mobility in capital projects as well. And then in addition to those master plans, the planning department has also published best practices guidelines in the form of like our bike facility design toolkit, our Complete Streets Design Guide, and also the guidance that's currently in the draft of the pedestrian master plan. So this project, we feel, is also consistent with all of those other documents that we use to guide best practice decisions for transportation facilities. And then there has, as I mentioned earlier, we've had ongoing correspondence with MCDOT, and it's basically included more detailed improvements of things that are in those best practice documents. And I have just 3 examples to kind of give you a taste of what the comments are that we provided already to MCDOT. The first one is to provide a direct sidewalk connection to the school. So currently, in the design, there is a gap between the sidewalk that's on the school property and then the public sidewalk. And we just think that it would provide a safer connection for students to really walk directly from this enhanced crossing that they're proposing with the raised intersection here. So that was one example of our more detailed comments. The other one is there's already actually a diagonal diverter here at where Douglas Avenue becomes Wyndham Lane and goes into Georgia Avenue. So no vehicle traffic can pass through here, and they're proposing to put a sidewalk. And we just commented that there should also be a way for bikes to pass through this diagonal diverter so they can access from the south end of Douglas Avenue onto this greenway. And finally, we also commented to consider extending the project limits to Amherst Avenue, which was actually a mandatory referral here in May, I believe. So they have provided comments that there will be a way to cross through the intersection. But these are just examples of the kind of comments we provided. So with that, I think we have time for questions. We do have the other pages of the design for the whole street if you have other detailed questions.
Thank you for your thorough presentation. Safe biking is really important for the residents of the county, so thank you for doing this and putting this together. Does the commission members have any comments or questions?
I have a couple, yeah. this is more of a, at first, I like the idea, I like the traffic calming, and stuff a lot. But with, there's more sidewalks, there's a little bit more bike infrastructure and things like that. What's the benefit of this over just a protected bike lane and taking some street parking? Like I share streets a lot when I bike, and I don't like it. So what's the benefit of this, or why are we doing this instead of just taking some of the space, separating a protected lane for cyclists and pedestrians, and selfishly, the east-west connection I think is incredibly important. I cycled over here today, but like, what's the benefit of this over some sort of protected lane and taking some of the space from the car?
Well, I think the reality of it is the implementability of it. If we were to take away a lane of parking, there would be civil unrest in the neighborhood.
I've looked on Google Maps. I'm not seeing a whole ton of cars on both sides as you pass down this place. If you want real bike infrastructure that's going to increase from 25 people a day to actual numbers that we need, you're going to have to do something like that, because that's not going to make me change my decision from where I cycle and go east-west. It's just not. It's not all that much more safer than running through the neighborhoods. At least it doesn't look like I'm still sharing a space with cars. So, I mean, what's the benefit of not taking the space and actually making space that is protected and safe? I still don't think that this is enough to have my kids bike in that street without supervision.
But how could they do that? Because there are driveways keep coming into the street. So how could they make protected bikeways if you have in front of each house there is a driveway that bring the car and can hit you?
I'm saying this is better than the current situation, but I'm just saying I'm not sure it's going to make me bike here rather than somewhere else.
And I can chime in, or Eli if you want to, but so there are neighborhood greenway, bike boulevard networks in various communities throughout the United States. They are very successful. If you go to Portland, for example, the thing that stands out for me when I've been to Portland in the past is that bike boulevard neighborhood greenway network. They are absolutely comfortable for young kids. I've taken my own kids on there. My son, when he was 7, he rode with me. I gave him guidance here and there, but they are designed in such a way the traffic volumes and speeds are low enough that I think maybe not everybody, but many, if not most folks with kids would feel comfortable if they're designed appropriately. This road currently has low traffic volumes and low speeds as the data showed. This is trying to make it a little bit slower. And I personally feel comfortable that you try to put the infrastructure in that you need for the context. And this is what neighborhood greenways are trying to do.
Yeah.
And then Eli Glacier, for the record. I guess the only thing I would add to that is that I think the beauty of this facility type is that the goals of it are slow speeds and low volumes. And if this project gets implemented and there are still issues with either of those things, the relative low cost of this type of project allows DOT to come back and reevaluate. I think some of the treatments that the department is trying to advance with this project, like the raised intersections and things like that, are really in strong recommendations as part of the pedestrian master plan for the traffic slowing benefits, the accessibility benefits, and those sorts of things. So I think we can view this as one of the earlier neighborhood greenways that are going into Montgomery County as sort of the beginning of an iterative process to make as many people feel comfortable biking and walking along these streets with their kids as we can.
Yeah, no, there's nothing about the traffic calming or anything like that that I don't support. I actually don't mind the bumps all that much, personally. Don't love them, but I don't really mind all that much. I understand the iterative process. I would like to see if we're going to come back and see what we get out of this, at least for the situation of improving transportation along that way. I mean, if there's a goal there, and I want to see how much more we can achieve it. And like I said, I think that it's great because that's a huge chunk of the east-west section between two major roadways. So it would be really helpful to have a nice place to go across. Is there any reason we haven't dropped the speed further? than 25 miles an hour? Or are not recommending dropping the speed any further than 25?
I don't know. Maybe Dave can answer that.
I mean, that's certainly, if you want to make a comment
we-
that you can make, the county has the ability to, with the study,
Do we
to
have the
drop
ability to take it
speeds
down
to
further?
15.
I would reduce the speed. I would comment to reduce the speed, recommend to reduce the speed to at least 15. If we want to make a statement on this is a shared roadway, then it's a shared roadway. I would not leave the speed at 25 if that's an option to have, and I would put that in as a comment. Or at least I would recommend to the fellow board members to include that as a comment. No, everything else is fine. I like everything else. So the traffic calming is great. It's just that, and I understand the cost. I understand the iterative process. It's just I would say go bolder if there's an option on there.
If I can ask a question, is there an expected timeline for when this would be constructed?
Yes, we're looking to implement it by late next year.
Okay. I mean, we can certainly go out there and take a look at some point if you'd like to, and, let's see what we think, and maybe some changes. Well, after it's built, but. Sure.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it.
Please.
I don't know, 15 miles an hour. I think that's sort of walking. I would go with 20 miles an hour, but 15, I don't know. And because there are so many driveways coming to it, I really like what you're proposing. And it would be really nice. I do not know if, I have seen some areas that they have done that, but this is, how many miles is it? Do we know how many miles is it?
It's a little less than, a little bit more than a mile.
A little bit more than a mile. Do you have an idea that what is the cost per mile on average for doing something like this? And I think it would be really nice if you have shown some color that you make it like green or colorful. And in reality, hopefully those color actually go into the pavement. It makes it really visible that what you're trying to achieve. And that automatically by itself probably is going to slow people. If we know that what is the cost per mile, that would be a very good reason just because if you want to do protected bikeways, I would see a lot of, what Dan said, a lot of opposition and also would be very expensive. But the money stretches much further and provide a lot of safety. And I really like it. That could be a showcase of how these things could work. And then you look at it, and then as it goes for futures, you could make it even better. I'm just wondering that, are you happy with the way the intersection with Georgia Avenue is? Because you are including Windham Lane on the other side, but you're not making any recommendation for improvement of the crossing. I just look at the Google map, and I see that there are two crossings that goes. I do not know if there is a traffic light. I don't know, but are you okay with whatever? Do you need any improvement there?
We did make a comment about the sidewalk approaching Georgia Avenue along Wyndham Lane. It's very narrow. There's no buffer. So we did make a comment to look into improving the width and the buffer of that sidewalk so it's more comfortable. But in terms of crossing, we've expressed that we'd like to extend the project limits to reach from that crossing to Amherst Avenue. So I think it's up to MCDOT to respond to that comment and work that into their design. If that
I understand Georgia is a state, so it sort of makes a little bit collaboration more difficult.
Correct.
But the comment is very logical to get across Georgia Avenue, especially since the county has another very more extensive bikeway project on Amherst, which is only the next block. So that's a very logical comment. I think we'll be able to certainly address that block, and then we can also work with the state highway to look at what we can do at the intersection. I don't know that we could get a protected intersection in there. That would be really nice, but we can certainly do improvements there. And that's
I
a great,
really
that's a
love
great
the
comment
project.
there.
You can come to my neighborhood to implement something like that. It's really nice. And you have the funding for it, huh?
Yes, this project is funded by the WIN-BIPA program.
Okay, I would be interested at one point, Dan, if you have the cost, just give us what is you think.
Yes, so we can do that, and I don't know if you know off the top of your head, Angel, but we've done a similar project in Aspen Hill, very similar in that it's traffic calming measures at intersections and chokers, and so we should have a cost for that,
Yeah.
too. So, and it's very similar, it's like a parallel road to a major state road, it's parallel to Georgia Avenue, so this is like parallel to University Boulevard. We can give you the cost of what that one was, and we can tell you what this one we think will cost, and then also look at the cost of adding that next block and getting across Georgia Avenue. Makes sense.
I know we're running short on time, so I'll try to keep these relatively brief. I share, I think, some of the sentiments that have been expressed so far about, I think in general, so one thing, thank you for invoking Portland. I think Portland clearly has a lot of great examples of this, and I love some of the pictures you provided. I actually lived 2 blocks away from the Clinton Greenway for 4 years. I used it every day. I think there's a lot of, and of course I'm sure all of you are aware of this, there's a lot of lessons that I think we can learn from their experience and my own observations of greenways in Portland, but also in other cities that have used them extensively. I think the devil is in the details of how these are often designed. The most successful one in Portland, which is also the oldest, which is the Clinton Greenway, has, I think, 2, perhaps 3 traffic diverters, like hard traffic diverters where cars on Clinton itself cannot get through. I think that kind of on its own is a tremendous value add, and it makes it a much more comfortable environment because at those points, of course, there's no through traffic, but it makes the street as a whole less desirable for cars for the entire extent of it, because if you're a car and you know that at these 3 locations you can't pass, you're going to choose another route. So it sends a clear signal, those kinds of traffic diverters. Another thing, just to share the sentiment about speeds, Portland's not the only city to do this. Lowering the residential or speeds on residential streets to 20 miles an hour citywide, there's often specific guidance for greenways or bike boulevards or however you characterize them specifically to lower them perhaps even further. I think that also can send a clear signal to vehicles that this isn't a particularly desirable route. A lot of the design elements I think you have in here, I think look great. My specific comments about, in the absence of protected lanes, which, certainly are expensive and with a lot of curb cuts would be incredibly logistically challenging. I would encourage you to think about maybe just a few things. One is connectivity, and I think that's another, lesson from a lot of cities' experience as well. Connectivity on either end. So you provided like really valuable counts of like bikes and peds. I would be curious to know, like, where are they going on either end of this potential greenway? And is there a way that we can really enhance those connections? Standalone greenways, like the greenways that are the most successful, are part of a broader network. And I know that, of course, that takes time to build out, and we're talking about one specific project here, but I would be really curious to know, like, okay, we talked a little bit about, the block on the east side of Georgia. I think that's a great future connection to Amherst. What's going on the west side of the network? It looks like it's, there's about a mile gap between the west extent of this greenway and, for example, Rock Creek Trail. How can we help folks get from there to the trail to dramatically expand where they can go on a safe network? So one thing is connectivity on both ends. And the other thing, I'm really happy you brought up Drum Ave or Drum Lane as a place where people have commented about high speeds. When I actually looked at the staff report and I was checking out the maps, that occurred to me as, and of course this doesn't look at traffic volumes, but knowing that speed is a concern of the neighborhood, that occurred to me as a potential area for a potential traffic diverter, which would solve potentially, if it's designed well, several problems at the same time. It could address speed, it would address throughput to make it even less desirable for cars. It would address, the concern about in the absence of protection, how can we make people feel safe at a what sounds like, in this neighborhood at least, kind of a tricky, potentially dangerous intersection. So, yeah, I know that was a bit of a, I apologize for a bit of the rambling. There's not many, I guess, questions in there, but I think those are some of the things that occurred to me as I listened to the presentation, I read through the report. And specifically with greenways in general, I think there's the lessons to be learned are really like, it's all about the traffic volumes and having people feel comfortable along with speed. And so the design elements that reduce volumes, reduce speed, and enhance connectivity, I think is really where we're going to get the numbers up. And then we can use that as a success story to say like, hey, like look what we did here. Let's kind of extend. So, thank you for that. Like this is a great project. I think I look forward to seeing how it plays out. And I think it's a great value add for east-west connectivity too, as Commissioner Hedrick mentioned. And I encourage you just to think about those few things. So thanks.
So, thank you for your expert comments and bringing in your transportation planning background here and your as a bicycler too. So, a question I had: are there any? One of the things I wanted to mention is that it'd be interesting. Maybe what are best practices for? Like, if you have a new road, what you can do versus this residential. So is the best practice for a residential with many curb cuts to do what you did plus maybe reduce the speed? I don't know if you had an ideal location. I mean, what would you recommend the speed on the street to be? Is 15 miles an hour too slow? I mean, I don't know. You're the planners. What is typical ideal for biking on a residential street?
Eli Glacier again, for the record. I think it really depends. I think what we're looking at here, and I think what MCDOT is providing, ideally we want sort of the design speed of the road.
Mm-hmm.
So whatever treatments are being constructed to reinforce what the posted speed limit is. So if we don't want there to be sort of an asymmetry there because we don't want people to be able to exceed the speed limit. So I think which is all just to say, I'm not totally sure what DOT has modeled. Sort of, what do you expect the speed limit to, or the observed speed to be after implementing the project?
I'll look at the design team, but I don't think we've modeled, to say, but we do have some, and I can't quote them, but we do have some knowledge of when we do certain diversions, how much the speed does drop. So in this case, and I think even in the planning, when planning came up with the greenway on this road, the speed is okay right now. It's at posted speed limit. So in order to make it more comfortable for peds and bikes, we need to drop that a little bit more, right? And so the question is how much? That's one of the questions. Should we drop it to 15? Should we try to drop it to 20? So I think we're probably more in what we're proposing and more in line to dropping it to 20, but I think we have to get back to you for an exact analysis of that. And it, again, Eli's point earlier was, these are relatively low cost. We can implement things and then say, we're not quite getting the connectivity or we're not getting enough users. What if we did do a hard diversion at Drum? That's a relatively easy thing to come in at a later date and see. Or like, wow, we got it down to 18 miles per hour and the numbers have doubled of users. Then we say, well, that's pretty successful. And, as things open, like the Amherst bike lanes open up, or, people figure out that they can get to the town of Kensington and or through Kensington down to Rock Creek, sure, then we're going to see more users. So I think this approach allows us to start and then modify, in the future.
Okay, so great. So given it is funded, and even though ideally we want to have protected bike lanes, I think I would go along with what you've recommended here. I would be interested in seeing if you can reduce the speed, whether it's look at whether it's 20, and that seems maybe a reasonable compromise. I don't know.
Well, if I could just chime in, I would say The county has a complete streets design guide. You're going to get a briefing on that
Right.
next week. For local streets like this, the idea, long-term, or longer term, over time, that these streets should have a target speed
Right.
typically of 20 miles per hour. I think on neighborhood greenways, and I don't know that we have guidance yet at the county level, and I don't know if Matt wants to chime in, but I think personally, I would like to see these come down to 15 miles per hour on neighborhood greenway streets, because we are trying to create environments that, like as Lily said, that you'd feel comfortable with bicycling with your young child on.
Right. So I'm very open to what you guys are the planners. James had recommended 15. If staff wants to recommend, I'm all for that. Yeah. And then the last, the connectivity that Commissioner Linden said, I think is a really important. We talked before how if parents, like there's that school there, yep, I like that you said let's make that extra sidewalk so kids can get to school. We want kids to ride their bikes or feel safe walking to school. So, and then how do you get from the end to the next piece, as you said? I mean, continue to look at that. But overall, I'm happy with what you have there, and we can go from there. Okay. Do you want to?
Oh, sorry. For the record, I'm used to them being red, meaning they're on, sorry. For the record, Matt Johnson, I'm the Bikeways Coordinator for MCDOT. I'm actually here for the next item, but since I was called up, I'll just say that the typical speed for a bicyclist is about 12.5 miles per hour. It can vary. If you're out there with your 8-year-old, it's going to be less than that. If you're someone who bikes 30 miles to work every day, it's probably going to be higher than that. But on average, a regular bicyclist can expect to go about 12.5 miles an hour. So if we're bringing the traffic speeds down to 15, like the cars are barely going faster than the cyclists, and that can be very comfortable, but it also means that like when a car is passing you, they're going to take a lot longer, they're going to be next to you for a lot longer. And we also have to think through like what is the compliance rate going to be. We can post 15, but if the drivers are going to go 25 miles per hour, the signs mean less than the actual design of the roadway. That's the most important thing, is not the signs, but how we design the roadway. And so doing things like that are being incorporated, and I don't need to speak for Angel because she's a very capable engineer herself. The stuff that we're doing in MCDOT to implement these greenways should bring those speeds down. So even if it's posted at 25, the traffic might be going less than that. So I think it's really dependent on the context, and I think 20 is certainly plenty. I don't know if we need to go down to 15 or not, but we can certainly consider that in certain circumstances. And it's really easy to change the signs if we find that it's not comfortable at 20.
Okay, so we have on the table that, going with what they have here, the question is, would we recommend 15 or 20? I'm okay with 20, but I'm open.
I'm gonna move that our comments recommend that we go to 15.
Okay.
That the speed be 15. That our comments where we recommend the speed at 15 miles an hour. That's my motion.
Okay. Any other comments?
Yeah, I think I support that. I would just add maybe on top of that just to sort of echo the point, Matt, that you just made and others have made. Commensurate with a 15-mile-an-hour posted speed limit, to the extent possible, use design elements to reinforce that speed. Yeah. And it sounds, the project as is right now is making, a really good effort to do that. Yeah. But I think that, combinations of these elements and some of the other comments we've had can really reinforce that obviously that lower speed as well. So the combination of the two would work for me.
I'd rather go ahead and make that move right now, in addition to the, I mean, that's, you're absolutely right. If it's a straight street and we said 15 miles an hour, no one would drive 15 miles an hour. If it was 50 feet wide, like no one would drive 15. But with that, reinforcing with the design, and I think there's great, traffic calming things all up and down it. But I would say that we transmit the comments and include a 15 mile an hour.
Okay. Are there any other discussion or?
I still stay with my preference for 20. For me, it makes sense that we go a step at one time to do what we are doing and see how the drivers react. And then if it doesn't really come down, because I agree with what you said, that a biker goes I go 12, 14. I'm not comfortable when a car is not passing me. And, I said it that I always want car to be in front of me. I see where they are going. But, if we have 3 votes, I guess it's going to go with 15. I just say that what is my preference, to see it as a stage go. And I think that the drivers may not even pay attention to 15. Still, they may go to 20 or so. And, from the driver point of view, I think they follow 20 closer than they follow 15. It's just human nature.
Right. So this is what I would say. I'm not an expert in this. I would go with the experts. But this is also an opportunity to model something, and we can check it out later. So I would recommend going with the 15 and just seeing how it works, and how you monitor it, and we can see if it created a significant volume of traffic of cars, and if it helped to reduce accidents and stuff like that. And then let's just make sure we go back and test this and model it, after a year or two. And you said you're going to construct it when?
Next year.
And how long will it take to build, you said?
It should take anywhere between 1 to 2 months, depending on the weather and, availability of labor and all this stuff.
Okay, well, that would be my recommendation. And so someone make a motion, and because
All
so
right,
in order to get it.
Yeah, I'll
so it
move
gets
that we
in-
transmit the comments, the staff report, the comments with the 15 mile per hour recommendation for the speed limit.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Or?
I'm with 20, but this is mandatory referral.
Yeah, this is our
You can
recommendation.
decide
Yeah,
what you
They can
want to
decide
do.
what they, it's all, we're just recommending.
Whatever you decide, we can recommend, doesn't matter, but, I go either way.
But you have to make a decision.
Yeah, if we could get here's how I sort of approach this, is that you already decided on the 15 versus 20, and the 3 were successful. So
Yes.
at this
One
point, you're
opposed,
just
yeah.
sort of voting out that. So
Right, okay, great.
we can record you as a yes? All right.
All
great.
right.
And I just want to take a moment to congratulate Lily Mernon on her first item before the board. So thank you. And thank you to our DOT
Yeah,
partners here.
Yes, and just so that is over, I just have one question, not related to this. So how do you prevent, when there are no dedicated lanes, from cars always, especially getting toward intersections, pushing to the right? Or pushing to the far edge, so you can't even get past them up to the intersection? Is there anything that, barring going in, can you restripe, just get a 2-footer or something, so that you can force the cars not to want to go to the edge of the pavement? Or what can you do if you're not going to put in some dedicated, or a lane in the short term, so that you push cars from not hogging the right of the lane? Is there something, does that make sense, what I'm saying?
Yes, I can take that. So if I understand your question, Chair Harris, you're talking about a road that doesn't currently have any bike facilities on it.
Right.
A cyclist wants to, there's a red light and there's traffic queued, and the bicyclist wants to proceed to the front of the queue.
Yeah.
But cars are too close to the curb for that to be done safely. I think if there's room to restripe the roadway, if this is an issue where we have a lot of cyclists and it's on a corridor where we expect cyclists, we could potentially stripe in a bike lane. We can't stripe it if it's less than 5 feet, because it's not really safe. If I could put a 6-inch wide bike lane out there, but no, it's not really a bike lane, right?
Right.
There's a minimum width for them to be safe. So I can't really stripe it if it's less than 5 feet. We could call it a shoulder if it's like maybe 4 or 3.5 feet, but then it gets to the point where you might hit the car with your handlebars and crash. And so we have to be careful. It's also not always safe for cyclists to pass on the right if drivers aren't expecting them to do so. If there's a bike lane and you're a driver making a right turn in Maryland, you're required to move into the bike lane. You put your signal on, you move into the bike lane, you execute your turn from the bike lane. And that's the case in most states. Oregon is notably different. In Oregon, you do not turn from the bike lane. But what happens is if a cyclist is sort of passing a line of cars on the right, and the drivers aren't expecting that to happen because there's not a bike lane there, and they turn, you have what's called a right hook risk. So proceeding to the front of the queue is not always the best practice. So it really depends on context, but we can, if there's room for a bike lane, that's the best solution. And if necessary, we could also consider additional treatments. If there is a bike lane and it's being obstructed, we can consider treatments like flex posts or curbs if there's space. So if you have particular locations, feel free to reach out to me and we can take a look
Yeah,
at those.
no, just out of curiosity, because it seems like it's like training motorists that they somehow, when they get close to the intersection, even if it's 200 feet, they kind of move toward the right, not knowing there could be bicyclists coming or not, but it seems like there's nothing really, it has to be 5 feet to create a true bike lane, so so you don't want to make something less, because it gives the appearance that there's a bike lane. Okay, thank you so much. Great presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. We're on item number 9, the Bethesda two-way study briefing. We're planning will give us a briefing on the two-way bikeway, on the Bethesda two-way study briefing. And Eli Glazier will lead this discussion. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Harris and members of the board. My name is Eli Glazier. For the record, I'm joined by MCDOT and the consulting team, both in person and virtually. The context for this briefing is MCDOT has developed a study examining the feasibility of converting some segments of the following streets in downtown Bethesda from one-way to two-way traffic operations: East-West Highway, Old Georgetown Road, Woodmont Avenue, and Montgomery Lane and Avenue. This is sort of, the impetus for this study was the Bethesda Downtown Plan, which stated that the reconfiguration of these streets from one-way to two-way should be considered. And as an alternative, if that was not viable, these streets should be road dieted to provide more complete streets elements. So this is the study that has been conducted. We've received one piece of correspondence about the study identifying a potential alternative that the consultant team may not have reviewed, and the people at the desk with me will sort of talk about what the correspondence has discussed as well. So with that, I'll turn it over to the team.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Matt Johnson. I'm a capital project manager and also the Bikeways coordinator with Montgomery County DOT. We were the agency that conducted the study. I'm joined here today by Alicia Lorber from Mead and Hunt. She's going to lead the PowerPoint, but we'll both be here for questions later on.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for having us today. My name is Alicia Lorber from Mead and Hunt. I'm an urban planner and will be reviewing the study results. Here we go. So today what I'm going to talk about is some background of the study, which Eli also gave you some of that, and the goals and our methodology for doing the study. Review the study area and existing conditions, look at the proposed alternatives that we studied and our recommendation. So first, with the project background, this is a little bit of a review from what Eli said, but there are multiple planning studies in the Bethesda area that have recommended complete streets, improving walking, biking, and transit, implementing road diets to make Montgomery County and downtown Bethesda a safer place, a more comfortable and attractive place to walk, bike, and ride. The goals overall that are a common theme in many of these studies are to improve safety, connectivity, and comfort for all roadway users, including pedestrians, bicyclists, and transit riders, and to increase visibility of commercial establishments to really help promote downtown Bethesda as a destination. Recommendations from previous master plans include the Downtown Bethesda Sector Plan, which recommended to convert areas in downtown Bethesda to two-way traffic flow, and also to add separated bike lanes on these streets. Our project objectives were to identify opportunities to modify the roadway operations as they are today in support of complete streets, and to evaluate different impacts, advantages, and disadvantages of potential roadway reconfigurations. So our methodology was an alternatives analysis where we started with taking traffic counts. We had counts from both 2019 and 2022. And intuitively, usually traffic counts increase in later years, but in this situation, 2019 was pre-pandemic, 2020 was post-pandemic. There was a pretty major disruption to typical traffic patterns in that time. And so our 2022 traffic count data is actually lower volumes from 2019. And typically, what we expect and what we're seeing since the pandemic is that those volumes have not reached the pre-pandemic levels yet. And a lot of commuting habits and transportation habits have changed since then. So we're not sure, if we'll ever get back to that trajectory. We also looked at safety data where different crashes are, different hotspots and what types of crashes we're seeing. And then we looked at various concept alternatives and conducted a traffic analysis to see what the congestion would be like for those. We also met with multiple stakeholders, including the Maryland State Highway Administration, the Greater Bethesda Chamber of Commerce, the Bethesda Urban Partnership, and Western Montgomery Citizens Advisory Board. To start, this is the existing level of service. And it looks at each of the intersections that has one of these. It almost looks like a target, the circles at each of these intersections. And to explain what that target symbol means, you see different colors on it. We've got, it's showing what the level of service is, which is a measure of congestion or a measure of delay. And the green areas are categorized as either A, B, or C, and that's a pretty comfortable, free-flowing, that's a good level of service. There's really no congestion with A, B, or C. Level D, it's starting to get a little bit more congested. E is kind of borderline. You might not make it through a light on the first try. And F is basically bad congestion. You could be waiting for several signal lengths. You could be waiting, and our analysis shows that you could be waiting for up to 3 minutes at some of these intersections and when you have an F, which is a long delay, and it's, a frustrating gridlock. So this is the existing conditions. To explain how that target symbol works, we've got a morning and a rush period. And so the AM colors are on the left and the PM colors are on the right. And then we've got the 2019 data on the top. And if you remember, the 2019 data is higher traffic volume. And then the 2022 data is on the bottom. So you do see that there's more congestion with that 2019 data. So, and we do have today a couple of intersections that are a little bit more congested. With the reduction in traffic volumes post-pandemic, it's flowing a little bit better than it was in 2019.
So if I'm looking at that intersection, all the greens, that means they're good.
Yes, greens mean
we have
good.
no problem.
Yes.
And the only one that we have problem is F and E, that it's just, there are 2 reds in one location and 1 E. So it just in 3 areas we have issues. Is that what you're saying right
Yes.
The top is 2019. bottom.
Yeah, the top is 2019, so it's better than it used to be. So those reds are in the 2019 year, and then you see in the 2022 data,
Oh, okay.
it's actually, we don't have any reds
So
or
we
orange.
have no issues then. No problem. The problem is solved.
Well, I mean, it depends on what you define as a problem. So we'll go into talk about some of the other things that we're trying to accommodate. Because today, there is more things that can be done to make it even better. So the existing conditions, okay, so I did talk a little bit about this. So the existing cycle lengths, so this is how we put together our traffic analysis. These are some of the assumptions that we cooked into this traffic model that we built to look at what the impacts and how the traffic would flow moving forward. So we're assuming the existing cycle lengths are retaining from what is today to what the future would be. But we've incorporated new pedestrian and bicycle phasing because ultimately that is one of our goals, is to make this more comfortable and safe for people to be walking and biking. So we're adding protected phasing where we have opposing left turn movements. And what that means is that the pedestrian or cyclist can go a little bit sooner than the cars, and they establish their presence and they can clear the intersection before, instead of having to start at the same time as a car and then, they might have a walk signal, but there's still cars turning. So the protected phase is a little bit of an improvement, making it better to walk across. So that's one thing we cooked into this model. Another thing was looking at some turn restrictions where we have protected lefts, where a potential cycle track could be. And then we analyzed this under both the pre and post COVID numbers, the 2019 and the 2022 numbers, with the sense that those 2019 numbers could represent a future year where there's more growth and more traffic congestion growing over time, which is a little bit funny to think that you're using old data to estimate a future year. But today, there's less traffic than there was in 2019. So that was our comparison.
Can I ask a question about the cycle length? Is that the time that it goes from green to red, or goes from, what is the cycle length? What does 60 seconds mean?
I'm gonna use my phone a friend option.
Oh, I can
Okay.
So the signal cycle length means, like, if you're out here at Reedy Drive and Georgia Avenue waiting, if you're waiting at the red light here at Reedy and it turns green, this is probably 120-second cycles here, I'm guessing. I don't know for sure, for fact, but I'm gonna guess it's 120-second cycles. It's green, the moment it turns green, 120 seconds later, it'll turn green again. So it's the time it takes the signal to go through one full cycle. It doesn't talk about how long Reedy gets the green or how long Georgia has the green or if there's a left turn. It's just how long do we have to fit in however many phases there are within that cycle. That's one full cycle length.
Thank you.
Thank you. And when these models, if you have how do they project growth? Just say you used today's numbers. Did the model have something like predicts growth in traffic based on growth in development in the area?
Yes.
Okay.
Right, so that's why we're using the 2019 data as our future growth data. So typically so the COVID pandemic kind of, changed the way that we do traffic modeling because travel habits and behaviors changed so drastically, and people still don't drive the way they do in pre-pandemic times. So, there's a lot more people commuting or hybrid working or flex scheduling and that kind of thing. So traffic's just different from what it was back in, before COVID, which is why there's less traffic today. And, a lot of people aren't returning to their pre-pandemic schedules. So typically, traffic models have a projection over time that includes growth, and it just sort of tacks on a % growth over time based on what you have. But with that disruption, we can't accurately say how are people going to be commuting in the future. So how this traffic model is, the assumption we're making is that the old numbers is a future growth up to 5, 10, 20 years. It's hard to say because of these changes. And also because we want fewer people to be driving. We want more people to be choosing to walk, bike, or take transit instead of taking an automobile, by themselves. So all of this is kind of cooked into those assumptions, in that fewer people are driving, we do expect growth, so we are using the old number as our growth projection. Okay, so we looked at a couple of different options. The first is full two-way conversion on, I'm trying to remember the streets' names, 410, Old Georgetown Road, Woodmont Road, Montgomery Lane, and East-West Highway, yeah. So full two-way conversion with complete streets, including separated bike lanes throughout downtown Bethesda, which is what's the recommendation in the Bethesda Downtown Master Plan. And then we looked at a partial two-way conversion with road diets and separated bike lanes throughout, and I'll talk more about what that means. Then we looked at a one-way couplet, like we have today a one-way couplet, but we included a concept with dedicated bus lanes. There's, close to enough transit use and bus traffic that, that we could get the buses in their own dedicated lanes to help the buses go faster. But that would take away space from the cars. So we looked at that as an option. And then our final option was keeping the one-way couplet as it is today, but incorporating road diet elements, including separated bike lanes and some intersection improvements like those, the leading pedestrian intervals, and tightening up the road to create more of a walkable, bikeable, complete streetscape. That was our final alternative. So that alternative one, the full two-way road diet, as you can see in this illustration, it's really looking at, taking the one-way couplets, making them two-way, making Woodmont two-way, and then also including the protected bike lanes that are proposed. We have typical sections for all of these. I'm showing you a couple of examples, but this is essentially what that would look like and how the lanes would be redistributed. We're not proposing widening. We're trying to make this fit with an existing right-of-way so that we're not impacting properties. Here's another example of what that could look like. And then this is the result of our traffic analysis. So the symbols you'll notice look a little bit different on this map as compared to the one that I showed you before of existing conditions, because we only have the 2022 data, which is the lower traffic volume data. And using this concept and modeling the traffic flow, we see a lot of congestion. And so we didn't even bother to go with the higher traffic volumes because it just would have been even more, red, or even longer delays from what the red is now. So, so this alternative, it conforms to the downtown Bethesda master plan and the bike master plan recommendations. It incorporates the road diet elements that we're really looking for as part of a whole Complete Streets initiative, but it has failing traffic operations. It would be just a frustrating level of congestion where people are kind of sitting in gridlock or waiting several cycles to get through the intersections. So then we looked at another alternative that we're calling the partial two-way road diet. So we kept the one-way operations on Montgomery Avenue, but we made East-West Highway two-way, and we keep, what was that?
And Old Georgetown Road.
And Old Georgetown Road. And leaving Woodmont as is. Also incorporating the complete street elements that are an important goal as this project as well. So this is how the traffic operations perform with that alternative. So we have we now have the target again, where you can see the 2022 and the 2019 comparison. So the bottom two quadrants are the 2022 numbers, which are the lower volumes. The top two quadrants are the 2019 numbers, which are the higher volumes, or the future growth year. We see a lot of congestion in this as well. And, Montgomery Avenue is performing a little bit better, but Old Georgetown Road and East-West Highway is, there's a lot of congestion, which could be very frustrating for drivers.
So what's causing that? Why is it?
There's fewer lanes because we're repurposing the road from being, all one direction to having fewer lanes, but two directions.
Right, so there was existing two lanes going one direction on east-west, and now you're.
Right, and then also the intersections you need more phasing in the intersection, so it's just more time to let all the different movements come through. So that adds to the delay. So this conforms with the bike master plan partially, and the downtown and the bike master plan. It incorporates the road diet and complete street elements that we're looking for, but again, we have those failing traffic operations where it would just be a real frustrating level of congestion. The next option we looked at was the dedicated bus lanes. So this keeps the one-way flow, but we take a lane for a dedicated bus facility so that the buses don't have to be sitting in the traffic. They can just move through. And it really helps to keep the buses moving, but it is taking away some capacity from the traffic. This is what that would look like. So again, we're not widening, we're not trying to impact properties, we're trying to fit these improvements within the space that we have.
If I could just jump in real quick, thinking back to alternatives 1 and 2, when we saw all that red appear on the screen, and I know we may think, well, what does it matter if we're delaying cars? Well, the reason this alternative was developed was because if those cars are all sitting in traffic, so are all the buses, because they have no way to get past the cars. So we're punishing transit users as well. So this alternative was an attempt to look at what if we were able to keep the buses moving and they weren't subject to all this new congestion due to making the streets two-way and accommodating the bike lanes. So that's why this alternative came about. It was a way to try and keep transit moving, even if cars are not.
Just to clarify on the alternatives 3 and 3A, that retains the one-way on Montgomery and one-way on Georgetown. So it doesn't, so it maintains where Montgomery Avenue is one-way. It doesn't switch east-west to two-way. Is that right?
Right, so this keeps the one-way.
Okay, on both of the
Yes,
streets. Okay.
right. I mean, there's just not enough lanes to do something like this if we were to do two-way.
That's what I was curious. So this is running back to the one-way, retaining what it is right now, and including the bike lane,
Right.
including the.
Recognizing that there is some congestion today. So this is an effort to really try and make, this is a transit-centric recommendation that also includes the separated bikeway, but is including the transit way as a way to really help the transit access.
And the master plan does say if one way is not possible, that we should consider a road diet. So this would be the elements of a road diet.
Just real quick, do you know off the top of your head how many bus routes this would benefit? I can think of maybe, I think at least two, the J2 and 30 and right on 34. I'm not sure if there's others that.
I'm pretty sure it's in our tech report. I can't remember off the top of my head. There were multiple. And so the threshold for a bus lane, a dedicated bus lane, is typically around 10 buses an hour. And we were just under that. I think it might have been six or 8 buses an hour is what I'm remembering. But it's in the tech report.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I'll check that out.
So this is the result of the analysis of congestion. So it operates, okay in the 2022 year, but it really starts to get more congested and problematic with the 2019 data, which is the future data. So you can see the results here. So that it conforms with the bike master plan recommendations because we did include the separated bikeway. It incorporates road diet elements. It doesn't conform to the downtown sector plan, although it's sort of that alternative assessment. And it does have failing traffic operations where people would be sitting in a frustrating level of gridlock, more so in the future year volume. And our final alternative was 3A, where we kept the one-way couplet, but it includes the road diet elements. So we're including the separated bikeways, many of which are already programmed or in process or in design at various levels and in different locations. Some of them are already in place. So this analysis is doing the complete street road diet concept, but without the two-way. So this is what that could look like. Again, using the existing space that we have today. And then this is the traffic operations of how that would work. So, so the 2019 data shows that there is some congestion. That's the future year. The existing 2022 shows that it's operating pretty well. And, you know, and it's a matter of, that future projection is a matter of, you know, are there other things that we could be doing? It could be changing the cycle lengths. Can we be really promoting more people to use alternative modes of transportation? But this is the direction that we're heading today anyway. This is, you know, there are certain elements that we're doing to try to improve that traffic flow, and it's working for the current year, for the lower traffic volume year, but it becomes a little bit more congested in the future.
I'm wondering if your model takes, in addition to growth and volumes, I'm wondering if it takes into account new projects that haven't come online yet, like Purple Line, potentially BRT, that could be north-south running, or maybe east-west, and maybe in some cases.
Yeah.
And
Hey, Lish, can I take that question? This is
Yes,
Paul
this is
Silverman.
my phone a friend.
Good,
Go ahead,
good
Paul.
afternoon, everybody. Yeah, so the traffic model that Lish keeps talking about is an operations model, right? It takes numbers that we put in it. So we put in the existing data, whether it was traffic counts that we collected in 2022 or traffic counts that were collected in 2019. Originally, this project was scoped to develop forecast, as you note, to develop forecast for 10 years out, 5 years out, 20 years out, to look at the potential for redevelopment in downtown Bethesda, new development in downtown Bethesda that generates bicycles, vehicles, transit, pedestrian trips, the impact of the Purple Line opening, and you know, more of the trail network improvements. But after discussion with the project team and Park and Planning's forecasting team and DOT and SHA, everybody felt that the best set of numbers to use for future projections was a return to pre-pandemic levels, because the long range models that we use, they haven't really been recalibrated to account for changes that have happened since COVID, you know, all the remote work and stuff. So we don't really know that we would ever get back to that level, or if we forecast from 2019 and you know, accounted for additional growth, that we would be so far over projecting. So SHA was comfortable with that. You know, they sort of have accepted the COVID baseline as a good forecast year, especially in a heavy urban environment. And this isn't just about downtown Bethesda. We're doing the same thing, you know, in Silver Spring, in Baltimore City, DC, and in a lot of very other similar urban areas. So I hope that answers your question about the model. I mean, we certainly can look at incorporating some of those, you know, elements into a longer range forecast, but I don't know that we'd get any higher than the 2019 volumes. It did, and again, they did drop between 20 and 35%. So they dropped a lot, and that's why we didn't think even the most aggressive forecast out of those long range models would get back up 35%, you know, in the heart of downtown Bethesda.
yeah, thanks, Paul. I appreciate that explanation, and I think that makes sense. That makes sense to me to, you know, assume from on a volume basis, you know, pre-pandemic levels. I guess I was more curious about how you factor in like mode split assumptions, given new project investments that could come online, and how that could change behavior. Obviously, everything you described about work, you know, remote work plays into that. But of course, there's a lot of other, hopefully, I mean, the goal is for a lot of other trips that are non-work trips too, to start being made by these other invested projects. But anyway,
So
yeah, I don't know if it would
obviously,
dramatically
no,
change the
that's-
picture.
No, it's our goal is to move the needle, right? I mean, downtown Bethesda is a very walkable place. It's highly accessible by bus and rail transit. You know, we documented baseline mode share. We looked at mode share versus road share. We looked at how people are moving along each block in comparison to the percent of walkers, bikers, bus riders versus the actual physical percent distribution of road space to cars. As well, we pulled what we call big data. We pulled analytics on how people are coming into downtown Bethesda, what mode they're using. We did a cordon line level analysis to look at, the different splits, how people are getting around, and we looked at the trip purpose, and we, looked at the through traffic, because obviously east-west and Old Georgetown, they're regional roadways. They carry a lot of traffic that is not destined or originating within downtown Bethesda. So we looked at all of that, and we felt comfortable that there would be a lot of capacity for additional non-motorized trips if we built out the infrastructure, like the separated bike lanes, dedicated bus lanes, and pedestrian safety improvements, crossing at the intersection. New development will ultimately generate some more car traffic, and we felt that would be accounted for, again, by going back to the pre-COVID volumes. We also felt that we wanted to minimize the potential for diversions onto other neighborhood streets, because the traffic that's going to divert first, or the additional growth in regional traffic, coming through downtown Bethesda, from DC up to North County or something like that. We really wanted to minimize that. Those were the trips that we didn't want to come through downtown Bethesda by car, but we didn't want those trips to be diverted onto the adjacent neighborhood streets.
Great, thank you. So just so I understand again, so 3A is just, it is cars, no bus, right?
Well, the buses would share the lane with the cars.
Yeah,
Yes.
like it would be today, right?
Right.
Okay, so.
But but 3A also, and all of our options also include a full network of separated bike lanes.
Right, okay, great, I got it. Thank
Which
you.
in some cases are in place, in some cases are not in place today. But our assumptions are that they will be throughout.
Yeah, actually, since the map is up, I'll just go ahead and fill because we did have a slide that was removed that showed the bike network, but, so right now, on Montgomery Lane and Montgomery Avenue, between Woodmont Avenue in the west and Waverly Street on the east.
I can go to it.
Oh, do you have that slide? Okay, great, it's not in the packet here. Yeah, so, so from Montgomery, Montgomery from Woodmont to Waverly, the bike lanes are currently under construction and will be completed this year. The section from Waverly to Pearl is funded, it's currently in final design. On Woodmont, the bike lanes are in place from Miller Avenue, which is off the map to the bottom, up to Montgomery. Those are open. And the design from Montgomery up to Norfolk is underway. It's in final design now, and those are also funded. So those are the parts of the bike network that are already in place. Phase 3 of Montgomery, which is from Pearl to east-west, is not currently funded for design or construction. And then on east-west and Old Georgetown, which is contemplated in the bike plan, these are anticipated to be built by adjacent development as part of, as Bethesda develops or redevelops. Those will be installed by developers. Those are anticipated to happen behind the curb, so they would not narrow the roadway any further. On Montgomery, the bike lanes have been installed by narrowing Montgomery from 4 to 3 lanes west of Wisconsin and from 3 to 2 lanes east of Wisconsin. So that's the network that's developing, just for your reference.
Thanks, Matt. Just one quick question just on the detail about east-west. You mentioned cutting into existing sidewalk or curb for those protected lanes on east-west, is that right? Instead of kind of taking space from the street?
The master plan envisions that they would be separated bike lanes. They would not be shared, it wouldn't be a shared use path. They would be separate from the sidewalk, but the master plan anticipates that developers, as downtown Bethesda redevelops, that developers would dedicate space along their frontage to move the sidewalk further back from where it is today and to put a bikeway between the new sidewalk and the roadway, but not necessarily to narrow east-west highway. There may be some cases where the curb could move a little bit into the roadway, but they don't anticipate taking away lanes from east-west highway. And I don't know if Eli, if you have any further, I think we lost Dave, but if there's any further, okay.
Thanks.
So to wrap up, this is the recommendation that we have to move forward with, is to stay the course with the complete streets and bikeway implementation that's going on. The alternative 3A, it's incorporating the road diet and complete street elements by repurposing the right-of-way to incorporate more complete street elements. It best accommodates the existing and projected traffic volumes without real significant congestion. There is some congestion, but it's not as bad as some of the others. It conforms with the bicycle master plan recommendations, but it does not conform with the two-way conversion recommendation from the Bethesda sector plan. So do you have questions for us?
No, thank you. But the only thing is that if one of the reasons you said to have a separate bus lane was to, so the buses don't have to mingle with the regular traffic, and maybe it would help drive more bus use. But that doesn't, but that won't happen here. But that's just the way it is, correct?
Right, so this alternative, I went back to the slide that shows the alternative 3 results. So there's a little bit more congestion with this one than the one without bus lanes. It's, it can fit within the right-of-way. It'll just have a little bit more delay.
Yeah, okay.
And then if there is increased buses coming, then it could make a little bit more sense.
I guess, if I could, Eli Glacier for the record. When staff reviewed the study, I think we were comfortable with the study's recommendation to continue, essentially to stay the course and to continue to pursue alternative 3A. Largely, I think because the volume, the number of buses is not really sufficient to justify that space. I think we talked about level of service a lot. There's a level of service chart on the screen. That's not something, I think, just like as a policy matter, when we think about congestion in our downtowns and town centers, that's often an indication that there's vital economic activity happening in those areas and people want to be in places like this. We don't necessarily have a problem with congestion for congestion's sake, but I think what the two-way alternative sort of envisioned here and what the implications of those, the two-way projects would be much closer to like complete gridlock than just like delay. The team could probably get into it a little bit more, but like there's not enough space necessarily to provide left turn lanes at a lot of these intersections, which if you've ever been behind somebody trying to make a left turn and you're trying to go straight and there's a two-lane road, you're not getting through at some of these peak times. So that was a big concern. The absence of left turn lanes, dedicated left turn lanes, is also an issue for bicyclists because there's no ability to protect the left turns. So if you're on a two-way facility or even a one-way facility, there are potential conflicts from turning vehicles as well. So the two-way recommendation in the Bethesda plan, I think very wisely included an alternative to continue with the one-way operations with just more complete streets treatments because just given the conditions that exist, the safe bikeway multimodal network is really in tension with the two-way implementation just based on the traffic volumes.
Yeah, if I could, I just want to expand on what Eli was saying. So one of MCDOT's requirements as part of this study was that if, for example, on Montgomery or East-West Highway, there was going to be a left turn opportunity to turn across the bikeway, that it must be phase protected. And so what that means is that if you want to turn left, there's a 3-head signal with a green arrow, a yellow arrow, and a red arrow. And you can only turn when the green arrow is on. You can't turn when the red arrow is on. And the reason for this is because with a two-way bikeway on a two-way street, drivers who are turning left are not focused on pedestrians or cyclists until literally the moment they execute the turn. Because what they're trying to do is they're trying to find a gap in traffic. They're looking at that line of cars coming toward them, and they're saying, okay, in a few seconds, that red car is going to go past me, and I can go. There's a gap that I can fit in. And they start to go, and then they see the bicyclist approaching them from their opposing them. and they might see them. It's okay, it's easy enough for them to see those cyclists, although sometimes, depending on the geometry, the cyclist might be screened by that car. Like if that was a red SUV or a box truck, there might be a cyclist that's going slower than that vehicle that you can't see when you're waiting there. And you go as soon as that car clears, and the cyclist appears to you because they were behind the car, and now they're in the intersection. But the big risk with the two-way facility is you also have cyclists going the same direction as you. And to see them, you have to look over your shoulder. And you're looking for a gap in traffic. You don't have time to look over your shoulder because the gap's gone by the time you turn back. So when we have two-way streets and two-way facilities, we want to have a left turn arrow. And if, with Montgomery, it used to have 3 lanes. It currently has 2 lanes, right? There's a bike lane, a two-way cycle track taking up one of the old lanes. There's 2 lanes, both going eastbound today. If we replace one of those with a westbound lane, there's no room for a left turn lane. We have 1 lane in each direction, as Eli was enumerating. So what we would have to do in that case is ban all left turns for westbound motorists on Montgomery. So you start to stop, there stop being benefits of making it two-way in that case. And then you also have situations where someone's gonna turn left anyway, and they're gonna stop all the traffic behind them. And we had the same issue on East-West Highway, except that it's eastbound, because the bike lane would be on the north side of East-West. So it creates a lot of complicating factors, and I just wanted to expound on that. And I know the commission may have questions. We did get the one comment from, I'm drawing a blank on the person's name right now, but we did get that one comment. And so I don't know if you want me to address that now or after the commission asks.
Why don't you just said now, please, okay?
Okay, I'll keep it brief. So we received 2 suggestions from this person. The first was, well, what if we only looked at making Woodmont two-way? And the issue with Woodmont is between Montgomery and, I don't know if you use the mouse, or if you can see the cursor, maybe. It's kind of hard to see the cursor. Well, anyway, between Montgomery and Hampton, which is 1 block south of Montgomery yeah, there we go. So that block, the street is actually only 30 feet wide and currently carries 2 lanes southbound and a cycle track, a 2-way bike lane. If we made that two-way, we would have to convert one of those lanes to northbound traffic. And that means that we would then have a major crossover movement with Woodmont Avenue with the offsets like 20 feet. So basically, if you're going north in that lane, you're actually facing southbound traffic on Woodmont. It would be like head-on, like there's no offset. Normally, there's like a yellow center line. The cars coming towards you are off to your left a little bit. In this case, they'd be facing straight at you, and they actually have to just swerve as they go through the intersection to pass you. And you actually have to go across 2 left turn lanes. There's a dual left turn lane. So you're doing like a 20-foot lane shift in the intersection. So would be a really severe maneuver, and it's beyond our design standards. With Montgomery making that 1 block from Wisconsin to Woodmont, that was also part of the decision, was making that two-way. We now introduce left turns from northbound Wisconsin onto Montgomery, which cuts into southbound green time. And again, we can't have any left turns because we don't have room. So what you would end up having in this situation, because of the right turn volumes currently from Montgomery onto Wisconsin southbound, we're going to have a dedicated right turn lane. So what's being constructed right now, it's not open yet, but what's being constructed right now has a cycle track, a 2-way bike lane on the south side, and then 3 lanes. The rightmost lane is a right turn only lane, and it will be phase protected. There'll be an arrow signal, so you can only turn when the green arrow is on, so you're not conflicting with cyclists. And then 2 lanes going eastbound. But if we had to make one of those lanes go westbound, now you have a single lane going through the Wisconsin Avenue intersection. And then the second suggestion was that we make Old Georgetown two-way, and the person said, it's so much easier. It's only 1 turn, and it's only 2 turns instead of 3 turns, because you come down Old Georgetown Road, you turn right at Wisconsin, and you just turn left on Montgomery. It's a lot simpler than making a right on Woodmont, and then a left on Montgomery, and then a right on Wisconsin, or going straight across. And the issue here has to do with the left turn timing. So as I told you before, we have these signal cycles, and in most cases in the county, they're 120 seconds cycles. But there's only 60 seconds in a minute, right? So if I take away time from one user to give it to left turns, I can't just add more time. That's time that's lost. So if I give each commissioner here today 15 seconds, and then Commissioner Linden says, I need 20 seconds, I gotta find that 5 seconds from one of the other 3 of you. I can't just give him 5 and you also have 15. And so I don't know what the actual timing is at the intersection, but I just kind of sketched out a number that adds up to 120 seconds. But right now, let's say that there's 70 seconds for southbound Wisconsin, and 10 of those seconds is for the left turn cycle going east on Montgomery. That leaves 55 seconds for northbound traffic, assuming we don't have to go through all the assumptions. But if we need to add more time to that left, I've got to take time away from that 55 seconds for northbound traffic. And by having that left happen over at Woodmont and Montgomery instead of at Wisconsin and Montgomery, there's no northbound conflicting movement on Woodmont at Montgomery, so we don't have to worry about taking time from anybody. We have plenty of time there. So believe it or not, these recommendations are not about moving traffic through Bethesda faster. What they are really about is making sure that we can protect cyclists and pedestrians from left turns at all these intersections, and that we can accommodate really, truly complete streets. The vision for downtown Bethesda is that all of these streets will, every single one of the ones that we've talked about will have sidewalks on both sides, two-way bike lanes on each of the streets, and at least one direction of traffic, and they all also have transit on them as well. So these are truly complete streets, and I think this is a great example of
Yeah.
where the rest of the county can
Yes.
see a gold standard.
Yeah, so thank you. I trust in your recommendations. I would almost have to see all of, it's hard for me to envision that. I almost have to see it on paper. But I appreciate the briefing. Thank you so much. It gives us a better feel for this. The 3A seems like the option to go with. And then, as what Commissioner Linden said, we would hope that with the Purple Line and some other things that even that it may either reduce the increase in bus use because people have another option to get into downtown Bethesda. So thank you so much. Anything else? All right. Thank you. Well, the afternoon session is ended, and we'll take a break, and we'll come back for the last session. Thank you. Welcome and good evening. Welcome and good evening. My name is Artie Harris. I'm the chair of the Planning Board. We have 4 Planning Board members serving tonight. Besides myself, there's Vice Chair Pedowim, there's James Hedrick to her left, and there's Josh Linden to my right. So welcome here, welcome in Tacoma Park Municipal Center. So tonight, we're focusing on the public hearing for the master plan item, Tacoma Park Minor Master Plan Amendment. So thank you very much. This is just for public testimony tonight. No one has asked, I believe, for any translation, but to be help with translations, but we do, if someone needs help, we have a French, Amharic, and Spanish to help if anyone needs that assistance. So of the board members, from time to time, some may leave, but if they're only in the back and it's on, there's a television in the back that's projecting this. So if a board member's not here, they are also listening in the back. So just want to let you know that. So we'll start tonight. The project manager for this minor master plan is Melissa Williams. She'll make a brief announcement, and then we'll get going with testimony. We'll bring up 5 at a time, and then we'll start from there. We'll do first the in-person. Well, based on this list, is mostly we'll start the in-person, and then we'll go to Tacoma Park. So thank you so much for coming. We are really want to hear your testimony. Thank you.
Okay, and thank you, Chair. For the record, my name is Melissa Williams, and I am the lead planner for the Tacoma Park Minor Master Plan Amendment. I'm with the Montgomery County Planning Department, Down County Planning Division. This public hearing for the Tacoma Park Minor Master Plan Amendment was advertised in the Washington Times on June 26, 2023, and duly notified via hard copy and/or electronic formats on or before June 30th to the City of Tacoma Park, the Tacoma Park City Council, Montgomery County Council, Montgomery County Executive, Montgomery County Planning Board, applicable Montgomery County departments and other public agencies, public libraries near the planned area, the residential neighborhood, community organizations, homeowners associations, and other interested parties. The public hearing is an opportunity for the Montgomery County Planning Board to receive testimony on the public hearing draft of the Tacoma Park Minor Master Plan Amendment. The Planning Board will continue to take public comments on the draft plan until September 30th, and there will be a series of Planning Board work sessions beginning October 19th to incorporate public comments and review and revise the draft plan. The Tacoma Park Minor Master Plan Amendment Public Hearing Draft is an amendment to a portion of the 2000 Tacoma Park Master Plan, Thrive Montgomery 2050, the county's general plan, the 2013 Countywide Transit Corridors Functional Master Plan as amended, the 2018 Technical Update to the Master Plan of Highways and Transitways as amended, the 2018 Montgomery County Bicycle Master Plan as amended, and the Master Plan of Historic Preservation as amended. I'd like to enter into the public record the following documents: the 2000 Tacoma Park Master Plan, Thrive Montgomery 2050, the county's general plan, the 2013 Countywide Transit Corridors Functional Master Plan as amended, the 2018 Technical Update to the Master Plan of Highways and Transitways as amended, the 2018 Montgomery County Bicycle Master Plan, and the Master Plan of Historic Preservation as amended. The following supporting studies and reports are also entered into the public record: the Tacoma Park Minor Master Plan Amendment Community Engagement Update Report, the Tacoma Park Minor Master Plan Amendment Existing Conditions Report Presentation, and the Tacoma Park Minor Master Plan Amendment Appendix. All of these documents, as well as other meeting materials and recordings, are available via the Tacoma Park Minor Master Plan Amendment Project website, which is located at montgomeryplanning.org/TPMMA. I am also entering into the public record the following documents, which are attached to the agenda report for this meeting item. We have Resolution 2023-16 from the Tacoma Park City Council recommending support of the Planning Board designation of the public hearing draft of the Tacoma Park Minor Master Plan Amendment. A letter transmitting the public hearing draft to the County Council President, Evan Glass, dated June 26. A letter transmitting the public hearing draft plan to the County Executive, Mark Elrich, dated June 26. A letter transmitting the public hearing draft plan to the Mayor of Tacoma Park, Talisha Searcy, dated June 26, and all of these are June 26, 2023. And a proof of publication from the Washington Times newspaper ad in the paper's June 26, 2023 issue. I'd also add that the staff supports the Tacoma Park City Council request that the public record remain open until September 30th, 2023 at the close of business, and that completes my statement for the record.
Okay, thank you very much. So we'll have the first five speakers come up to the table, please. Mayor Talisha Searcy, David Reed, if he's here, Michael Duma, Carrie Ann Hamilton, and Robert Dreyer. Oh, we have another one, okay. Is Micah Bevington here? Salim Firth? Thank you. So individuals will have 3 minutes for their testimony, and groups will have 6 minutes. So we'll start with Mayor Searcy. You will have 6 minutes, please. Please state your name, and then you can begin your testimony.
Good evening. My name is Talisha Searcy, and I'm the mayor of the city of Tacoma Park. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight on behalf of our residents regarding the minor master plan amendment. I also want to thank the Montgomery County planning staff who worked on this plan. The city of Tacoma Park's housing and economic development goals are threefold: preserve, protect, and produce. We want to preserve existing businesses and affordable housing in Tacoma Park, including in revitalizing areas. Produce more housing and opportunities for businesses to start and grow across the income spectrum and allow the city to meet our diverse housing and economic needs. And protect renters, homeowners, and local businesses from discrimination and displacement, and our environment from destruction. With the unexpected relocation of the Washington Adventist Hospital, the Minor Master Plan Amendment opens a door for our community to realize what is needed to advance its housing and economic development goals, as well as support the advancement of vital city resources such as affordable housing, schools, parks, and municipal buildings. However, the plan needs to be revised to better reflect the city's values, as well as ensure that the plan takes the necessary steps to protect the most vulnerable among us. Resolution 2316, the council stated that the minor master plan amendment should include zoning amendments that are designed to incentivize the creation of a range of housing types, retain and improve existing affordable housing, retain existing and attract new local businesses, create new public space opportunities, and strengthen social and environmental assets. To ensure that this happens, the Tacoma Park City Council passed Resolution 2023-33 and requiring the Planning Board to hold work sessions on 4 topics of great importance to the community. The first topic is the potential redevelopment of the Washington Adventist site and the Flower Avenue District. We implore you to take a closer look at the plan to examine how the development requirements, including setbacks, building heights, and step-downs, lot coverage, and density of the newly proposed zoning for the Washington Adventist site impact neighboring single-family housing. The plan should reduce the scale, height, and apply appropriate setbacks of parcels adjoining Maplewood and Greenwood Avenues. Additionally, the plan should retain the green space at Hospital Hill and increase the recommended 1/2 acre central public open space. The plan should also clearly state the allowable line of development for property abutting Sligo Creek. The second topic is promoting a diversity of housing in the plan area. Like other communities, the city of Tacoma Park needs missing middle housing. It is important that the plan aids in providing a diversity of housing option. The plan should recommend that any new units constructed within the plan area help meet the city's objectives of increasing the number of units, the variety of housing types across the affordability spectrum that result in economically diverse communities. Where appropriate, the Maple Avenue District and Plan should encourage innovative infill development and opportunities on underutilized portions of parcels that do not adversely impact existing affordable housing. The board should also hold a work session on the public space, infrastructure, and amenities within the plan. Please examine the impact of the density proposed on access to and provision of public space, infrastructure, recreational facilities, school capacity, roads, public utilities, and healthcare. The plan should include more specific recommendations around the activation and creation of usable green space, including the activation of the green space neighboring Essex House and identification of additional opportunities for ball fields and structured play areas. The plan should also clearly support improvements in multimodal transportation, help to meet city and county climate goals, and address the current and future challenges of local vehicle traffic in the plan area. Lastly, the city of Tacoma Park contains 4% of the county's housing stock, but we make up 9% of the county's affordable housing units. It is vital that we protect affordable housing in the city and demand the board hold a work session focused on protecting existing housing affordability in the plan area. Specifically, the board should examine how the plan stakeholder can retain existing housing affordability while improving the quality of existing housing. Additionally, the board should explore what protection mechanisms are in the plan to prevent displacement of current renters and ensure no net loss of affordable housing. In addition to the aforementioned work session, the city would also submit for the public record additional comments and information requests that we would like for the board to address prior to advancing the revised plan to the City Council and the Montgomery County Council. As a critical partner in future success of the plan, the city expects the opportunity to review and react to the findings of the upcoming work sessions prior to the advancement of any planning board draft. The City of Tacoma Park supports the re-envisioning of the Washington Adventist Hospital campus and the enhancement of critical civic, economic, and housing resources in the surrounding neighborhoods along Maple Avenue corridor. However, it must be done in a manner that enhances the quality of life of residents and is environmentally and financially sustainable. The plan is a vital step towards realizing this shared goal. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Mayor Searcy. So next will be David Reed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is David Reed. I'm an economist. I am also the president of the Long Branch Sligo Community Association, and I'm a founding member of the Community Equity Coalition that I'll be representing tonight. A fundamental controversy of the MMPA regards the urgently needed rehabilitation of the high-rise buildings along Maple Avenue. The MMPA proposes upzoning as the sole instrument to incentivize that rehabilitation process. Unfortunately, privileged use of that instrument disregards two basic economic facts. One, upzoning does not mobilize private sector investment without raising the cost of housing. Private investors need a robust, stable return on their investments. Rent increases, hence, are inevitable. Second, upzoning does not promote renovation without major dislocation of tenants unless accompanied by public financing. Absent such funding, displacement of many vulnerable families is inevitable. How then can the MMPA claim that it aspires to achieve no net loss of affordable housing by using this very blunt economic instrument and without public financing? Further, even a cursory reading of American urban change over the past 5 decades highlights how upzoning has been a privileged tool in displacing hundreds of thousands of low-income families, largely brown and black, from urban centers. I therefore propose 2 steps to try to address this important challenge. One, that the Maple Avenue District be severed from the MMPA so that construction of urgently needed housing in the Flower Avenue District can move forward expeditiously. And second, I propose that the planning board mandate a tailored urban design process on Maple Avenue that, among other things, among other options, one, explores expansion of public ownership opportunities, MHP as a main target and opportunity for them, I believe, that encourages economic cooperative development and that opens missing middle opportunities and options for other folks. Two, that it convenes a forum with private owners to explore obstacles, financing, and timing regarding rehabilitation of their properties. And three, that it identifies sources of public financing that are needed to ensure temporary relocation of residents in buildings undergoing rehabilitation. A dedicated planning process along Maple Avenue will be required to meet the requisites of the equity and master planning framework by which you are guided. To wit, the department must incorporate racial equity and social justice when preparing master plans. I close in thanking Mayor Searcy for her dedication and that of the City Council in trying to find inclusive answers to the challenge posed by the current MMPA. And I close expressing the ardent commitment of the hundreds of residents that I represent to work with you in finding equitable and enduring solutions to our city's needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. Next will be Michael Duma. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Michael Duma. I live on Garland Avenue, east of the Upzone land on Greenwood Avenue. And I have one picture I wanted to show. It's the one that's kind of green and pink. But you can put it up later. So tonight, I want to talk about the green promenade. So I love that the planners suggested a pedestrian path on the west edge of the old hospital site. I love that the idea of a visual connection to Sligo Creek and the proposed connection to Long Branch. But I want to emphasize that the neighborhood is hilly. It's tricky to move east and west between the Sligo Creek and Long Branch stream trails. The green promenade diagram that's in the draft figures 1 and 8, it's not realistic on the east side. Maplewood, it's steep for kids to bike up or to push a stroller. Even the dogs don't like going up and down Maplewood. In the middle of the Adventist site, it's really steep. So to add some ground truth to this conversation, I prepared this map from the data on the MC Atlas site. So this is the 2-foot contours and the LiDAR kind of mixed together. I guess you guys can see it. So you can see that the cliffs and the hills really kind of stand out there. So if there's a diagram that's like this, it helps you know what routes are going to make sense and where they don't make sense. And my request is for the county planners to make a map really similar to this so that we can see where the bikes should go, where the walking should go. I'm happy to share my map. The GIS department, I'm sure I can make one. So how do you go up a steep hill? Well, you don't go up a steep hill. You use switchbacks. That's what people do when they're hiking. And so I'm proposing a route that kind of weaves back and forth. And so I want to make the suggestion. And so looking at this map, you can't really see where folks are sitting, but on the top edge, there's a dotted line that goes along Maplewood. That's the one that I think is unrealistic. There's also one that just kind of arches right through the middle of the property. And maybe that was a concept, that line. I don't think that's realistic either. So what could happen? So we could extend from the bridge that's on Carroll Avenue all the way around on the west side of the hospital site over to Maplewood and Maple. So just as was proposed, but I'd like to see this on a map so that people can really see where it could be. And that's a really nice path because you can walk it. It has a bit of an uphill climb. Then from the east side of it, you can swing around to Carroll and Flowerell, which was proposed also. And that's walkable. From the corner of Flower Avenue and Carroll, the sidewalk's perfectly good, and that brings you up some more of that hill. So that brings people all the way around in a way that they can walk. Then, how do you get down to Long Branch? Because Maplewood isn't going to work. And my suggestion is to have something else that weaves all the way behind Greenwood. There's a swath of right-of-way that the city owns, and then there's the back of those Greenwood properties, and there's lots of space there. And if a path was put there connecting to Garland, it could go across. And that might be my timer. There's no timer up here. But the basic idea is make a map and then see if we can weave through something that people can walk, because I think people would love to use that.
Thank you so much. Next is Carrie Ann Hamilton. Robert Dreher. Rob.
Good evening. My name is Bob Dreher, and I live in Tacoma Park. As you'll hear tonight, the proposed master plan amendment has raised deep concerns in our community. People are taken aback by the sheer size of the development that would be allowed under the proposed plan. 150 and 120-foot tall residential and commercial buildings throughout the inner core of our city, increasing our city's population by as much as 40%. People are apprehensive that the economic incentives provided by this massive upzoning will lead to replacement of existing, highly affordable apartment buildings along Maple Avenue, displacing residents and destroying the most affordable and diverse neighborhood in Montgomery County. People are concerned about environmental impacts from all this construction, including stormwater, climate impacts, and harm to our parklands along Sligo Creek. And they're worried about what this huge increase in our population will do to traffic, schools, and other infrastructure. What's striking to me is how little we actually know about the consequences of this plan. We do not have any environmental analysis, any analysis of stormwater impacts, any traffic studies, or any socioeconomic analysis of the impacts of upzoning on existing buildings and residents. There's been no apparent consideration of alternative approaches to planning for this vital area of our city. Zoning schemes with lower building heights and less density, for example, or zoning schemes that focus on the Adventist Hospital site and defer changes to Maple Avenue. As someone who spent much of his career working on planning for federal lands and resources, I find this astonishing, frankly. Federal decision-making for land development is governed by the National Environmental Policy Act, which requires thorough analysis and public disclosure of potential environmental impacts at the proposal stage, and consideration of alternative approaches that would cause less environmental damage. It requires transparency and public involvement throughout the planning process. Although the NEPA process doesn't eliminate disputes over proper management of federal lands, it ensures informed decision-making, and it can lead to development of alternative approaches that can win broad public support. I think the planning board should follow that model here. I know NEPA doesn't apply to you, but the reasoning of NEPA to look before you leap seems eminently sensible. So I think you should direct your staff to study the potential environmental, climate, and socioeconomic impacts of the proposed plan and compare those impacts to alternative approaches that establish lower building heights and less density and that separate out Maple Avenue from the current plan. And you should disclose those studies and the alternative approaches to the public and take more public comment before voting on a plan. I know this will require effort and take some time, but it will provide the information that our community and you need to understand the likely consequences of this major change to our city. We can't afford to simply sign a blank check for developers. And it may help bring people together around an approach that promotes new, affordable housing in our city without endangering the environment and the welfare of existing residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dreher. Next is Salim Firth.
Thank you, Chair and Commission members. I appreciate your time. My name is Salim Firth. I'm a Tacoma Park resident and an abutter to the current plan boundary. I'm also a housing economist. The land directly behind where I live is already zoned for 100-foot height limits, as is much of the Maple Avenue corridor. So there isn't really an upzoning going on here. I understand the county is, updating the zoning. I'm fine with either way. What's important to me as an abutter is that as that building, which is already not great structurally, as it reaches the end of its natural life, that the condominium owners can responsibly take action to either rehabilitate or replace the building in a way that doesn't leave a vacant structure, waiting for variances, waiting for appeals, going through a messy process because the zoning is not clear and permissive. So my interest is in having clear permissive zoning that maintains the existing high height limits and allows us to continue to have tall buildings on the Maple Avenue corridor. I'm also very concerned about the rising cost of housing in Tacoma Park. On my block, houses now go for about $1.5 million. My brother, 2 years ago, looked to move to Tacoma Park with his growing family, and it was just unrealistic. Nowhere in the city could he afford to buy a house. And the only way, we know the status quo zoning has brought us here. So we know how to get where we are, and that's what we've done so far, which is to put shrink wrap zoning over almost all of the city. The only way to bring down housing costs and to make space for new neighbors is to build more housing. There's no amount of rearranging the deck chairs or studying things that is going to make housing more affordable, and no number of restrictions that is going to add units in Tacoma Park. The Adventist site, which is really the core issue here, is the only one of its kind in Tacoma Park. There's no other site, if we decide to make this a park, we're not gonna build housing somewhere else. There's nowhere else, anywhere near the core of Tacoma Park, that could house a significant amount of housing. If we fail here, then new people can, as now, only move to Tacoma Park by outbidding, buying out, or displacing someone else. That's the status quo. Thank you for considering this amendment, and I support it in its current form. I look forward to the improvements, but I really hope that you don't back down from the core of the plan, which is to allow significant amounts of dense housing at the Adventist site. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Firth. And thank you, all of you, for coming, and we'll call up the next 5 people. So the next is Ann Hollander in here? Aaron Sayadian, Naomi Edelson, William Hernandez, Frank Demaray, Jacqueline Moore, Rachel Hardwick, Susan Miller.
It looks like several of the people you're asking about are online, if you'd give them a chance to respond.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Okay.
You might want to just start over at the beginning.
Yeah, I'll start again. So is Micah Bevington online? How about Ann Hollander? Naomi Edelson? Oh, there he is. And William Hernandez, is William online? So who did I miss that was online? Oh, Frank. Okay. So why don't we do this? Why don't we take Frank first? And Frank, you're representing the Sligo Creek Parkway, Kennebec Flower, Maplewood Neighborhood Association. So thank you for participating. You have 6 minutes for your testimony. You need to get off of mute, Frank, please.
Thought I had it. Thank you very much. Again, my name is Frank Demaray. I live on Maple Avenue, Tacoma Park. And I submitted written statement with a series of observations and recommendations on how to improve the plan. Fundamentally, I personally am in support. I'm actually speaking on behalf of myself and only myself at this point. Okay. But the plan is well aligned in its stated objectives and intentions with, I think, the Tacoma Park community, Tacoma Park City values, and what the city is intending when it advanced this idea. The one thing I do want to speak to this evening that I highlight in that written submission is that the minor master plan, as the first plan under the new Thrive general plan, speaks to and stresses the importance of preservation of existing affordable housing. Tacoma Park has a rent stabilization structure that for the past 40 years has protected residents from rent increases exceeding inflation. It's created an extraordinarily mixed income and diverse community where significant percentage of the population in each of our racial and ethnic categories at the median incomes for those categories can afford the median rents in Tacoma Park. That doesn't exist anywhere else. Our rents are 20 to 30% lower than adjoining areas and countywide averages. It's critical for the county to recognize that when you create this level of density, the plan as it's proposed, particularly on the occupied parcels, increases the incentives and the likelihood of redevelopment, which is the purpose, create new units. But every single redevelopment will result in the elimination of affordable housing. That the 12.5, even if you went to 15% MPDU, redevelopment will eliminate significant majority of the affordable units on those sites. And that's because any new construction is going to be looking to rents that are substantially above market averages and above the current rents in Tacoma Park. And that the county has recognized this, stresses it in all of the plans, but has not provided in the minor master plan any structure, any requirements, any limitations that would really protect existing residents. And the county has done that, planning has done that in the Veers Mill Corridor plan, particularly on the Twin Brook property. It's provided that for 5 identified properties in the Silver Spring Business District and adjoining communities plan. And in the Tacoma Park Minor Master Plan, the plan needs to adopt no net loss. The county can and should protect the numbers of existing units with a requirement that when a property with affordable units is redeveloped, and with the Tacoma Park rents and the rent stabilization, it's well documented, the rents, that the replacement units should include 1-for-1 replacement of those existing units at a minimum. As someone in the affordable housing industry, I fully appreciate the impact, the cost, etc. But also as a member of this community, recognize the absolute value and actually irreplaceable value. So even though we have restricted units that are 20 years or better in terms of the restrictions, at some point those expire. A significant number of unrestricted units. And every redevelopment that produces desired new housing will, by definition, replace. So if you have a 101 unit building and you could build 250 units on that site and you replace it with 12.5 MPDUs, that's 32 units. 101 affordable units would be lost, 32 replaced at MPDU rents above the existing rents on that property. It's doable. It puts the onus on the property development community, the landowners, to work with that requirement, to find a solution. Generally will require some public involvement, but right now the plan only requires a best efforts, a striving for that, and the fundamentals with no net loss in all of our plans of striving and best efforts, etc., are insufficient, particularly in a community, but that is the fundamental component that keeps this community, our residents, able to live here, multi-generational, and builds the sense of community that comes with security, that you will be able to stay here. So I just want to stress this as the most critical, and it's the first opportunity coming out of Thrive to really do this right. The fundamentals here are you either do or do not. Try is not good enough. So I'll thank you very much and leave you with that.
Thank you, Mr. Demiris. The next person will be, is it Aaron Sayedin?
Hi there. My name's Aaron Sayedian. I live on Garland Avenue, so just across the way from the plan area. I've lived in Tacoma Park since 2018, and I also operate my business outside of 6930 Carroll Avenue, which is another repurposed Adventist building. I believe used to be Adventist World Headquarters. My story in town starts with me and my wife moving into a multifamily building on Tulip Avenue that probably couldn't be built today, smack in the middle of single-family homes. It was where we moved when we had our first child. Now we own a house on Garland Avenue. And then, of course, I did mention my business. I employ 35 people. We're proud to operate out of Tacoma Park, and the people that come to work every day spend money in our community and, liven up the streets. I don't think that the presence of the old Adventist building on Carroll Avenue, if you know it, it's 10 stories right on your way to the metro. I don't think it takes away or detracts from anything on Willow, Maple, Tulip. These are all iconic Tacoma Park streets of people living kind of beautiful Tacoma Park lives. So Anyway, when I think about the proposed plan, I really don't have many quibbles. If it has more kind of commercial land, I think that's great. If it brings more multifamily housing into the city, I think that's wonderful. I think about how those kind of things have impacted my life for the better, and how if we build more of it, it'll impact more people's lives for the better. I know that some folks have kind of mentioned traffic, stormwater, affordability. Those tend to be, I think, the key things that people are worried about. From my perspective, the plan as proposed would address all of those things instead of create more issues. Please be respectful. Please be respectful. You can talk later. Anyway, stormwater, it's an inactive site right now. Me and my son play on the hills, and he loves, when I drive through the parking garages, it's a bunch of impervious surfaces. I can't imagine that this kind of crumbling campus manages stormwater better than something, newly construed and newly built. In terms of traffic, if I got to fill a prescription at CVS, I hop in my car, I drive down either to Old Town or New Hampshire Avenue CVS. If there were things that I could walk to, I'd walk to them. So that gets me out of my car. That reduces traffic. And in terms of affordability, I mentioned I am a businessman. I believe in supply and demand. I agree with Mr. Firth, who spoke before me. I think that building more housing is the way to have cheaper housing, and also, smaller size housing, right? Part of the affordability of apartments is just that they're not as big, and so we need all kinds of sizes, apart from just supply and demand, in order to have affordable options in Tacoma Park. So lastly, I just want to highlight, Mayor Searcy mentioned the City of Tacoma Parks Council passed a resolution supporting this. From my perspective, the last two elections in Tacoma Park for the mayoralty were referenda on development. I think that those are very democratic avenues that feedback has been solicited, and I hope that we don't get bogged down in endless process on weeknights when I think the people of Tacoma Park have already spoken.
Thank you, Mr. Siedian. Thank you for your presentation. Next is Naomi Edelson.
Hello, I'm Naomi Edelson. I'm a wildlife biologist by trade, and here's my binoculars to prove it, my beat-up binoculars. I live at 716 Erie Ave in Ward 5, 1 block from the hospital, 2 blocks from Sligo Creek. I am for the development of the hospital grounds to be more like what Walter Reed is. I'm here to raise grave concerns about the density and height of the plan. It's very much an overreach, and I'm very worried about the worst-case scenario. I love Tacoma Park. We moved here in 2010. I especially love Sligo Creek. It's the heart and soul of Tacoma Park, and people of all stripes and backgrounds use it extensively. I walk and bike along it every day. The path is so busy that I bike on the street, and I actually fell on it today, but I didn't break my arm, but it's a little bruised. But this Sligo Creek is beloved. And I just want to say, as an example, tomorrow Eve, as some of you may know, is Rosh Hashanah, which is a time of reflection and renewal to Jews, myself. It's a tradition where you throw bread into a body of moving water and express regret for your sins. But I don't put bread in Sligo Creek because I know, as a wildlife biologist, it hurts the fish, the turtles, and the ducks, of which all live there. I use little broken up leaves, which there are plenty. And I just want to say, Sligo Creek, people don't realize it. There are kids playing in it. There are dogs drinking out of it. It is an unhealthy creek. And it used to be worse. It has had so much county money and other funds put into it that it has gone from 3 species to now 15 or more. It's getting better. I saw a bald eagle there. I didn't have my binoculars, but I knew what it was because it's easy. And I've seen fish and ducks. And I love it so much that I applied for county grants, which I got from Rainscapes and DEP, which is right in this building, to help congregations remove impermeable space like lawns and put in native plant gardens to slow the flow of stormwater runoff and help people and wildlife. And it turns out that Tacoma Park section of Sligo Creek is the most degraded. And the county, as you know, manages it, but it's the city that's contributing to it. More density, which height increases density, more density is going to lead to more traffic, more lawns, more impermeable pavement, more poop, which is one of the biggest problems, that dog poop, and it's going to create more degradation. I think Tacoma Park Sligo Creek is the heart and soul, and we need to keep it that way. We need to keep this beautiful place that's important to us spiritually and physically and emotionally. And I wish you all a sweet and healthy, happy new year, and I wish that for Sligo Creek. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Edelson, for your testimony. Next will be Jacqueline Moore.
My name is Jacqueline Moore, and I am a resident of Tacoma Park. In Tacoma Park, we have a historic Black community that's dealt with the consequences of racism throughout the history of the city. In the short film produced by Historic Tacoma Incorporated, They Called Him Mr. Lee, Mr. Cedric Boatman discusses how he felt to be tolerated but not accepted by the white residents of Tacoma Park while growing up. When Black residents wanted a playground, they were told by the city council to clear the land and raise the needed funds themselves. The playground was built in the early 1950s, but by the mid-1950s, it was seized by the city to be used for the Department of Public Works. There are still some Black residents today in 2023 who feel tolerated rather than accepted despite our city council's stated priority of being a welcoming community. We also have a community of people along Maple Avenue, many of whom are recent immigrants to the U.S. The buildings they live in may not possess the same kind of cultural and historical touchstones that are present in Victorian houses and bungalows. I don't live in one of those, throughout Tacoma Park's historic district. But these residents bring with them their rich histories and traditions. The residents in lower-income housing along Maple Avenue have gone through severe economic stress caused by the 2008 recession and the housing crisis and the COVID pandemic. Most of the people who live in the apartment buildings will not be returning if they are pushed out of Tacoma Park. Recent immigrants are in danger of having their lives upended once again. The fabric of our diverse city will be irreparably torn asunder. Valerie Babb, author of Black Georgetown Remembered, stated, "Bettering an environment is about bringing your best self and welcoming the diversity in others." The displacement of Black families from Georgetown to Anacostia in the early mid-20th century is just one example of the harmful effects of gentrification in the D.C., Maryland, Virginia region. This is not a history that I wish to see repeated, especially not in Tacoma Park. I ask you, what exactly in the minor master plan for Tacoma Park betters our environment and protects diversity? Are you, the planning board members and the planning board staff, bringing your best selves and welcoming the diversity that currently exists in Tacoma Park? The people who live in the MMPA area now have a history too. We just don't know it. Isn't it time we try to find out, recognize it, and honor their history too? Most importantly, when will we validate their worth to our city and do everything possible to make sure that they get to continue to live in Tacoma Park? Please sever the Maple Avenue corridor and the municipal corridor portions of the MMPA. These parts of the current plan can be revisited once we see what happens with the Washington Adventist Hospital site. History will remember our names, our words, and our deeds. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. Next is Rachel Hardwick.
Thank you. I'm Rachel Hardwick. I live at 7400 Flower Avenue, Tacoma Park, which is 2 blocks from the hospital site and the corner of Carroll and Flower Avenues. I am in favor of housing at the hospital site and recognize, as we all do, that Montgomery County needs more housing units, especially for people who need middle income and affordable housing. Nevertheless, I am very concerned that the proposed zoning changes will add far too many units to the hospital site, making our schools even more crowded and traffic and pollution in our community unsustainable. Before we are too far into this process, please analyze the effects on traffic, stormwater runoff, demands on city and county services such as the police department, the impact on already crowded schools, and figure out how to solve problems that we know will come if 12-story buildings are allowed at the hospital site. In front of my house, for example, we have a real and dangerous traffic problem. That section of Flower Avenue is very narrow. When it was built in the 1920s, it was not meant to handle the volume of cars of modern times. For over 17 years, I have shared my concerns with Tacoma Park city leaders about the volume of traffic and the need for enforcement of the stop signs. The majority of drivers do not stop at the stop sign in front of my house, likely because they are frustrated by the narrowness of the street and the volume of cars, which we have not yet solved despite lots of conversations. And we can only expect those problems to greatly increase. If thousands of housing units and 6,000 to 7,000 people are added to a site over a mile from the metro and over a half a mile to the Purple Line, many cars will travel on surrounding streets, including from Carroll Avenue to Sligo Creek Parkway on Flower Avenue, and vice versa. As a parent of recent Blair High School graduates, I know that at a minimum, Blair High School and Rolling Terrace Elementary School are overcrowded now. Blair is bursting and added portables through the years my kids were there, save for the pandemic. We are talking about increasing Tacoma Park's population by possibly 40%. Where will the students go to school? And how many other communities outside of Tacoma Park will be affected by adding additional students to the public schools? Again, I am in favor of housing at the hospital site, but let's go into it with eyes wide open. Before agreeing to the zoning changes recommended by county planners, I implore you to ensure that an analysis of such building on the site will have on surrounding streets, government services, and on the schools. The analysis is conducted in a meaningful and transparent way. Finally, know that whatever the zoning allows, that is what will be built when for-profit developers develop the site. We experienced that particular phenomenon at the junction in Tacoma Park. The chosen builder worked very hard to maximize profit, which I understand, but it would have cost the community a lot. Let's not write that same blueprint here. Please use your authority to plan as best as possible for our beloved community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hardwick. I think that everyone has spoken. I'm sorry. Would you repeat your name? And
Sue Miller.
Okay, thank you. Ms.
Good evening. I'm here tonight representing Community Vision for Tacoma, a community group for almost a decade now with over 1,000 people on our list. I moved to Tacoma Park after living for years in West Africa and then Brazil. Like many in our city, I chose Tacoma Park because I wanted my children to continue to grow up surrounded by racial, cultural, and socioeconomic diversity. My children attended Piney Branch Elementary, the school in the minor master plan area on Maple Avenue. At Piney Branch, they were part of a student body made up of equal proportions of white, Latino, multi-generational Black American students, and students from African immigrant families. As the Piney Branch PTA president, I got funding to enliven the front of the school facing Maple with the murals that are still there. There's a photo highlighting them in your plan draft, I think. And we waged 2 successful city and county battles to save the unique public pool on Maple behind the school. These days, I volunteer for a nonprofit making grocery deliveries for seniors on Maple in the building where my best friend lives. For me, Maple Avenue is the heart of Tacoma Park. It makes Tacoma Park what it is. Decades ago, our community created a network of public, nonprofit, and private entities to produce what we believe is the densest corridor of affordable housing in the county on Maple. It's never been clear to us why Maple Avenue was appended onto this plan. The conditions and built landscape on Maple present entirely different issues than the abandoned hospital site. We hope we will see new housing on the hospital site, but the issue of aging buildings on Maple will not be solved by this amendment except through teardowns that could lead to displacement and gentrification. And only about half the buildings on Maple are protected by deed covenants. So it feels like a plan developed under a previous planning board is going forward despite widespread opposition from the communities most impacted. Maple Avenue is a community, not an empty campus. They did not ask for upzoning, and in fact had no idea this was part of the plan, since outreach sessions were difficult in the pandemic and focused on questions such as, what would you like to see on the hospital site? Or, why do you like your neighborhood? We realize there is a commitment under Thrive to build more housing. But why should the Maple Avenue community absorb the additional density when they already live in our densest neighborhood? Why would we try to shoehorn new 15-story buildings into an already dense neighborhood outside any transit walkshed? And how could it be equitable to fill in the only open spaces on Maple, spaces that bring light and sky and trees to people already living there in high-rises? Taking all this into consideration, CVT urges you to remove the Maple District and Municipal District from the amendment. Short of that, we urge you to reduce the proposed zoning on the streets surrounding the campus and down Maple and Lee, and instead match the current heights and density in order to protect our rent-stabilized and garden apartments and to protect our current residents. Please reduce the commercial quotient, which risks displacing more housing with entirely commercial buildings. And on the hospital site, please confine high-rises to the center of the site, away from the creek and surrounding neighborhoods. This amendment could set in motion the undoing of all that makes these neighborhoods affordable. We urge you to look at this plan with the fresh eyes of a new board. Surely you do not intend to trigger displacement and rising rents. There's no reason to barrel forward with the totally inappropriate broad brush upzoning in this amendment. And so we urge you to take all necessary time and make all necessary changes. Thank you for your service to our community.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. I think everyone at this table has gone now, so we'll bring up a new set. Karen Elrich, are you in Tacoma? Or you're here. Thank you. Alexandra Reyes Pinkston, are you here or online? Karen Burdett. Stuart Benes, Weymouth Spence, Jason Klein.
Stuart Benes is here.
Jason's on.
This is Stuart Benes online.
Oh, Bennett, okay. Tom Hildy. Hold on, please. Tom Hildy, are you here?
You already called my name.
We're not ready for you yet, but I'll call you. 1 second, please.
Why did you call me?
With Mr. Elrich, Karen Elrich. Yes.
There. Hello, my name is Karen Elrich, and I live in Tacoma Park. My home is just outside the area addressed by the minor master plan. I appreciate the opportunity to address you today regarding the minor master plan for our community. My concern lies in the absence of an equity analysis within this plan, particularly as it pertains to the potential upzoning of Maple Avenue, an established low-income neighborhood with valuable affordable housing. I question why this street was included into our need to rezone the hospital, and I would prefer that it was dropped from the plan so that the residents on Maple Avenue could be more involved in the actual planning of what happens in their neighborhood. But if we keep it in the plan, it is essential for us to consider the long-term impact of any of the decisions made here. Without a comprehensive equity analysis, we risk opening the door to unintended consequences for the Maple Avenue residents. The upzoning of this area may lead to gentrification, displacing vulnerable families who have called Maple Avenue home for decades. Equity should be at the forefront of our planning process. We must ensure that any changes made benefit all members of our community, especially those who are economically disadvantaged. This includes preserving affordable housing options protected by rent stabilization and protecting the character of neighborhoods like Maple Avenue. I urge the board to prioritize an equity analysis as an integral part of this master plan to ensure that our decisions lead to inclusive, sustainable, and equitable development. I'm concerned about why the board does not have to have a policy on having an equity analysis for all their plans, and would like to know your rationale for not having this policy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Karen Burdett.
Yes. My name is Karen Burdett. I am the Vice Chair of the Historic Preservation Commission for Montgomery County, and tonight I'm speaking to you on behalf of the Historic Preservation Commission. On May 10th, 2023, the Historic Preservation Commission received a briefing from the Planning Department's Historic Preservation Office staff on the Tacoma Park Minor Master Plan Amendment. The Historic Preservation Commission regularly provides comments to the Planning Board on master plan updates which impact historic resources or include significant historical elements. The plan proposes the historic designation of several important resources through a concurrent amendment to the Master Plan for Historic Preservation. As part of HPC's role and responsibilities under Chapter 24A of the Montgomery County Code, I am pleased to offer the Commission's recommendations to the Planning Board. The Historic Preservation Commission recommends that the Planning Board list 3 individual properties in the Locational Atlas and Index of Historic Sites, and recommend that the County Council designate the properties in the Master Plan for Historic Preservations. The three properties we're going to talk about are the Hefner Park Community Center at 42 Oswego Avenue, Crestview at 7625 Carroll Avenue, and the Sligo Seventh-day Adventist Church at 77 Carroll Avenue. The Hefner Park Community Center was built by Tacoma Park in 1959 as a segregated recreational facility for the city's Black residents. The building and park are the results of decades of advocacy by the city's African American residents to demand recreational outlets for Black children in the years preceding the county's 1963 public accommodation law. The Hefner Community Center satisfies three designation criteria. 1A, it is a historic resource that has character, interest, or value as part of the development, heritage, or cultural characteristics of the county, state, or nation. The Hefner Park Community Center is associated with the development of historically Black neighborhood of the Hill within the city and the community building efforts of the residents. Residents of the Hill worked for decades to meet the community need for recreational outlets and outdoor gathering space, and Hefner Park served as the social and community needs that were unmet due to racial segregation. It survives as a representation of these critical institutions and the development of the Black community. The Hefner Community Center is also associated with the leadership and advocacy of Lee Jordan, who is recognized by the city of Tacoma Park as one of the most influential residents in the community history, and it provides a direct link to Jordan's broad community leadership as well as his particular emphasis on the importance of recreation. The Hefner Park Community Center also stands as a reminder of racial segregation and discriminatory public policy in 20th century Montgomery County. And the center was one element in the landscape of segregated recreational facilities within the city of Tacoma Park and the county at large. Moving on to the Sligo Seventh-day Adventist Church. The Sligo Seventh-day Adventist Church is a three-story, wedge-shaped, streamlined, modern building of steel frame construction built between 1942 and 44. The church is significant as the home of a progressive congregation within the global Seventh-day Adventist Church and as an excellent representation of the streamlined modern style. The project satisfies three designation criteria. The Sligo Church reflects the growth of the Adventist community in Tacoma Park and holds significance as the site of pioneering advances towards racial integration and gender equity that are distinctive within the Adventist faith. Through the mid to late 20th century, the Sligo Church acquired prominence for desegregating church membership before national church leadership was prepared to do so, and for ordaining women as ministers in direct response to a globally adopted Adventist policy against this practice. It is also an excellent and distinctive example of streamlined modern architecture. Architecture J. Raymond Mims' design employs defining features of the style, and the church exterior is predominantly composed of smooth panels of Indiana limestone with limited ornamentation and embellishment. This restrained ornamentation is keeping with the streamlined modern style and also befitting the Seventh-day Adventist values and design precepts, which promote simplicity, limited ornamentation, and avoidance of vanity. The Sligo Church also occupies a prominent location at the corner of Flower and Carroll Avenues. And the other property is Crestview, a two-story craftsman-style bungalow built to house leadership of the Adventist Church. And in particular, it was the home of Dr. Daniel and Loretta Kress, who acquired the property in 1918. The Cresses were prominent Adventist medical missionaries and physicians who promoted faith-based healthcare. And the home is also a significant site of women's history for its association with Dr. Loretta Kress, one of the earliest female licensed physicians and surgeons in Montgomery County, and a leader of obstetric care in the early 20th century. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think Mr. Spence.
There we go. Dear Chair Harris and members of the Planning Board, I am Dr. Weymouth Spence, the president of Washington Adventist University. I wish to thank the City of Tacoma Park, the Planning Board and its staff for the willingness to re-image what the growth areas of Tacoma Park may become through the pending Tacoma Park Minor Master Plan Amendment. Our approximate 24.8 acre university is one of the potential growth areas in the plan, and we welcome the opportunities that the public hearing draft presents to us. The university is bounded by Maple Avenue, Flora Avenue, Carroll Avenue, and the former Washington Adventist Hospital site. We have been in Tacoma Park since 1904 and I have been president since 2008. The university is owned by the Seventh-day Adventist Church and offers a quality education to students of different faiths from around the world. There are currently a little over 600 students enrolled, with our highest enrollment ever of 1,498 in our undergraduate and graduate programs. During my tenure, I have put together a leadership team that elevated and transformed the former Columbia Union College to university status and is continuing to build on the legacy of former presidents to elevate the university's standing to one of international distinction. This is the right time and the right team for the university to capitalize on the opportunities that the Minor Master Plan Amendment presents. When the amendment was first introduced, the university partnered with our longtime affiliate, Adventist Healthcare, that controls the 17.4 acre former Washington Adventist Hospital campus to the west of the university. Together, we wanted to envision how our combined portion of the mini master plan area could grow to address current and future university needs. We also understood that the combined campus could help address area-wide housing, recreation, and connectivity opportunities if the plan were done correctly. I'm pleased that public hearing draft has recognized the need to rezone our university property and the former Washington Adventist Hospital property to a more flexible zone that also respects the building environment outside of the campus. Under its current zoning, the university must make comparison to other similar-sized universities. The CR zoning recommended in the public hearing draft provides the critical flexibility for the university to grow as needs and funding will allow. The zoning further accommodates some creative housing and connectivity opportunities that could certainly invocate the area. These changes present transformational opportunities for the university to ensure it may continue to support and attract students for many more decades at the current location. We also look forward to discussing other recommendations in the public hearing draft that are currently unclear or may not align with our future vision. These matters include the proposed study to designate the university as a National Historic District. We also have concerns about the green permit recommended alongside Maplewood Avenue and into the campus. The limited right-of-way and grade challenges associated with these improvements should be reviewed closely to ensure a realistic outcome for this aspirational vision. We are interested in how the proposed pedestrian and bicycle infrastructure will coordinate with our campus plans and have concerns about the blanket call for adaptive reuse of campus buildings. As such, we look forward to staying engaged as the mini master plan evolves and look forward to working with the city, the planning board, and planning staff to ensure that the plan may accommodate the positive changes that are envisioned for Tacoma Park. Thank you for your consideration of our comments.
Thank you, President Spence. We appreciate your comments. So next we have Jason Klein.
Dear Chair Harris and members of the Planning Board, I am Jason Klein, Executive Director of Corporate Real Estate for Adventist Healthcare, and I'm pleased to offer some comments on the public hearing draft for the Tacoma Park Minor Master Plan Amendment regarding the former Washington Adventist Hospital campus that is within the amendment area. As you are aware, Adventist Healthcare and its hospital were a community anchor in Tacoma Park for well over 100 years. In order to provide better regional access to healthcare, Adventist Healthcare made the difficult decision to relocate the hospital to the White Oak area of Montgomery County. However, Adventist Healthcare remains committed to coordinating with its partner, the Washington Adventist University, to ensure that the former hospital site continues to be a viable and valuable community asset. The public hearing draft is a great start to repositioning the campus for its next phase, in which it may continue to solve pressing community needs such as housing, open spaces, and neighborhood-serving amenities. The former Washington Adventist Hospital property is 17.4 acres and is located east of Sligo Creek between Maplewood Avenue and Carroll Avenue. The Washington Adventist University flanks the eastern edge of the property. The former hospital campus currently contains the aging hospital structure, which will be removed, and a medical office building that will remain. I note that the medical office building along Carroll Avenue is independently owned and operated, and any new development on the site will need to accommodate the existing structure and its established access routes. Adventist Healthcare and Washington Adventist University have been active participants in the minor master plan amendment process by attending all the Maryland National Capital Park and Planning Commission open houses, providing a community briefing in late 2022, and attending all Planning Board and Tacoma Park City Council plan updates. We are impressed by the efforts that planning staff and city staff have made to engage Tacoma Park residents and incorporate their feedback in the public hearing draft. The resulting land use and zoning recommendations for the hospital property in the public hearing draft respond to community comments by providing flexibility and density to achieve the desired outcomes of housing, central gathering places, and trail connections within the property. The public hearing draft also accommodates the dedication of Sligo Creek parkland from the hospital property in a manner that supports redevelopment through the density capture and other regulatory credits associated with the to-be-dedicated park area. Other recommendations in the public hearing draft meet laudable planning objectives, but currently lack the flexibility to respond to a likely piecemeal build-out with unknown future market conditions. These include the following: a requirement for redevelopment to occur under one sketch plan, dedication of significant Carroll Avenue right-of-way, a publicly accessible pedestrian path overlooking Sligo Creek Park, and retention of the crenellated stone walls along Carroll Avenue. Such recommendations should be refined to address conditions in which the recommendations are infeasible or cannot be met due to design or cost constraints. Adventist Healthcare will continue to remain engaged in the minor master plan amendment process to address these issues and ensure that the former hospital property will remain a community anchor well into the future. I close by commending the Planning Board and the Tacoma Park City Council for undertaking this minor master plan amendment effort. It has the potential of addressing pressing city needs within an environment that is welcome and accessible to all city residents. Adventist Healthcare is proud to be part of this important process. Thank you for your consideration of our comments.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. So next will be, is it Tom Hildy?
Hi, thank you, Board, and thank you to the Chair. I'm speaking as a resident on Greenwood Avenue, just outside of the Tacoma Park city boundaries, and right next to Washington Adventist University in Montgomery County District 4, the Flower Avenue area. I'm a professor of environmental and climate policy and sustainable development. And I've committed my life to the kinds of issues and values that are in the documents that we have thus far. Our community, however, was not consulted on this plan at all. And I don't know anyone who reads the Washington Times. although will be directly impacted. Our community is already zoned for multifamily residences, which renders the community economically and ethnically diverse already, more than most, or if not all, of Tacoma Park, apart from the Maple high-rises. We have a welcoming neighborhood of nurses and construction workers, scientists and artists, government workers and homemakers, students and teachers, young families, and retirees. It's a community of people committed to the public good. Our community is friendly, tranquil, and eminently walkable already. It's home to diverse flora and fauna. It also has a deep history, like other parts of Tacoma Park, reflected in the land, in its residents, and in the homes themselves. It's therefore a socially, historically, and ecologically important neighborhood. This is the kind of community that many others aspire to. I have a few points. One, scholarly research on upzoning is at an early stage, and the results are inconclusive. It can lead to more diverse communities. It can also lead to accelerated gentrification and displacement. The plan doesn't speak to the risks of upzoning and frankly seems unaware of them. Two, a separate study commissioned by Tacoma Park in 2017 found that a key weakness of its planning is that subsidized multifamily properties are not dispersed throughout the city. On the studies map, one sees that Ward 5 and our area are already dense in such properties, while Wards 1 and 3, for example, have little or zero subsidized rent-controlled multifamily property. This plan doesn't address one of the city's own weaknesses. Three, the proposed development is portrayed as green. However, the rezoning allows for much taller buildings, as we've heard, and much larger footprints. This extends beyond the hospital. The rezoning extends to Greenwood Avenue, which has hardly been mentioned here at all, which entails destroying green spaces. More construction requires processes and materials along the supply chain that are leading causes of carbon emissions globally, no matter whether the final product is designed to attain LEED certification. We haven't seen a comprehensive environmental and climate analysis and accounting of the proposed development. That would include GHG emissions not only from operations, but also the supply chain, land use change, and the loss of green space. One last point. Our neighborhood's character is defined by its green spaces and wildlife habitat. The diverse wildlife uses the green corridors between Sligo Creek and Long Branch Creek, extending beyond Tacoma Park City. This includes the woods and green areas at the corner of Maple and Maplewood, the undeveloped area between Greenwood and Garland Avenues, which has been mentioned, and other green spaces needed for safety, raising offspring, and food. Dense construction, more traffic, more runoff, and more people will clearly impact wildlife in the neighborhood, but there has been no wildlife impact study.
Mr. Hilda, could you wrap it up, please? Okay.
I'm sorry?
Another 15, you had, what is it, 3 minutes? Yeah, you've exceeded your 3 minutes. Take another 30 seconds and please complete your
I'm concluding right here. Adding 3,500 new residents and increased commercial and residential traffic in our community with inadequate understanding of the broader economic, environmental climate, and community impacts of upzoning does not seem terribly responsible to me. To do so without consulting the diverse community members outside of Tacoma Incorporated, while couching the project in the language of equity, diversity, and an abundance of green development planning buzzwords is deeply problematic. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think there's everyone at the table. We'll go back to, is it Micah Bevington, who's in Tacoma Park? And then, so we'll also, right after you, Ms. Bevington, Marcia Morris can be ready, and then Paul Hubner can be ready. Thank you. We can't hear you there.
About that.
Great, thank you.
Perfect. My name is Micah. I am a resident in Ward 2. I live 2 blocks from the Flower Avenue district. My comments are in particular around this section of the plan. Other people have said otherwise, but I feel this process has actually not been rushed. I appreciate the efforts to engage neighbors, which reach back in my experience in our neighborhood way back into the middle of the pandemic when we had calls with the university kind of teeing up what was to come. I have a few concerns, but these are not red lights. And I'm going to extend some trust in regards to these concerns, trust to the county and the city to answer my questions and my neighbors' concerns and questions when and if developers ever turn up. Questions around public transport and roads. When the buildings come onto the drawing boards, I need assurance that the county and city will finally answer my neighborhood's serious concerns about traffic flows. Questions around enrollment in our public schools. If it's tight right now, it would be great to welcome new students, but where? And questions around stormwater runoff. We are at the confluence of two creeks in our neighborhood, this flower district is right at the top of the hill between them. And I know this is odd in this moment in time, but with trust, I look forward to the new zoning and to probably waiting decades for any developer to show up. But I hope that with transparency, that when we get to that next point, we achieve some new zoning in this area, that the city and the council are ready to meet our pretty regular concerns about traffic flow, stormwater, and schools. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bevington. Next from Tacoma Park, we'll have Marcia Morris.
Hi. Thank you for letting me comment. My name is Marcia Morris. I've been at 7710 Garland Avenue for 25 years. And I had several concerns. Green space, height limits around the edge of the plan, stormwater, and net loss of affordable and rent stabilized housing. Green spaces. My property is, I'm on Garland, which is directly behind the university property on Greenwood. But right behind my house is a city right-of-way, which is a wonderful green space that is not really recognized anywhere. It's trees, it's used by the deer every day. We have foxes in the spring, we have rabbits, there are owls. It's really lovely. And it's not recognized. And Shirley is only one of many places like that within this zoning area, which are green and valuable, but not recognized. I would like to see that kind of the space behind my house recognized. And I'd like to see spaces like that recognized in the zoning plan so we don't lose them. Height limits are important around the edges of the zoning plan. The university property on Greenwood comes right up to the back of my property, and it's now zoned or planned to be zoned for 55 feet height. The houses in our neighborhood along Greenwood are 1 and 2 story. It's a long established, warm and welcoming neighborhood, and having those kinds of buildings put right up against us is not compatible with the kind of life we'd like to have. Stormwater, I heard someone brush that question aside, but if they lived on Garland behind the university, they would not be brushing it aside. Runoff from the land of the university has caused flooding in our yards and our houses. We had several meetings with the university, the city, but nothing came of those. I think the only people who got any relief were those who filed lawsuits against the university. This new construction is going to bring endless numbers of projects. And my concern is, are we as homeowners going to be forced to fight against each and every project and its problems on our own? I'd like to see the city and the council, the county, acknowledge our problems and be support us. I have just one point: net loss of affordable and rent stabilized housing. That's not part of the Flower Avenue district, but it's part of what's happening in Tacoma Park. And I would like to see there be a requirement that there is no net loss of that kind of housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Morris. And next will be Paul Hubner.
Look to you, buddy. All right, you got it. Good evening. Paul Hubner, Tacoma Park, Maryland. As both a past president of the AIA and another noteworthy local resident have said, the MMPA is neither minor, nor master, nor an amendment. It is a massive upzoning and permits an insidious form of urban removal. Any approvable plan should rightly follow what residents are trying to create: low and missing middle income housing on the old hospital site alone. Instead, we get a blunt instrument that lacks any analysis of potential displacement of local residents, any analysis of traffic, stormwater, schooling, or environmental impacts. Noticeably, it neglects any equity analysis. We asked but have not received any actual plan or number of housing units per sector. The plan merely acknowledges the addition of some 3,500 new housing units, which equates to nearly 9,000 new residents. Many of us are mystified as to why the Maple Avenue corridor is even in this so-called plan. The current MMPA will not just keep lower and middle income folks out, it will likely displace many existing residents and will effectively keep them out for the first 5-year period that any rent controls are eliminated. The MMPA flips the script on Montgomery County zoning, which has been traditionally used to add residential units to commercial corridors. The current plan allows more and bigger commercial buildings into the residential area that currently provides the lowest per unit housing costs of any area in Montgomery County. The allowance for these massive new heights will increase property values and further increase costs to build and to rent. It will also potentially allow the most destructive thing that could possibly occur: tearing down the existing buildings on the Maple Avenue corridor due to higher land values, increased density, and commercial development. This plan will allow by right any developer to build anything included in the new zoning unless specifically precluded in writing. Please consider carefully. Why was the Maple Avenue corridor included at all? What specific protections will be afforded in writing to protect all current residents, especially those in rent-controlled units, and to protect all city rent controls? When and how will you require a detailed and comprehensive environmental analysis? When and how will you require a detailed traffic study? When and how will you discuss a realistic stormwater management plan? And when will you release a detailed plan with the housing units and locations? I know how important affordable, stable, and safe housing is. I grew up in rental apartments. My mother, sister, and I moved 9 times during my childhood, but I was one of the lucky ones. I got to continue attending the same schools. Protect the people in our community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Hubner. I think we just have one more person in Tacoma Park, so why don't we just take that person and then we'll go back here. So Richard Masterson.
Actually, you called my name a half hour ago, and I am in Tacoma Park.
Who's that? Okay. Richard Masterson,
You called
please.
my name a half hour ago.
You'll be next, sir. After this person, Mr. Richard Masterson, please. Thank you.
Richard Masterson, Ward 5 here in Tacoma Park. And I want to thank the professional planners for coming up with something. I don't think the citizens themselves would have taken the initiative to develop anything. As diverse as we are, our interests and daily habits and practices would not initiate such a thing. But what we need is for these professionals who have their interests and their skills in designing developments to work with the people who live there. The buildings are not going to be built for financiers, they're going to be built for residents. I agree with most of those people that are advising caution on several issues. I would like to see something about the streets, traffic. The bridge across Sligo Creek has about a 12-inch turn radius on one corner. Most streets in town have 3-foot turn radii, which is still way too small. If you drive anything with over a 10-foot wheelbase, which is anything. The exclusion of rent control for 5 years after building is apparently a law that's widespread, but I don't understand it. I think a building is built in the market it's built in. I don't know why they get 5 years to manipulate things. And any roof or paving is something that sheds water and takes water out of the groundwater. Most water supply, most vegetation relies on groundwater. So we're defeating ourselves when we allow stormwater to escape. And I haven't heard a lot of detail from the Washington Adventist Hospital and the Washington Adventist University about what their sites are for that Green Hill acreage. Do they plan on high-rise schools? Are they going to stop with the buildings they have and consider that the end of their physical growth? Is all their property going to be put on the market? Is that what they want? And building heights. We don't picture ourselves a high-rise urban center. We would like some staging, some stepping in those heights so that we don't have 10-story buildings next to 2-story houses. And I'll leave it to the architects to define that and explain it. We like sunlight and we like green. And we like to be able to meet people. I would like to see that our designers address all the details and as many of otherwise unintended consequences a professional designer can predict before construction is initiated. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Masterson. Thank you very much. So next we'll have Mr. Stuart Benaz.
Thank you.
Thank you for waiting.
I live on Greenwood Avenue. I've been here for about 9 years, and I'm about 1 block from where this upzoning will occur. I find the plan frankly naive, and the people of downtown Tacoma Park who support it probably will be unaffected by it. Putting 3,500 units in this area will drive most of the traffic onto Flower Avenue and the surrounding streets. When we put a few stop signs on Flower Avenue just to create some traffic smoothing, what I noticed immediately was that Greenwood Avenue and Garland Avenue became racetracks during rush hour. I dare any member of the Planning Council to come to the corner of Flower Avenue and Piney Branch at 5 p.m. and watch the reckless way in which people try to get through that light within 3 cycles. The streets in this neighborhood are too narrow and do not support any increase in growth, much less what has been proposed. This plan is naive. I would recommend that you limit the growth to 3 stories or to townhouses only. Once this goes on the market, you are drawing people from the with housing that is within a mile of DC will be advertised as walking distance to 2 metros. It will drive prices out of sight. The idea that this would be affordable housing is not realistic. I would encourage the people that live in Tacoma Park to go ahead and widen streets like Park Valley so there are other ways out of the neighborhood to support this proposed growth. I think that Park Valley makes an excellent exit from this neighborhood. I think widening it to 4 lanes would be a great way to start this project off. I want people to volunteer to have their houses eminent domain so that we have the roads necessary to accommodate half the proposed growth. I just do not understand how this plan was proposed, and I think that it needs to be rejected outright. I think that the idea of the plan needs to be studied and a more realistic plan put forth to the people that will be affected by it before anyone even considers voting on it. Or we can start killing kids on Greenwood and Garland, which is what's going to happen with the traffic overflow. It's your call.
Yeah, thank you. We'll now have 5 more people to come up front here. Mr. Martin Shore, Colleen Cordes, Jennifer Martin, Robert Goldman, Mark Brockman. We'll start with Mr. Shore.
Hello. Yeah, my name is Martin Shore. I've lived in Tacoma Park since 2009, but I really discovered Tacoma Park when I went to University of Maryland at architecture school in 1989. So I've known the neighborhood for a long time. And the first thing I noticed about Tacoma Park was when I came from the University of Maryland, all of a sudden you reach New Hampshire Avenue and East-West Highway, and, 4-lane highway becomes a 2-lane highway. And it immediately told me that something's different about Tacoma Park. That was a conscious decision that someone made to keep that highway narrow. In fact, all the highways and all the streets in Tacoma Park that are major routes are two lanes. And that's important. It's one of the things that gives Tacoma Park its character. Yeah, I want to talk also about the environment a little bit. First of all, I want to say everybody who went before me, they said it so eloquently. I'm so happy I live in this neighborhood with so many talented people. The worst intersection besides the one at Piney Branch, which the man said before, is at the Sligo Creek Parkway and Maple. Awful, 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 awful. I think the man said it has a 3-degree turn. It can't take the traffic. Plus, at certain times of the year, I don't know if you know this, but it floods. You can't use it because it floods. So I just wanted to say those 2 things. Secondly, I'm an architect. I'm not against development. I appreciated the mayor's notion about preserve and the woman from the Historic Preservation Council. I work at an agency that also the mission is preserve. I'm in the camp where the greatest preservation, the most important sustainable building is the building that's already there. We have buildings that define the character of the university and the hospital. By the way, I did develop a plan. I'll share it with you. You have school buildings there. Use the. If you need more schoolrooms, use that as schoolrooms. You have apartment houses there, double-loaded corridors with bathrooms. That's why office buildings can't be transferred to apartments easily. They don't have enough bathrooms. Hospitals, each room has a bathroom. It makes reusing and recycling that as apartments much easier. Anyway, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Colleen Cordes.
Good evening, Colleen Cordes. Sorry. Colleen Cordes. Tacoma Park resident, former chair of the city's tree commission. First, I urge you to remove the Maple Avenue and municipal districts from the plan area. No persuasive rationale has been offered for their inclusion. Yet it poses a grave threat of displacement for current Maple residents. This may be the most affordable neighborhood in the entire county. It's also that rare affordable neighborhood, rich in public services and amenities, good schools, 3 parks, bus line access, and a wide range of city services, all within walking distance. To gamble with this neighborhood's future through careless upzoning would reinforce systemic racism. Second, please oppose the racially and economically inequitable goal for tree canopy cover that is proposed for the plan area. The proposed goal of 45% directly conflicts with the citywide tree canopy goal set by the City Council in 2020 of 60%. A 45% goal is unfair, especially given the severity of the heat island effect in the plan area, documented in the draft plan. It would continue the inequitable access to trees' many benefits for residents of the plan area. The estimated tree canopy in the area now is about 43%. That's well below the current city average of about 58%. Appendix B shows the plan area is majority residents of color and majority residents with low and modest incomes. The City Council has set a clear policy of prioritizing planting and preserving trees in areas with lower canopy to improve equity. This is one such area. So expanding tree canopy should be prioritized in the plan. Instead, it undermines Tacoma Park's citywide goal. Again, please avoid perpetuating systemic racism. Raise this goal to 60%. Third, the draft states the plan could yield as many 3,500 additional housing units. However, it does not calculate how many new units each of the 3 districts would contribute. That's obviously critical information for planning purposes. Please ask the planning staff to prioritize doing that calculation and sharing it with you and the public, the City Council, and city staff ASAP. Fourth and last, the proposed upzoning unwisely allows redevelopment of almost all sites in the plan area for 100% commercial uses. The reason given to increase flexibility for future development. Such extreme flexibility looks like a plan not to have a plan. For example, the old hospital site offers the prime opportunity for more urgently needed housing, affordable to residents with middle, moderate, and low incomes. But the plan allows it to be developed with no residential units at all. That major housing opportunity could be lost to totally commercial uses, like a new hotel. Even worse could happen to Maple Avenue, almost through. Displacement of many residents, a permanent actual loss in affordable housing could be lost to some commercial use again, for example, a hotel. Please correct that glaring flaw in the plan as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Next is Ms. Jennifer Martin.
Good evening. I grew up in Tacoma Park. My family moved there in 1963. I am here tonight representing Historic Tacoma, a nonprofit organization whose mission is to preserve the heritage of Tacoma Park, Maryland, and the Tacoma Park neighborhood of the District of Columbia. Having reviewed the proposed minor master plan for the Washington Adventist property and Maple Avenue, we urge the Planning Board to focus solely on development of the hospital site at this time. We fully support redevelopment of the site of the former hospital, but urge the Planning Board to consider right-sizing the minor master plan to be compatible with the surrounding neighborhood, particularly paying attention to the scale and architectural character of the existing adjacent buildings, the limited street capacity, and the potential environmental impact on Sligo Creek. At the same time, we strongly recommend the changes in zoning on Maple Avenue from Sligo Creek Parkway to Philadelphia Avenue be removed from the minor master plan. Perhaps the most affordable neighborhood in the whole of Montgomery County, as many have mentioned, Maple Avenue provides housing for lower and moderate income residents and is home to hundreds of families. The rental units serve people of many backgrounds and ethnicities, including many recent arrivals to this country. It is a harmonious and welcoming community that deserves stability and affordability. We are concerned that the minor master plan as currently written threatens to displace these residents and introduce gentrification at their expense. Changes to current zoning restrictions would open the door to developers who could then tear down and replace existing buildings with new and much larger structures. Owners would be able to charge market rates for 5 years before Tacoma Park's highly regarded rent stabilization restrictions would apply, further reducing possibilities for affordable housing. Moreover, with the introduction of upzoning and the resulting increase in height and density along Maple, this would erode the more gradual transitions moving from multifamily housing to the single-family homes on adjoining streets. Some argue that there's been no major new development in the city of Tacoma Park for many decades. This may be true, but that's because we're already densely developed with a greater proportion of affordable and moderately priced rental units than any other segment of the county. Moreover, on the Tacoma DC side, there's significant redevelopment underway adjacent to the Tacoma Metro Station and at Laurel and Eastern Avenues that will impact our roads and other infrastructure on the Maryland side. This increased density must be taken into account when making plans in the city of Tacoma Park. Finally, our understanding is that Montgomery County land use planning follows the principle that upzoning should be considered for sites close to public transit hubs. Neither the Maple Avenue corridor nor the Adventist property is near or adjacent to a metro station. Therefore, the density of development proposed in the minor master plan is inconsistent with current practice elsewhere across the county. As a mature suburb, the city of Tacoma Park deserves sensitive planning to preserve its affordability and livability as a diverse community with a rich architectural and social heritage. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Mr. Goldman.
Mr. Chair and members of the Planning Board, thank you for this opportunity to address you on the Tacoma Park Minor Master Plan Amendment. My name is Robert Goldman, and I am president of Montgomery Housing Partnership, or MHP. By way of background, MHP is one of the largest nonprofit affordable housing providers in Montgomery County. Our mission is to preserve and expand quality affordable housing in Montgomery County and the region. Our success over the years has been a result of taking a comprehensive approach to developing affordable housing that integrates three things: housing people, empowering families, and strengthening neighborhoods. We serve over 4,000 residents and provide close to 3,000 quality affordable homes. MHP is one of the largest multifamily property owners within the master plan's boundaries. We own 5 separate properties comprising over 400 homes within the master plan area, most of which are located along Maple Avenue. Between our ownership and another affordable housing group's ownership along Maple Avenue, the city and the county can be assured that there will be affordable housing in the community for the long term. MHP does not have any current plans to redevelop its properties now, but we do support the zoning being recommended by staff, as it would provide an opportunity to increase the amount of income-restricted affordable housing if redevelopment is deemed necessary. As properties along Maple Avenue continue to age and come to the end of their useful life, Tacoma Park will face a number of very difficult challenges. Additional density will provide a tool for redevelopment over the long term. Any redevelopment, if it does occur, should be done in a way to minimize and prevent displacement. The site of the former Washington Adventist Hospital provides an exciting opportunity for the community. We urge the Planning Board to incentivize and encourage affordable housing on this site. The site represents a generational opportunity to address the acute need for affordable housing in Down County and enhance the quality of life for all city residents. We are generally in support of the recommendations in the affordable housing section of the plan. We especially support the language seeking to increase the amount of new affordable housing, prioritize 2- and 3-bedroom MPDUs, and encourage developers of private residential lots to partner with nonprofit affordable housing providers to reach deeper levels of affordability. While we support the general comments in the early part of the plan suggesting the encouragement of no net loss of affordable housing, we did not see that in either the affordable housing section or the district recommendations. In addition, we note that in many of the CR zones in the county, especially in areas where there's been an increase in density, the county has been moving to increase the MPDU requirements to 15%. Given the higher densities being provided to owners in this plan, We would encourage a 15% MPDU requirement instead of the 12.5% currently being proposed. Lastly, we recommend strengthening the language in the plan regarding pilots or payment in lieu of taxes agreements as a tool to preserve and expand affordable housing within the master plan. In 2021, Montgomery County revamped its policies and procedures around pilots to provide for automatic tax abatements that meet affordability levels. Whereas in the city of Tacoma Park, these agreements are executed on a case-by-case basis, which provides less certainty for pilots. The new county policy, and currently the city has put on hold all requests for pilots. The new county policy has had a significant positive impact on the ability of nonprofits to acquire naturally occurring affordable housing, and we believe that strongly encouraging the use of by-right pilots in Tacoma Park will help to preserve existing affordable housing within the master plan areas boundaries. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Goldman. Next will be Mark Brockman.
Hello, my name is Mark Brockman. I live at 8305 Roanoke Avenue in Ward 5, and I've lived in Tacoma Park for over 25 years. I'm looking forward to affordable housing at the old hospital site. I understand the need for rezoning on that site. Ideally, a height limit of 75 feet would be enforced in order to keep the cost down so that the resulting apartments will be affordable housing instead of luxury apartments. Specific to the changing building codes along Maple Avenue, I may have missed it, but in the plan, I didn't see the part of the plan that states where people will live temporarily while the new building is being constructed to replace their current one. And I didn't see the part of the plan that covers the financial assistance that would be provided to them if their temporary housing costs more per month than what they had been paying. And I didn't see the part of the plan that states who would be paying expenses for the tenants to move out and then back in when each project is complete. And I looked, but I didn't see the part of the plan that provides financial assistance to current residents during those first 5 years without rent control. I'm sure the information is in there somewhere, because we know that people aren't going to just stand at the bus stop while the crew is putting up steel beams. They got to live somewhere. Don't get me wrong, I know you guys have worked really hard for the past 2 years on this, so the plan must be comprehensive in scope. I'm sure since you've been so kind as to invite us here to give public comments on the plan, that it includes all the necessary things like a traffic analysis for how new construction will affect our local streets, or an environmental study of how the project will affect the existing green spaces in the area, as well as the nearby Sligo Creek. And I have no doubt you've included an equity analysis to ensure that you are promoting greater equity, diversity, and inclusion within our community, because that's the kind of what Tacoma Park is all about. But maybe I missed that too. Or did these things come later, after the new building codes have been improved? After the time for public comment to make any tangible recommendations to the plan has already passed? I'm sure all that information is in the plan now. It's got to be. And if it's not, it should be. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. So I think we're taking everyone at the table. We'll go for the next group. So, Denise Jones, I'm sorry. Jim Schulman. Seth Grimes, Dan Reed. Okay. So is anyone that's here that hasn't come up to speak? Okay, why don't you come up, please? Please come on up. Yeah. Excuse me, what is your name, please? Okay. Okay. Okay, great. Okay, so let's do these three, please. So Denise Jones, I'm sorry.
Do this. Dear Chairman Harris and Planning Board, my graduate school daughter and I were talking today about a chapter she read about justice-focused coaching, often aimed at transforming systems that are inequitable, unjust, and insidious in power dynamics. This immediately made me think of the city of Tacoma Park and the Montgomery County Planning Board. We must acknowledge the privileges and identities we bring to our working and community relationships. And this is the heart of my objections to the minor master plan for Tacoma Park. I am a longtime resident, a small business owner who lives on Maple Avenue. I raised my daughter there, and some years ago, I formed a tenant association to gather tenants to build trust and strengthen community before my building had a major renovation that was extremely disruptive. However, the pandemic did us in, and today I don't believe there are any tenants associations on Maple Avenue, which brings me back to my concerns of equity and power dynamics. Why was this plan extended to Maple Avenue? In doing so, you have created a classic gentrifying displacement plan. Gentrification, as defined in a U.S. Housing and Urban Development Report, Displacement of Lower-Income Families in Urban Areas, defines gentrification as a form of neighborhood change that occurs when higher-income groups move into low-income areas, potentially altering the cultural and financial landscape of the original neighborhood. Best practices on the ground have varied, but they are all strengthened by 4 key strategies that could address displacement of lower-income families and longtime residents in urban areas and alleviate the pressures on housing affordability and community resistance to change. Number 1, preserve existing affordable housing. And you've gotten a lot of questions. The board and this board and the city council, but you haven't really told us how you're going to protect the homes of the current residents. Number 2, encourage greater housing development, including but not limited to affordable housing. I'm glad to see that our city council and many more residents have been in support of the development of reasonable height at the hospital site. 3, engage existing community residents. This effort wasn't effectively conducted, not without centering the community. I'm very active in Tacoma Park, but did not hear anything about this plan until this spring. Number 4, take a broader look and use regional rather than localized strategies. Why is the county looking to solve a housing shortage in this developed, dense corner of the county rather than developing acreage up county? Why must Maple Avenue bear the density impacts in building more housing? Why are the apartment dwellers losing the benefits of tree canopy in the reduction from the city's 60% policy to 40%? And lastly, why is the planning board determining the culture of the place we call home with its broad brush approach of possible opportunities? Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Next, Mr. Schulman.
Thank you. My name is Jim Schulman, and the Alliance for Regional Cooperation, ARC, which I lead, is a nonprofit organization focused on sustainable regional economic development. The proposed plan amendments under consideration addressed many factors that can heavily impact quality of life for residents. And ARC does observe that there are a number of elements in the plan that support community sustainability, including the green promenade, revitalizing the hospital site, the goal of protecting Sligo Creek, and on one of the very last pages, allowing food production and processing as permitted uses on the former hospital site. Given, however, the various eco-crises it is now obvious that human civilization faces, any plan that does not stringently stipulate the preservation of mature trees in the manner or the creation of more green space, and a plan that does not incentivize the adaptive reuse of buildings, like Marty Shore mentioned, or is disconnected from sound transit and infrastructure planning, or otherwise works counter to Montgomery County's strong climate action plan, any of those circumstances should be considered by this commission to be dead on arrival. As ARC has testified before similar boards in Arlington, Virginia, and the District of Columbia, we support, and forgive me for changing the negative to the positive from my written text. So it's positive now that we support, to the greater provision of a variety of housing types, mixed use or mixed income neighborhoods, the adoption of alternatives to auto-dominated land uses, and land use policies that will actually serve those with great financial need, whether or not they happen to own property. ARC, however, has strong concerns about the zoning that has been proposed. We consider the proposed across-the-board upzoning to be a form of quality-of-life confiscation that will eventually deliver an unprecedented increase in property values and tax dollars, yet will displace the very people it claims to protect, folks historically marginalized by government policies. Land value inflation will only increase gentrification. Most importantly, we feel that any commercial zoning added to the properties with existing predominant residential uses be limited to 1 or 2 floors at grade or above the residential floors to prevent the wholesale conversion of Maple Avenue into a commercial strip. ARC endorses concerns that have been or will be brought to your attention by my esteemed design colleague, Carl Elefante, who I understand has submitted written testimony. ARC also endorses concerns articulated by the Climate Action Coffee, the Community Equity Coalition, and Community Vision for Tacoma. We appreciate your willingness to receive our input. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Schulman. Next, Ms. Lori McGilvray, please.
Good evening. My name is Lori McGilvray, and I'm a longtime resident of Tacoma Park. I'm also active in climate and equity issues at the county and state levels, and I use this lens to review the Tacoma Park Minor Master Plan. I'll highlight 4 points from my written comments. First, housing. The proposed one-size-fits-all CRT zoning in the Maple Avenue district conflicts with some of the existing buildings, steep topography, proximity to Sligo Creek, and the protection of affordable housing. It also is unlike other county plans that have more nuanced zoning that fits with the existing neighborhood while also adding housing. An example is the Forest Glen Montgomery Hills sector plan, which retains some existing residential zoning and reserves the greatest density and 120-foot heights for parcels adjacent to the metro, rather than applying a one-size-fits-all high-density CRT zoning. I suggest Tacoma Park could benefit from this fine-tuned approach, such as by revising the zoning to allow flexibility for affordable housing nonprofits to add density while treating existing 3 to 7-story condominiums differently than high-rise apartments, retaining residential zoning for 2 to 4-story garden-style apartments, and adding commercial development in service, not in lieu of residential uses. We'd need an approach which protects affordable housing and avoids making it harder for tenants to use the city's right to purchase law due to an increase in property values that are out of their reach. Second, commercial development. The proposed CR zoning is perplexing. It would allow existing residential buildings to be replaced and new buildings to be constructed 100% commercial. This is contrary to the plan's goal of achieving no net loss of affordable housing, and I recommend the CR zones be limited to C1 or less. Climate. In general, the greenest building is one that's already built. While the plan notes the need for reinvestment in older buildings, it only recommends the city explore incentives and policies. It doesn't mention the county's building energy performance standards or new resources such as the Green Bank and Inflation Reduction Act, which can improve and extend the life of buildings. Regarding new buildings, the planning fails to encourage all-electric, net zero, passive house construction, and doesn't mention forthcoming updates to the county's building and energy codes. I recommend the plan encourage climate-friendly construction and retrofit, discuss the county's goals and regulations, and reference available resources. Regarding stormwater, a growing climate problem. I recommend revising the plan and zoning for appropriately sized infill developments, such as on parking lots, and new construction to reduce stormwater runoff to Sligo Creek. Finally, while the climate assessment is due 7 days before the county council hearing, it would be very beneficial to have it sooner, and I recommend the draft climate assessment be completed and made publicly available before you make a final decision. Transportation, as mentioned, we need a comprehensive transportation analysis. Tacoma Park is a wonderfully diverse community. We want to retain that diversity, and so I recommend that the planning board make changes consistent with my recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we've taken everyone here. Just confirming, anyone else here has not spoken that wants to speak or that has signed up to speak? Okay, we're going to go now, and I think everyone in the city of Tacoma Park has spoken that is signed up to speak. Is that correct?
No, it isn't.
Okay,
This is Sharon Wolchik, and I've been here since 6:45, and I would like to have my 3 minutes virtually.
Yeah, no. We're going to go to the teams after. I just want to make sure I got everyone at the municipal building. So we have one more. Okay.
We do not. I'm just clarifying that we are complete with the testimony from the Tacoma Park Community Center.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. We'll go to teams now. Catherine, where should I start? Should I start with Troy Jacobs? Yeah, okay, we'll do it this order, so you can be ready. Troy Jacobs, Ashley Brookshire, Seth Grimes, Dan Reed, and Tom Gagliardo.
Help. I still am not included, and I have been here.
Yeah, yes.
Sharon
Who is speaking again?
Sharon Wolchik, and I have been here since 6:45. I'd like to at least know I'm on somebody's list to speak virtually. I didn't hear my name mentioned. Are there still other groups?
Yes, we checked you in. You're number 48 on the list. So yes, we haven't forgotten you. We will not leave without you. So we're number 33, Troy Jacobs. Welcome, Troy.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the board for giving me this opportunity to speak. I live at 8010 Flower Avenue in the Flower Avenue district of the minor master plan. I am on two sides of my property are businesses, and I want to say that, from my perspective, I do not want to have further fragmentation of the plan because the coherency is very important. What I have right now is piecemeal development and zoning, and that has been a real frustration. This plan offers coherency that doesn't exist currently. The second thing that I would say is that I'm very supportive of the direction that the minor master plan is going, the amendment. What I am looking for is the maximum amount of flexibility in terms of density, in terms of height, and other considerations to address the uncertainties that we will have to deal with in the future so that we can consider all options on the table going forward. And there will be a time and place where we will have hopefully development proposals that we will have to consider. And at that time, it will be very appropriate in my mind to delve into the minutia. But at this time, I am just very supportive of the plan going forward. The third thing that I would say is that, and others have spoken to this, is that we do have a racial equity problem in the city of Tacoma Park. And this is not something that is being generated from the minor master plan. This is actually, if we are to believe the census data, it's been 40 years in the making. And while it is great to hear from the white residents of the city of Tacoma Park and from the residents who've lived here for decades, it is we need to understand and we need to know what has become over the last 40 years of the renters, the black and brown persons, the immigrants that were born here or settled here. Um, where did these people go? Because our population has been static for about 40 years. Did they go to Silver Spring? Did they go to Prince George's County? Did they go elsewhere? This is a shared problem. It is not a problem that the Montgomery planning needs to take on by themselves, and it's not incumbent in the plan. I mean, it is a shared responsibility, and hopefully going forward, and I will commend the efforts of the city and the Montgomery planning in terms of bringing in voices, but we will need to incorporate these voices in the planning and hopefully in the development proposals that we'll get in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jacobs. Next is Ashley Brookshire.
Good evening. I live on Carroll Avenue, just over the bridge from the plan area. I'm very excited about the vision for the future of Tacoma Park that is offered by the draft minor master plan amendment, and I hope the board will vote to support it in full. Although I am speaking on my own behalf tonight, I did help to draft and also signed the letter of support from Tacoma for All, which is a group of Maryland and DC neighbors supporting a sustainable, equitable, transit-oriented community that includes plenty of homes. My points tonight will, perhaps unsurprisingly, since I drafted the initial version of that letter, mirror those in that written testimony, which was signed by 100 neighbors. Tacoma Park has to do our part to alleviate our region's housing crisis. These zoning updates are going to make building plenty of new homes possible, while also giving property owners the flexibility they need to balance housing and commercial interests. The board should not reduce any building heights or take any other action that would limit the number of housing on this site. This is especially important given the appalling fact that no new multifamily housing has been built in Tacoma Park since the 1970s. That is before I was born, and it is unacceptable. Zoning on the Adventist site is a once-in-a-generation opportunity, and we cannot mess it up by thinking small or caving to a loud but unrepresentative and ultimately selfish minority. I love living in Tacoma Park, and I want as many people as possible to join me and to have the same opportunities that my family and I have living here. I'm excited about the potential new businesses that the mixed-use zoning will permit in my neighborhood. I look forward to walking towards them and spending lots of my family's time and money in the planned area. But the part that I am most excited about is the Green Promenade. I have a 4-month-old son, and while we are close enough for him to eventually walk to school, there is no universe in which I would let him do so on the current configuration of Maple Avenue. Drivers speed, run stop signs, ignore stoplights or crosswalks, it's extremely dangerous. My hope is that a new configuration of the road will be much safer for children, like my son, to be able to get to and from school independently. I think the promenade is going to be a beautiful, sustainable space that will connect our whole community. In fact, I think the entire plan draft will promote a sustainable connection of different areas of our city, and I urge the board to resist the calls from the usual voices to preserve our city in amber. In order to live our Tacoma Park values of inclusivity, sustainability, and diversity, we have to allow some change, and in this case, that means advancing this plan with minimal revisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brookshire. Next is Seth Grimes.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Chair Harris. I am Seth Grimes. I'm a resident of Tacoma Park and a former city council member. I don't want to bury the lead. I believe that the hospital site, the former hospital site, will support housing density, including buildings of 12 to 17 stories, matching others in the immediate area without damaging property values or quality of life. In fact, I believe it will increase quality of life by welcoming new neighbors to Tacoma Park, to provide housing that is much needed in our region. And I think that the impact is very manageable. I contrast this particular hearing today with one I testified on during in May, the Fairland and Briggs Cheney Master Plan. Dan Reed, who follows me, testified then. I think maybe there were maybe 5 or 6 people, not 48 or more, who testified. I recall that that master plan recommendations included road diets, and understanding that we want to transform areas by making them more friendly to pedestrians and businesses locally. And this plan before us today will do that with the higher density zoning and the commercial provisions that are part of the recommendations. So I wholeheartedly support them. Let's address equity concerns, which has been noted by Mr. Jacobs, have often been articulated by representing people other than the people articulating them. I think that this plan is inequitable in the sense that it should be actually a Tacoma Park master plan rewrite. The Tacoma Park master plan was enacted in 2000. It is over 23 years old. That is past the normal life cycle for these things. What is inequitable is that we do not have the missing middle housing, the provisions for multi-unit housing in residential neighborhoods that are now single-family homes with the exception of accessory dwelling units. Councilmember Will Jawanda's ZTA zoning text amendment 2007 a few years ago, which was withdrawn pending the enactment of Thrive 2050, would have created this. We need a systematic redo of zonings throughout the area, including the residents of single-family home neighborhoods, like the majority of people who spoke today, to reestablish housing, multi-unit housing, like the 4 apartments in the single-family, what's now a single-family house across the street from me when I first moved in. So that is the only inequitable portion of this plan, that it is not larger, covering all of Tacoma Park. I am very appreciative of Mr. Robert Goldman from Montgomery Housing Partnerships statements that his mission-driven and other mission-driven nonprofits will not sell or tear down their properties and displace tenants. That is very reassuring. And I do note that the opposition here is from people who claim to support development, but they have consistently, in fact, actually opposed it, whether it is in Tacoma Junction, at the Tacoma Metro site. We have seen development, including high density, succeed here in Tacoma, District of Columbia, without disruption, without overtaxing the roads, without overtaxing the stormwater systems. This development will succeed with CRT zoning on the hospital site. I urge you to move forward on that basis. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Grimes. Next is Dan Reed.
All right, can you hear me? Oh, can you see me? Oh, well,
Can't see you, but I can hear you.
All right, well, that'll have to do. My name is Dan Reed, and I serve as the Regional Policy Director for Greater Washington, a nonprofit that works to advance racial, economic, and environmental justice and land use, housing, and transportation here in the DC area. And we enthusiastically support the draft recommendations for the Tacoma Park Minor Master Plan. The hospital has been gone for 4 years, and this plan is a huge opportunity to reimagine the campus. You know, I live about 3/4 of a mile from here, and I pass by it frequently, usually when walking my dog through Cycle Creek Park. I think about this place a lot, especially in light of the redevelopment of the former Walter Reed Hospital in Tacoma, DC. That hospital is now home to hundreds of new homes, including deeply affordable homes for seniors, significant amounts of public open space in a big plaza, and new retail, including a daycare, a grocery store, and restaurants. It's a community destination, and it's a gathering place. We can and should expect the same with the former Venice Hospital, and this plan lays the groundwork to do so. As many have noted this evening, this section of Tacoma Park is home to a significant portion of the city's market rate and income restricted and subsidized affordable housing, which is an important asset in an increasingly expensive community. Tacoma Park already gentrified. It is a very expensive place to live. That horse is out of the stable. We need more homes and more permanently affordable homes. And this plan addresses that by rezoning the hospital for housing at heights appropriate to the very tall buildings around it, as well as adjusting the zoning along Maple Avenue to preserve the buildings that are already there, identifying opportunities to provide more affordable homes, ensuring that long-term residents have the chance to stay here. I should note that my understanding from actually reading the plan is that staff did extensive public reach on Maple Avenue, including hundreds of in-person interviews with residents, 70% of whom identified as African, African American, or Latinx. We can only infer that this plan represents to some extent what they asked for. For instance, this plan creates opportunities for more shopping and retail at the hospital site, including a potential for a full-service grocery store, something Tacoma Park does not have and that public outreach found people would like. I personally would love a grocery store a 15-minute walk from my house. Residents in one of the city's most vulnerable communities could now have access to healthy, fresh food without having to travel a long distance. Finally, this plan also identifies ways to make this community more resilient in the face of climate change. Flooding is already an issue here, and it'll get worse in the future. I can speak to this personally as someone whose basement used to flood multiple times a year until I got it waterproofed. This plan recommends expanding the tree canopy, reducing impervious surfaces that cause stormwater runoff, restoring natural areas along steep slopes to reduce erosion, and expanding access to green space. Notably, it discusses the possibility for an outdoor gathering and performance space, something this community could also benefit from. As an advocate for more equitable and sustainable communities, and as a neighbor, I urge the planning board approve this plan. The greenest, most equitable thing that we could do is put a bunch of apartment buildings in this community right by Sligo Creek, as opposed to pushing people to live, 20, 30 miles away. If we want people to drive less and have a smaller carbon footprint, if we want people to have a chance to live in a very expensive and very gentrified community, we need to give these people more places to live, to be the welcoming community Tacoma Park says it is. So our organization looks forward to working with you and the County Council to find ways to make these recommendations in this master plan a reality sooner rather than later. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. Next, Mr. Paul Korostowski. 3 minutes.
Excellent pronunciation. You must be Polish at heart. My name is Paul Krastowski. I'm a longtime resident of Montgomery County, and I'm also a consulting environmental scientist in private practice in Tacoma Park. I conducted a technical peer review of aspects of the proposed amendment that could impact human health or the natural environment. My detailed review is contained in written testimony submitted separately. The development contemplated in the amendment area as written likely will result in a severe environmental impact to Tacoma Park and adjacent neighborhoods. Because of this, the board should undertake a comprehensive environmental assessment covering climate change, air pollutants, water resources, the urban heat island effect, geotechnical conditions, and chemical contamination. This assessment should be publicly transparent, performed in consultation with stakeholders, and subject to independent peer review. The amendment process should be paused until the assessment is completed and any subsequent problems are mitigated. Assessment of greenhouse gas emissions should be conducted using a conceptual site model life cycle analysis approach and include emissions from demolition.
Paul, you're muted. You're muted. If I can call you Paul. Okay.
Yes, I don't know how that happened. At any rate, just to repeat, assessment of greenhouse gas emissions should be conducted using a conceptual site model life cycle analysis approach and include emissions from demolition and construction, as well as operation, maintenance, and end of life of structures. This assessment should include a discussion of the probability that the city and county can reach their net zero goals if the development proceeds. A strategic plan is needed for stormwater management in the amended area, including impacts on Relic Brashears Run, Sligo Creek, and Long Branch. These sub-watersheds are currently poorly delineated and need better delineation. Goals for permeability, evapotranspiration, soil storage, water quality, and active treatment should be considered. Maple Avenue is especially vulnerable to flooding, and this problem will only increase as climate change alters rainfall patterns and amounts. Currently, there is no comprehensive flood vulnerability plan for Maple Avenue and adjacent low-lying areas. This information gap direly needs to be corrected prior to implementation of the plans in the amendment. A geotechnical and seismic stability study should be performed on the hospital property adjoining Sligo Creek and on areas along Maple Avenue proposed for large multi-use development. Finally, an environmental site assessment based on ASTM guidelines, including the extent of asbestos, lead, PCBs, and radionuclide contamination, should be conducted for the hospital site. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Paul. Next, Miss Bethany Mandel. Are you here, Miss Mandel? Okay, so we go to Mr. Keith Burner.
My name is Keith Burner. I live at 7902 Flower Avenue in the Flower Avenue district of the MMPA. I would like to highlight 5 objections I have to the current MMPA draft. First, the MMPA area is too large and contains elements that are best addressed separately. The context and needs of the Flower Avenue district are completely different from the Maple Avenue and Municipal Core districts. For example, the appropriateness of new construction on the Adventist campuses is obvious and has no displacement implications, which is not true of the Maple Avenue district. The MMPA should be split into 2 or 3 separate plans. Second, the building heights proposed for the Flower Avenue district are out of scale with the surrounding communities. Buildings on the Adventist campuses should be limited to 7 stories, and step downs to the periphery of the district should also be proportionally reduced, and existing single-family homes on Erie, Flower, and Greenwood should not be upzoned at all. Third, potential displacement of disadvantaged people and people of color in the Maple Avenue district needs to be taken seriously. Protections need to be in place for existing tenants and types of tenants, and rezoning should take place mostly only to match current conditions. I'm skeptical of planners' claims that the MMPA would not negatively impact diversity in Tacoma Park. Fourth, it is unacceptable for consideration of the MMPA to proceed without ample time for the community to examine detailed environmental and climate analyses. Further, traffic studies cannot be put off. Flower and Carroll Avenues were close to failure back when the WAH was proposing its expansion in the mid-aughts, an expansion that now seems quite modest. We need to know now if development will require widening these or any other streets and how adjacent properties will be impacted. Fifth, the planner's actions thus far seem to be too accommodating of WAU's interests. I note that the hospital and university have had contentious relationships with the community for decades. I acknowledge the legitimacy of their profiting from on-campus development at this point, but call on planners to show some more skepticism vis-a-vis their wish list. The city should allow and embrace development that is good for it, but it doesn't owe anything to WAU. I'm in favor of dense development on the WAU campus, including more people in Tacoma Park and increasing the city's tax base. But the zoning changes in the MMPA are maximalist. They need to be scaled back to fit their surroundings and address community concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair Harris is back here. I can introduce the next one, but he can drink his water. Okay, Mr. Keith Marty Itner.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, great. Hi, my name is Marty Itner, and I've lived it for 23 years on Flower Avenue next door to the Washington Adventist University. I believe that climate change should be the top priority to making land use choices in this valuable green space. I have 3 examples. Number 1, the parking lot that slopes down to Sligo Creek at the Carroll Avenue Bridge Over the years, I have seen a sinkhole, mudslides, and ice on Sligo Creek path beneath after heavy rains. I think the master plan should mark this area on the map as a heavily flooded zone that could possibly be mitigated with a pocket park planted with native trees and plants. Number two, the university campus is home to many beneficial, mature trees, including a beautiful, stately willow oak in front of the library building, which I deem to be the most beautiful tree in Tacoma Park. I have seen squirrels, hawks, and many other bird species in these trees. It takes decades for trees to reach this size, and I advocate for their preservation. Number three, the service road behind the hospital and campus sits atop a very steep wooded bank above Sligo Creek. The service road should be removed and planted with green plants and trees to merge the hillside and create a green filter to keep pollution out of Sligo Creek. I feel strongly that these types of environmental insights be documented in the minor master plan. I'm happy to share my views from over 20 years of walking my dogs near Sligo Creek and Washington Adventist University. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Hittner. Next is Jim Della Giacomo, if I pronounced that correctly.
Richard is not here.
Is Jim available? Okay. Okay, Lori Yancey. Is Miss Yancey available?
She's coming, 1 second.
Okay, thank you. And next will be Casey Kosniak. Is Miss Yancey available?
Hi, my name's Laurie Yancey. I live on Greenwood Avenue, just outside of the city of Tacoma Park. My main concern is that our streets don't support enough traffic or parking for the residents of our community. I'm also very confused as to the part of the plan that is asking for more affordable housing. I don't understand how any new development housing could possibly be any more affordable than what our neighborhood already has to offer. We have hundreds of apartments around Flower, Greenwood, and Garland Avenue, up to Piney Branch Avenue, New Hampshire Avenue, University Avenue, that are very affordable. A lot of the single family homes have basement apartments. They have attic apartments. Those are for rent. I just do not believe that any new construction could possibly be more affordable than what we already have to offer. I'm not opposed to development. I do appreciate the new small businesses in our neighborhood like Monsecunda and Coma. They're great restaurants, and I look forward to having new small businesses in our neighborhood, but we do not want commercial businesses in our neighborhood. The stormwater issue is also a problem. We have been reporting that to the county for more than 10 years, and nothing has been done about the fact that our street turns into an ice skating rink every winter. So I don't know how this plan will alleviate that. That being said, I think that the plan should focus on the Washington Adventist Hospital campus and leave out the Flower Avenue corridor. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Yancey. Next is Casey Kostiuk.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to comment tonight. I'm a resident of Tacoma Park, and I live about 2 blocks from the Washington Adventist Hospital site. So for that reason, I'm keenly interested in ensuring that the vacant hospital space is used to increase housing and benefit the community. I'm excited about what the plan proposes for that location. I also want to provide my comments on the importance of increased density. As you know, the Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments has forecast a significant shortfall of housing in our region. We need to build more housing units in order to meet the need. And those housing units should be built in activity centers in close-in suburbs that have access to high occupancy transit, exactly like Tacoma Park. We need increased density for equity and climate reasons. We need more housing in places where people can walk, bike, or take transit to their jobs, where they have access to great schools and city programs, and where they feel a part of a vibrant community. That housing needs to be built somewhere, and it should not be built in places that encourage more driving, more sprawl, and less connected communities. For this reason, I strongly support zoning that increases density in Tacoma Park. At the same time, it is important to consider the potential impact of new zoning on affordable housing and the potential for displacement. These are real concerns that need to be addressed, and I believe they can be addressed alongside increased density. By working together with the City of Tacoma Park staff, the City Council, property owners and managers, and residents. Careful assessment and implementation of protections can protect against problems. It should not be an either or. We know that we need more housing and that increased housing density is a climate imperative. We also know that we need more affordable housing and that people should not be displaced. We should seek solutions that allow us to achieve all of this. Some of Tacoma Park's existing housing policies can be utilized to protect against negative outcomes. And there could be additional policies or plans that need to be created or modified to ensure the outcomes we want, as well as other types of support. This is our opportunity to dream big and design a plan that gives our community and region everything we want. And what we want should be increased density, no loss of affordable housing, in fact, a gain would be good, and supports and protections for people who currently live here. I ask you to embrace all of those points, including the importance of density, as this plan moves forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next is, we skipped Carter Doherty.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Go Blair Field hockey. They won tonight. That just complicated my participation earlier. My name is Carter Doherty. I live in Tacoma Park, a little street called Crescent Place, just off of Carroll. I think a lot of things in these hearings end up getting said over and over and over, so I don't want to waste your time saying what's already been said. I just wanted to say in broad brush something that I have emphasized to the Tacoma Park City Council, which is that you hear a lot about racial equity and socioeconomic diversity and all those sort of values that we all feel very strongly. In my day job, I work for a nonprofit called Americans for Financial Reform. We were formed to fight Wall Street, to fight the financialization of the economy, and to pass significant reform of the financial system. And affordable housing and the conditions that create it are one of the things we work on. Right now, the thing that is most adverse to racial equity and justice in housing is scarcity. We simply need to build more. And I think when in situations like this, when you are balancing various competing interests, that you really should err on the side of simply building, because of all the solutions we can think of for Montgomery County's housing shortage, All of them include simply building so that more people can have a roof over their head. So consider the arguments, use your expertise. I'm of the mind that what I very much would like to see is our institutions function effectively. I don't want to be a technical expert who sits here and tells you exactly what to do. I believe you have the expertise to do the right thing. So build, put roofs over people's heads and do it in Tacoma Park. I live quarter mile away from the area in question. I'm a regular user of Sligo Creek Park. Nothing would make me happier than to see more people in Tacoma Park enjoying what I get to enjoy. Thank you. Enjoying what I get to enjoy.
Thank you for your comments. I really appreciate them. Next is Ishmael Lap Kamara. Did I say that right, Ishmael?
Yeah, you said that correctly. Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. My name is Ismail Mara. I am a resident of the Maple Avenue District in Tacoma Park. I'm excited but also skeptical about the planned investment in Tacoma Park. Before anything, I want to express my thanks to everyone who has worked on this matter. However, I also have a few concerns regarding this plan. Number one, the mayor of Tacoma Park in the last informational session for the Tacoma Park Master Plan mentioned Tacoma Park needing a cheap eats and/or dollar store. These stores do not represent what is needed in the community. We need quality and affordable businesses that provide quality employment and goods to our community. Development in Tacoma Park should continue to promote and encourage small businesses to come into the community, not big corporations. We have enough of those in nearby Silver Spring, Langley Park, and Wheaton. Over the years, Tacoma Park has done a great job growing the amount of small businesses and preserving its historical architectural character in the area, and I hope we continue to do so. Number two, I also have concerns regarding the possible increase in, more than likely increase in traffic regarding the plan that mentions a possible addition of 3,000 units in the area. There should be a plan to protect the walkability and safety of residents here. Tacoma Park has always been a very walkable city and safe for families. I hope this can continue to preserve what makes Tacoma Park a beautiful place to live. Number three, lastly, but most importantly, I am concerned about the displacement of Tacoma Park, our diversity of residents. Most people of color and low-income residents in Tacoma Park live in the Maple District. We must protect the residents that don't seem to have a voice at this venue. Affordability is essential to protecting our most valuable or vulnerable residents, and improving this area should not come at the cost of displacing those most vulnerable. Overall, Maple Avenue District has always been left behind in terms of its development for many years, so I am excited to see how it is updated to reflect the rest of Tacoma Park Main Street. Tacoma Park has a great sense of community that has taken generations to be created. Please take into account the history of Tacoma Park when it comes to this investment in the community. Any development should fit the current diversity of cultures and pre-existing soul and values of Tacoma Park. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Kamara. So, the next is Sharon. We haven't forgotten you, Miss Wolchik. You're next. You're muted now. Please unmute yourself. You're still muted. Yeah, you're.
Unmute.
Oh, there you go.
Am I okay now?
You're,
Thank you. And I did not mean to be impatient. I just had no idea, how we're going through people. Okay, my 3 minutes. First, I have to say that unlike some of the recent speakers, I am not in favor of this proposed amendment. I'm not going to talk about that part of it which deals with the former Washington Adventist Hospital site or the section around the university there. I think that's something that will have to be worked out with neighbors in that area, and also the university as it goes forward. So I would urge you to eliminate the Maple Avenue section from this proposed amendment, and I'd ask you to do that on several grounds. Again, and I don't want to repeat what many people have said, Lori McElway has very adequately and very eloquently, I think, summarize many of our objections to this plan, especially as it has to do with the Maple Avenue area. I want to make just a few additional points. One, Tacoma Park is a small town. To propose putting a corridor of 12, 15, 17-story buildings up Maple Avenue, right next to our Victorian designed and inspired community center, city hall, etc., seems to me to be absolutely ludicrous. And it also does not fit with the neighborhood of low scale multiple housing units and single family homes in the area. The issue of displacement of the most vulnerable is a serious issue that I don't think is adequately addressed in this model. If someone has said that there's not an army of developers waiting to descend on Tacoma Park, well, there will be if there is profit to be made. So let's not assume that we can increase zoning height and nothing will happen. Something will happen, and it's not going to be favorable, at least in my view. I also want to emphasize something that the spokesperson for Historic Tacoma did, and that is the fact that we can't ignore what's been happening just across the boundary into DC. There have been and are under construction 2,000 new units in what is effectively Tacoma Park in terms of traffic on the streets, and density. Density is a very nice key word, but we're already pretty dense compared to some other aspects of the county that need perhaps to bear their share of the burden without overburdening us with thousands of additional new residents who will need city services and will imperil the nature of our community. And I have lived here since 1980, and I hope that you will seriously rethink this proposed amendment and at the very least get rid of the Maple Avenue segment of it until that area and some of the issues my colleagues, my neighbors have raised have been addressed. Thank you for the time.
Thank you very much. Next is Michael English, and the last person I have on my list is Christine Kengott, but there may be others.
Thank you very much for agreeing to hear my testimony. A little bit of housekeeping before I get started. I think it's been resolved, but just in case, I unfortunately unintentionally initially registered on my work email address. So I just want to clarify for the record that I'm testifying in my personal capacity. So like the testimony and views I'm about to present are my own opinions and not the position of the Department of Transportation or any federal agency. That out of the way, I, Mike English, private citizen, am here to speak in support of the plan amendment. I did prepare remarks. I frankly plan to ignore most of what I prepared because I feel compelled to respond to a lot of what was said today. And I want to be careful how I do this because I do sincerely think most people mean well. But we always do this. We always say that housing's okay, but somewhere else. We always say, I'm not opposed to housing, but, or housing's okay in this site, that is not where I am, it's down the street, right? And some speakers have brought up the fact that the rest of Tacoma Park should bear more of a burden. That is true. And I mean, I personally don't think single family zoning that only allows single family homes should exist anywhere, let alone in Montgomery County. And I encourage people to say this when these plans come up, like Seth Grimes had pointed out. But this is not just on the Washington Adventist site, but there's vacant parking lots. There are other opportunity sites where housing can and should be built. I do take more seriously the concerns about displacement in the currently affordable housing. The plan does have language about prioritizing known and less affordable housing. If that can be strengthened, by all means. But like with things like stormwater, new housing development generally improves that. I'll tell you right now, the vacant parking lots have worse stormwater runoff than whatever will be built. Those bioswales, there's green roofs. These tend to improve, not make stormwater worse. Again, I think people have the sincerest of motivations, and I think that people do truly value the diversity of their community, but many people have come here and said they value that while opposing the very kind of housing that non-white, non-rich people tend to live in proportion to the population. And like, don't take my word for it, the county has this data available. We always make an excuse, and somewhere else will also make an excuse. And we need to stop making these excuses. This area and many other good progressive areas are very good at patting ourselves on the back and saying we're good progressives and saying that we don't really oppose this. We just want to preserve our quality of life and our sustainability. And we're concerned about profits and all that. While we sit in, like I'll tell you right now, I'm very used to people in 800, 900,000 and 7-figure homes calling my sub $300,000 condo luxury housing because it's dense and relatively new. These things are not simple. Market rate housing doesn't solve it all. Rent stabilization helps. I was happy to see the law the county passed recently. We need social housing. We need light tech housing. We need all of this, but we need this too. I see my time's running out. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michael, Mr. English. Appreciate your comments. And next is Christine Kengott. Are you there, Christine?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Chris Kengott, and I live at 7711 Garland Avenue near Carroll. I've lived in Tacoma with my wife and 2 teenage daughters since 2017. I'm a Tacoma Park soccer coach, a landlord with 2 rent-controlled affordable units on my property. And this year, my house turns 100 years old and comes with a lot of very expensive issues. I want to thank the board for having us and taking the time to hear all of us. I also want to thank our Ward 5 Tacoma Park City Council person, Kara Honzak, because she's really worked tirelessly to educate people about this and really give people a voice. I think sometimes people have said that there's been plenty of information about this, but in reality, a lot of people in my neighborhood haven't heard any of it because they fall just like, right outside the zone. And so they weren't included. And we're very surprised and really just found out about this a couple weeks ago. I think the development is critical to creating affordable housing, but I do have concerns about maximum density zoning and commercial that's being suggested, with no guarantees that upzoning won't create displacement. But also without considering the realities of our current infrastructure, this is not good for current residents or future residents. I think sometimes everyone's talking about doing this for future residents, but this won't be your Tacoma for them if we destroy what Tacoma is. I hope the board adopts the city council's amendment for setback and step downs. It seems that the MMPA is max out first and deal with all the fallout later. We get one shot at developing the hospital space, and we should prioritize careful planning and development. Our neighborhood of Garland, Maplewood and Greenwood is uniquely affected by the development. We had one small development project that went terribly wrong. An Adventist University parking lot wreaked havoc on houses. It turned backyards in our streets into mosquito swamps, flooded houses, polluted the creek, cost homeowners thousands of dollars. It's one thing to have the issue, but then add insult to injury. Nobody cared. Tacoma didn't care. Adventist didn't care. Montgomery County didn't care. So buyer beware. So you can see that the Garland area has a trust issue with any development. But really what I want to talk about is lack of infrastructure. It's really surprising that there's been no traffic study done. Actually, it's not surprising because if you want to max it out, you can't do the traffic study because you'll realize it doesn't work. Infrastructure of Silver Spring has Georgia Avenue and Colesville Road. We have 2-lane roads. Carroll and Philadelphia are already maxed out bumper to bumper during rush hour. Those 2 lanes service school buses and city buses. It's already dangerous with at least 1 death on Carroll that I know of and many accidents on Carroll. Flower, Piney Branch, and Parkway take sometimes up to 5 lights to get through. Garland Avenue is becoming a busy passageway with drivers looking for new ways to rush through traffic. Any parent knows that Tacoma Park Junior High is an accident waiting to happen with children and cars chaotically everywhere. That's no joke. Let's talk about Ward 5 schools, Rolling Terrace and SSI, are unhealthy buildings. How is it fair for those new residents to say, hey, welcome to Tacoma Park, now go to outdated, aging, and unhealthy crowded schools? I also want to talk about green space really quickly. Turf and grass. We have a turf crisis in this area in down county. Up county, you've got Fields for Days. Down county, you've got adult teams and children's teams fighting over grass. And the one field that exists, not that we get to use it, but on the campus is going to be placed into a building. So anyway, and more transparency on the land behind Garland, what's going to happen with that. It doesn't look clear on the map, so please make that more. And I'll stop there. I just want to say thank you again for all your work and all that you've done for the community. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Kengott. Is there anyone that we did not hear from that signed up that's on Teams tonight? Well, I'd like to end this public testimony, and I'd like to thank, first of all, the people that testified tonight, either by providing written testimony or in public. And also, I'd like to thank the staff of MNC PPC tonight for putting this on, and the staff at the City of Tacoma Park by doing it both from there and from here. So thank you, and good evening, and have a safe trip.
Mr. Chair, one thing, I just wanted to clarify, we are holding the record open, is that correct, until
Correct.
the end of the month?
Yeah, and what's the fund? It's
Elza Heisel McCoy, Chief Down County Planning for the record. September 30th, close of business.
okay. So thank you, and everyone have a safe trip home. Thank you. Thank you.